So this was Meghan's very first outing with the Queen. It happened right after her wedding to Prince Harry, and it was obviously extremely important and a significant occasion because it was her first outing.
The 19th of May 2018 is etched in global memory as a romantic, fairy tale-like day, a sun-drenched afternoon at Windsor Castle, where a modern-day American actress joined the world's oldest royal family. To the public, it was the wedding of the century. Through meticulous compilation of insider reports, investigative journalism by figures like Tom Bower, and the chilling silence of Hollywood elites, we are slowly uncovering the cracks beneath that glamorous facade. Oprah Winfrey, the queen of exclusive interviews, the woman renowned for her ability to read people like an open book, quietly admits that she made the biggest mistake of her television career. Following the interview, Oprah remained completely silent about Meghan Markle. She made no comments on the red carpet, didn't mention her in interviews, and not even in informal conversations where people usually talk freely. Attending the wedding marked the beginning of Oprah's career decline. It wasn't just a wedding. It was a risky media recruitment campaign that rocked the British monarchy and ultimately led to the strategic downfall of a media mogul. Long before the first carriage set off, a war of attrition was being fought over the guest list. Highly placed palace sources now reveal that Queen Elizabeth II was deeply unsettled by the names or lack thereof presented by Meghan and Harry. In traditional royal protocol, a wedding is a communal celebration of history and shared loyalty. For the wedding of Prince William and Catherine Middleton in 2011, the pews were filled with the backbone of Britain, postmen from Bucklebury, local shopkeepers, and childhood friends who had known Kate since she was a toddler. It was a celebration of genuine connection. In stark contrast, Meghan Markle's proposed list was described by one courtier as a red carpet casting call. Reports suggest that the Queen returned the draft list several times, questioning the absence of the bride's own family. Aside from her mother, Doria Ragland, Meghan's blood relatives were conspicuously absent, replaced by a who's who of American power players. The Queen, known for her sharp intuition, reportedly remarked on the calculated nature of the invitations. When the names of George and Amal Clooney, Oprah Winfrey, and Idris Elba appeared, the eyebrows of the old guard didn't just rise, they stayed there. Why were these individuals, who had no documented history with the couple, being given seats of honor in the choir of St. George's Chapel spots usually reserved for the closest inner circle? The truth, as bared by investigative author Tom Bower and supported by the shocking revelations in airmail, is that these celebrities were not friends, they were assets. Meghan was reportedly building a media shield, a phalanx of Hollywood's most influential voices to protect her narrative once she transitioned back to the States. The most damning evidence of this comes from a private exchange at the wedding itself. Carolyn Bartholomew, a former roommate of Princess Diana and a guest at the wedding, reportedly turned to George and Amal Clooney as they sat in the historic chapel. When she asked how they knew the bride or groom, the Hollywood power couple didn't offer a charming anecdote of a shared dinner in London. Instead, they responded with a blunt, jarring honesty. We don't. Despite this, the Clooneys were treated as VIPs. The same applied to Idris Elba and, most significantly, Oprah Winfrey. To the monarchy, this felt like an invasion, a cynical commodification of a sacred state occasion. While Catherine's wedding felt like a warm embrace of the British public, Meghan's felt like a cold, strategic maneuver. For years, Oprah Winfrey was the most vocal cheerleader of this new era. In her magazine, The Oprah Magazine, she described entering Windsor Castle as a breathless experience. She famously shouted, "Whoa," when she saw the scale of the history. At the time, she framed it as a victory for love and a cultural reset. She even shared a lighthearted story about a fashion emergency having to change her dress at the last minute because her original choice looked too much like white, a gesture of profound respect for the bride. However, sources close to the Harpo production team now suggest that even then, Oprah was observing more than she was sharing. Behind her public praise for Meghan's radiance, Oprah was reportedly taking notes on the absolute grandeur of the royal family, a standard of prestige she would later realize Meghan could never truly replicate. Oprah's fascination with the royal family was rooted in a deep respect for the institution, an institution she had seen perfectly represented in the wedding of William and Catherine. She admired the sacredness of the Middleton wedding, the hand-woven carpets, the meticulous floral arrangements of Lily of the Valley, and the presence of the ordinary people who formed the fabric of Catherine's life. The contrast with Meghan's wedding, which insiders described as half-baked and performative, was a seed of doubt that would take years to sprout. While the cameras captured a serene bride, the staff at Windsor were dealing with what they termed Duchess difficult. The revelations regarding the pre-wedding preparations are staggering. In a move that shocked the palace, Meghan reportedly demanded that the 500-year-old St. George's Chapel be sprayed with atomizers to clear out the musty smell. The palace refused, point blank, citing the preservation of historic artifacts and the inherent disrespect of treating a royal chapel like a commercial studio. During a tasting, Meghan allegedly berated a staff member because she insisted she could taste egg in a vegan dish. It was at this moment that the Queen herself reportedly stepped in, telling Meghan in no uncertain terms, "Meghan, in this family, we do not speak to people like that." These were not just wedding jitters. To the royal family, these were signs of a personality that sought to dominate rather than integrate. They saw a bride who was more interested in the aesthetic of the crown than the duty it required. The most significant development in this saga is the recent, quiet distancing by Oprah Winfrey. For decades, Oprah's brand was built on the truth. When she sat down with Meghan in 2021, she believed she was helping an underdog tell her story. But as the inconsistencies began to surface, specifically the claim about a secret wedding 3 days prior, which the Archbishop of Canterbury had to publicly deny, Oprah realized she had been led by the nose. The media shield that Meghan so carefully recruited in 2018 is now dissolving. George Clooney, once the guest who didn't know the bride, has recently been seen in deep, warm conversation with King Charles III at Prince's Trust events. The message is clear. Hollywood royalty prefers the real thing over the calculated imitation. Rumors of the Oscar-winning actress requesting to move seats to avoid Meghan at a gala speak volumes of the indifference now facing the Sussexes. While the world watched the sun glisten off the stone walls of Windsor, a psychological warfare was being waged behind the heavy velvet curtains of the private apartments. The second chapter of this deep dive investigation focuses on the meticulous, often aggressive demands made by Meghan Markle during the lead-up to the 2018 ceremony, demands that didn't just rattle the palace staff but created a permanent rift with the very heart of the British monarchy. Through a collection of insider accounts and the forensic reporting of royal biographers, we uncover how the Meghan gets philosophy set a destructive precedent that would later haunt her American ambitions. One of the most defining moments of tension, now widely known among royal circles as Tiara Gate, served as the first real indicator that Meghan viewed the royal collection not as a historical trust, but as a personal costume department. Sources close to the late Queen Elizabeth II reveal that the selection process for the bridal headpiece was fraught with friction. Meghan had reportedly set her heart on a stunning tiara featuring large emeralds. However, the Queen, the ultimate gatekeeper of the crown jewels, denied this request. The reason was rooted in historical sensitivity. The emeralds were suspected to have come from a Russian source with an uncomfortable or untraceable lineage, making it diplomatically risky for a state occasion. When Meghan was told no, the reaction from Prince Harry was explosive. It was during this heated exchange that Harry uttered the infamous phrase, "What Meghan wants, Meghan gets." This wasn't just a groom defending his bride. To the Queen, it was a direct challenge to her authority and the protocols of the institution. The Queen's response was a masterclass in quiet steel. She reportedly pulled Harry aside and told him firmly, "Meghan cannot have whatever she wants. She gets the tiara that I have assigned to her." Eventually, the Queen offered the Queen Mary diamond bandeau, but the damage was done. The incident revealed a bride who was less interested in the grace of the role and more focused on the optics of power, a trait that Oprah Winfrey and other Hollywood elites would only recognize years later as a recurring pattern. Perhaps no event during the wedding preparations has been more debated than the clash between Meghan Markle and Catherine, the then Duchess of Cambridge. For years, the narrative was shrouded in he said, she said mystery until the details finally solidified. The conflict centered on a seemingly trivial detail: the flower girl dresses for Princess Charlotte and the other young bridesmaids. Royal protocol for a grand wedding at Windsor dictates that young bridesmaids wear tights, a tradition rooted in both formality and the practical comfort of the children during a long televised ceremony. Meghan, however, insisted on a modern Hollywood aesthetic that required the children to go bare-legged. This wasn't merely a fashion choice. It was a violation of established etiquette that Catherine sought to uphold. Insider reports suggest that during a stressful fitting, Charlotte's dress did not fit properly, and the lack of tights led to the children suffering from blisters. The tension escalated until Catherine was reportedly left in tears. While Meghan later claimed in her 2021 interview that the reverse happened, palace insiders and those present at the fitting have consistently maintained that it was Catherine who was visibly distressed by Meghan's uncompromising and abrasive tone. To the royal family, this wasn't just about a dress. It was about Meghan's refusal to respect the wisdom and boundaries of a woman who had successfully navigated the royal system for a decade. This event marked the end of any potential Fab Four alliance, as Prince William reportedly viewed the treatment of his wife as an unforgivable breach of family loyalty. The friction within the palace was exacerbated by the sheer contrast in how the two most recent royal weddings were organized. When Catherine Middleton married William in 2011, the process was described as a national effort. Catherine spent months building bridges with palace staff, learning the history of the linens, the flowers, and the protocols. She understood that she was a participant in a historic continuity. Meghan's approach, according to staff members who have since spoken out, was that of a producer managing a set. There were reports of Meghan becoming obsessive over the camera angles and the lighting, often treating the queries and ladies-in-waiting like production assistants on a film set. This showbiz mentality grated on the nerves of those who viewed the monarchy as a service-oriented institution. Oprah Winfrey, who would later describe her breathless admiration for the wedding, was reportedly oblivious to this internal chaos at the time. She saw the radiance and the modernity, but she didn't see the tears of the future queen or the frustration of the chefs being berated over vegan ingredients. The inconsistencies that Oprah eventually noticed in the 2021 interview, such as the claim that they were actually married by the Archbishop in their backyard days before the wedding, started to cast a retrospective shadow over the 2018 event. If Meghan could misrepresent the sanctity of the legal marriage ceremony, what else about that fairy tale day was a manufactured performance? As the wedding day approached, the guest list became the final battlefield. The exclusion of Meghan's childhood friends and her extended family people who could provide a grounded, authentic perspective on her life was a red flag that many in the palace found deeply chilling. By filling the pews with Hollywood strangers like Oprah, the Clooneys, and Idris Elba, Meghan was effectively erasing her past to write a new, more powerful future. It was a brilliant PR move in the short term. By securing the presence of the Queen of Media, Meghan ensured that her narrative would be protected in the American market. Oprah's witty story about changing her dress to respect the bride was exactly the kind of positive, supportive press Meghan desired. But as we see now, that loyalty was built on a foundation of perceived authenticity. The moment the performance was exposed, the moment Oprah realized she was being used as a stepping stone rather than a trusted confidant, the Hollywood shield began to crumble. The Tiara Gate and the Middleton meltdown were not just isolated incidents of a stressed bride. They were the opening salvos of a campaign to prioritize personal brand over institutional respect. As the bells of St. George's Chapel rang out on that sweltering May morning, the visual narrative presented to the world was one of ultimate inclusivity and a new age for the House of Windsor. However, for those seated within the choir, the most prestigious section of the chapel, the atmosphere was thick, with a peculiar kind of bewilderment. Part 3 of our investigation delves into the surreal reality of the wedding guests, a collection of Hollywood's most powerful figures who, by their own later admissions or the observations of those around them, felt more like set dressing for a grand production than genuine friends of the bride. The A-list recruitment strategy reached its zenith at the moment of the ceremony. Investigative reports from sources like Vanity Fair and Andrew Morton have highlighted the tactical nature of the seating arrangements. Oprah Winfrey, arguably the most influential woman in American media, was positioned in a seat of high visibility. Yet, as later revealed by the inconsistencies that would plague their future relationship, Oprah's presence was the result of a very recent and very deliberate courtship. Just weeks before the wedding, Meghan had invited Oprah to visit her mother, Doria Ragland, in Los Angeles, a move designed to create an instant bond of familial trust that did not historically exist. The presence of George and Amal Clooney remains one of the most cited examples of this manufactured intimacy. As the couple took their seats, the surrounding guests, many of them minor royals and long-standing friends of the Spencer family, noted that the Clooneys seemed entirely out of place. When asked by Carolyn Bartholomew how they came to be there, the response that they didn't know the couple was a quiet explosion that rippled through the pews. They weren't there because of shared history. They were there because Meghan understood that in the world of global branding, proximity is power. By surrounding herself with the Clooneys and Oprah, she was signaling to the world that she was already a member of a different kind of royalty, the Hollywood elite. The contrast between this celebrity choir and the wedding of William and Catherine was stark. Catherine's wedding had been an exercise in community. Oprah herself would later write about the breathless scale of Windsor, but she missed the subtle disdain felt by the traditionalists. While the wedding of William was a state occasion that felt earned, Meghan's was increasingly viewed as a PR launch that happened to take place in a church. The woe moment Oprah famously described the feeling that the world was changing was exactly the emotional response the Meghan script intended to trigger. But behind the scenes, the inconsistencies were already present. The Archbishop of Canterbury, who performed the ceremony, would later find himself at the center of a scandal when Meghan claimed to Oprah in 2021 that they had been married in secret 3 days prior. The Archbishop's subsequent clarification that the legal wedding was indeed the public one retrospectively painted the 2018 ceremony as a performance even Meghan didn't fully respect. As the A-list strangers exited the chapel and headed toward the reception, the first cracks in the media shield were already forming. They had played their parts in the victory of love, but they were beginning to realize that the invitation came with strings attached. They weren't just guests. They were being recruited as anchors for a narrative that was about to shift from Windsor to Montecito. The trade, as one stylist later described it, was simple. Oprah gave the credibility, and Meghan gave the story. But in 2018, the queens of Hollywood didn't yet realize they were being led by the nose into a conflict they never signed up for. As the official ceremony concluded and the guests moved toward St. George's Hall for the afternoon reception, the media shield Meghan had so carefully constructed began to experience its first internal tremors. While the public witnessed a sun-drenched carriage procession, the atmosphere inside the reception was described by several insiders as professionally cordial but personally cold. The fourth chapter of our investigation explores the subtle but significant discomfort felt by the Hollywood elite as they transitioned from being ceremonial witnesses to social assets in Meghan's grand design. The afternoon reception, hosted by the Queen, was intended to be a traditional affair, but the presence of the VIP strangers created a palpable social chasm. Oprah Winfrey, who had earlier expressed her breathless admiration for the castle's history, found herself in a room filled with the British establishment people who had spent decades serving the crown. Reports from the time, later synthesized by royal biographers like Tom Bower, suggest that while Oprah was treated with the utmost respect due to her global stature, there was an underlying tension. The woe moment she had experienced in the chapel began to collide with the reality of a guest list that felt hollowed out of genuine personal history. A particularly jarring inconsistency noted by staff was the behavior of the bride herself. Meghan, described by some as being in full production mode, seemed less focused on the solemnity of the union and more on the narrative beats of the event. While Catherine Middleton's reception in 2011 was remembered for its warmth and the genuine inclusion of the everyman from the postman to the local pub owner, Meghan's reception felt like a power mixer. The A-list strangers, including George and Amal Clooney and Idris Elba, were positioned as the new royal inner circle, a move that deeply offended long-standing friends of Prince Harry and the Spencer family. The trade that was being established, Oprah providing the credibility in exchange for the story, was becoming increasingly obvious to those with a sharp eye for social dynamics. Oprah's later witty account of her last-minute dress change was a perfect example of the respectful ally role she had been cast in. But behind the scenes, the inconsistencies were already piling up. The exclusion of Meghan's father, Thomas Markle, and the subsequent cleaning of the past as described by her brother Thomas Markle Jr. in his scathing interviews created a vacuum of authenticity that no amount of Hollywood star power could fill. By the time the evening reception at Frogmore House began, a more private affair hosted by Prince Charles, the calculated nature of the guest list had become the primary topic of hushed conversation. The Hollywood stars were beginning to realize they weren't just attending a wedding, they were being onboarded into a brand. As we move into the final stages of this saga, we see how this calculated recruitment would eventually backfire. The very people Meghan sought to use as her shield, Oprah, the Clooneys, and the Hollywood elite, would be the first to pull away when the performance finally lost its luster, leaving the Duchess to face a Hollywood indifference that is far more damaging than any palace protocol. The year 2021 was supposed to be the moment the media shield finally solidified. The sit-down interview between Oprah Winfrey and the Sussexes was marketed as a historic act of truth-telling, a cultural reset that would justify the strategic recruitment of Hollywood's elite back in 2018. However, in the years following that broadcast, the narrative has shifted from one of empowerment to one of profound professional regret. The turning point for Oprah Winfrey was not a single event, but a steady accumulation of bared untruths. The most damaging inconsistency was the claim regarding the secret backyard wedding. When the Archbishop of Canterbury was forced to publicly clarify that the only legal wedding was the grand ceremony at Windsor, it didn't just hurt Meghan's credibility, it tarnished Oprah's reputation as a rigorous journalist. Oprah, who prides herself on her intuition and her ability to read people, reportedly felt used. She had handed over her global platform, a platform built on decades of authenticity, to a story that was, in parts, a performance. This realization created a cracking of the Hollywood alliance. The very celebrities who were recruited as VIP strangers in 2018 began to perform a strategic retreat. The most visible shift came from the Clooneys. George and Amal, who had once offered their Lake Como villa as a sanctuary for the Sussexes, began to prioritize their long-standing respect for the institution of the monarchy over their manufactured friendship with Meghan. George Clooney's recent appearances alongside King Charles III at Prince's Trust events serve as a loud, silent signal to the industry. The A-list strangers are returning to the fold of traditional prestige. The indifference from Hollywood has been surgical in its precision. It is no longer about active criticism. It is about the unanswered email and the missing invitation. The reports of Viola Davis requesting a seat change to avoid proximity to Meghan are not merely gossip. They reflect a broader desire among Hollywood's real royalty to distance themselves from a brand perceived as calculated and mercenary. Even Oprah's best friend, Gayle King, who was once the loudest defender of the Sussexes, reportedly felt the strain when it was discovered that Meghan was pitching identical documentary concepts to multiple power players simultaneously. The realization that they were being treated as stepping stones rather than confidants was the final blow. Furthermore, the inconsistencies extended into the domestic sphere, casting a shadow over the relatable image Meghan tried to project. The Archie's chicken scene in the interview, meant to evoke a sense of down-to-earth simplicity, was later rumored among Harpo insiders to have been as staged as the wedding guest list. For a woman like Oprah, whose entire career is rooted in the power of truth, the discovery that she had enabled a PR project rather than a raw conversation has led to a period of deep disillusionment. The silence now coming from Montecito is matched only by the silence from Oprah's camp. The woe moment of 2018 has been replaced by a quiet, firm distance. Hollywood is a town built on the trade, credibility for access, and when the credibility is compromised by inconsistencies, the access is revoked. Meghan Markle, who once used a royal wedding as a casting call for her future life, now finds that the very stars she recruited are the ones leading the exodus, leaving her to navigate a Hollywood landscape that is increasingly done with the performance. As we reach the conclusion of this deep dive investigation, the landscape surrounding Meghan Markle and Prince Harry has transformed from a star-studded sanctuary into a desert of indifference. The grand design that began with the strategic recruitment of A-list strangers at the 2018 Windsor wedding has reached its inevitable endgame. The media shield has not only cracked, it has completely dissolved, leaving behind a profound lesson about the difference between calculated influence and authentic prestige. The final chapter of this saga is not written in loud headlines, but in the quiet, decisive retreat of the world's most powerful media figures, led by the silent pivot of Oprah Winfrey herself. The most damning revelation of the current era is the shift in how Hollywood's inner circle views the Sussexes' performance. For years, the industry was willing to give the benefit of the doubt, captivated by the woe moment Oprah initially championed. But as the inconsistencies moved from the palace walls to the editing suites of Montecito, the mood shifted from curiosity to caution. The revelation that Meghan reportedly treated her 2021 interview as a calculated move with insiders, claiming she laughed about how easy it was to influence the mood by simply looking sad, has struck at the very heart of Hollywood's social contract. In a town where everyone is performing, the one unforgivable sin is being caught in the act of manipulation against your allies. The Hollywood exodus is now a documented reality. The A-list strangers who once occupied the pews of St. George's Chapel are nowhere to be found when the Sussexes need them most. The distancing of George and Amal Clooney was the first major domino to fall, but it was the Viola Davis snub that sent the clearest message. When figures of such high integrity and professional standing begin to request different seating, it signals that the brand has become toxic. It is no longer a matter of royal politics. It is a matter of professional survival. In Hollywood, power follows trust, and trust has been irrevocably broken. Oprah Winfrey's quiet withdrawal is perhaps the most significant revelation of all. While she has made no dramatic public statement, her actions speak with the weight of a final judgment. The realization that she was led by the nose into validating a PR project rather than a truthful narrative has led to a total cessation of public support. The No More Meghan, No More Harry directive, allegedly issued to her inner circle, marks the end of an era. Oprah, who built a multi-billion-dollar empire on the foundation of the truth, cannot afford to be associated with inconsistencies that have been debunked by everyone from the Archbishop of Canterbury to former palace staff. Furthermore, the comparison between the Sussexes' current isolation and the enduring respect for William and Catherine has become a source of quiet humiliation. Hollywood elites now look back at the 2011 wedding of the future king and queen with a new sense of appreciation. They see the transparency and the dedication to duty that they once mistook for rigidity. The sacredness of Catherine's approach, her genuine connection to her community, and her respect for the institution now stands in stark contrast to Meghan's half-baked attempt to reinvent the monarchy as a personal brand. The ultimate revelation is this: you cannot build a lasting empire on strategic strangers. Meghan Markle's attempt to use the royal family as a stepping stone and Hollywood's elite as a shield has resulted in her being cut off from both. The silence that now greets her outreach is the sound of an industry that has moved on. As one industry executive noted, trust once broken doesn't get airtime. The fairy tale that began with a breathless ceremony at Windsor has ended in a Montecito garden where the cameras have stopped rolling, the A-list strangers have returned to their true friends, and the Queen of Media has closed the book for good. The victory of love has been eclipsed by the reality of reputation, and in the final edit, the performance simply didn't age well. Princess Anne has executed a brutal iron protocol, exposing Queen Camilla's clandestine asset transfers and banning her commoner children from royal sanctuary. As Charles fights illness, Anne's reclamation of Balmoral and Ray Mill House marks a devastating end to the Parker Bowles privilege. The current reality for Camilla is a far cry from the celebrated sun-drenched coronation of 2023. Following Princess Anne's explosive exposure of the clandestine transfer of Ray Mill House, Camilla has been forced into what is being described as a humiliating corrective phase. Reports gathered from various palace administrative streams, ranging from Treasury whispers to security log leaks, indicate that the Queen Consort is now being personally invoiced for every penny of taxpayer-funded security and royal staff time utilized by her children, Tom Parker Bowles and Laura Lopes, over the last 3 years. This is not merely a request for reimbursement. It is a form of financial excommunication. The internal ledgers, as interpreted by those familiar with the Duchy of Cornwall's rigorous and unforgiving accounting standards, suggest that Camilla has been ordered to freeze all private asset transfers until a full Crown integrity audit is completed. For a woman who sought to secure her children's wealth against the grim backdrop of King Charles's increasingly fragile health, the result has been the exact opposite of her intent. Her children are now under a global microscope, their private business interests and offshore links scrutinized for any scent of royal profiteering or improper use of the sovereign's shadow. Camilla's current standing within the inner circle of the House of Windsor has reached an all-time low, bordering on the non-existent. The Parker Bowles problem, which the palace previously managed with a quiet, gritting-of-teeth tolerance, has been dragged into the harsh, unforgiving light by Princess Anne. The consequences for Camilla's children have been described by some observers as socially and logistically catastrophic. Tom and Laura, once seen as the modern, blended extensions of a progressive monarchy, have been effectively barred from all non-public areas of royal residences. Various interpretations of the recent security logs at Windsor and Sandringham suggest a distinct sense that the party is over. The secondary keycards previously issued to the Parker Bowles family have been deactivated. The guest cottages at the Balmoral estate are being rekeyed under military-grade supervision, and the household staff have been reminded under no uncertain terms, and with the threat of immediate dismissal, that the Parker Bowles family are private citizens with zero constitutional status and no right to command royal resources. Camilla is currently tasked with the near impossible, undoing the pervasive perception of opportunistic greed. To mitigate the profound damage to the monarchy's image, she has been pressured by the Council of the Blood, the core family members led by the iron-willed Anne and a resolute Prince William, to issue a private deed of indemnity. This document is a legal shackle. It essentially forces her to waive any and all future claims her children might have on properties or lands adjacent to royal holdings. The psychological toll on the Queen Consort is evident to those who see her in the rare moments she is not performing for the cameras. The woman who once navigated the treacherous, decades-long waters of public opinion to become queen is now finding that the most dangerous predators are not the tabloids, but the family she married into. To fully grasp the depth of the fury currently radiating from Princess Anne, one must look at the specific, calculated betrayals regarding Balmoral Castle and Ray Mill House. Camilla stands accused of operating behind the backs of the royal council and the direct heirs Prince William and Prince Edward by attempting to cement a private dynasty within the ancient borders of the royal estate. Specifically, her quiet transfer of Ray Mill House, a 1996 purchase in Wiltshire, originally meant to be her personal escape from the pressures of royal life to her children in early 2026, was viewed as a strategic move to circumvent inheritance taxes and secure a permanent royal-adjacent stronghold without the council's oversight. This maneuver, combined with her habit of hosting the Parker Bowles clan at Balmoral, as if they were stakeholders of the 50,000-acre Scottish sanctum, went directly against the late Queen Elizabeth II's sacred ethos. Anne's intervention highlights a fundamental truth that Camilla allegedly chose to ignore. These properties are not loot to be divided or leveraged for the benefit of non-royal relatives, but sacred trusts held for the nation. The indignation of the royal siblings stems from the fact that Camilla reportedly utilized royal legal resources and confidential palace advisors to facilitate these private transfers, a blatant and unpardonable crossing of the line between the Crown's majesty and Parker Bowles' private financial gain, while King Charles III continues his grueling and exhausting battle with cancer, a fight that began in early 2024 and has noticeably thinned the monarch's legendary energy. Princess Anne has stepped into the power vacuum as the de facto enforcer of the Windsor legacy. Many interpret Charles's recent leniency, such as the controversial decision to open the private rooms of Balmoral to the public for a fee, as the desperate actions of a man trying to leave a modernist or financially viable legacy in his final chapters. However, Anne views this as nothing short of a fire sale of the monarchy's very soul. As Charles focuses his remaining strength on legacy projects like the countdown to COP30, Anne is focusing on the back of the house. Her surgical actions to reclaim the narrative from Camilla are not merely the result of a long-standing sibling rivalry. They represent a high-stakes strike to prevent the Parker Bowlesification of the British monarchy. Camilla now faces the grim, daily reality that her tenure as Queen Consort may be remembered not for her decades of loyalty to Charles, but for a failed, clandestine attempt to enrich her own bloodline at the expense of the Crown's most cherished and historically significant estates. The Princess Royal has made it clear. The Crown does not negotiate with those who treat its heritage as a personal real estate portfolio, and the price of entry back into the fold of trust may be a price Camilla Parker Bowles can never truly pay. While the legal skirmishes over Ray Mill House represent a breach of financial trust, the conflict surrounding Balmoral Castle is viewed by Princess Anne as a direct assault on the monarchy's spiritual heart. Balmoral is not merely a residence. It is a 50,000-acre fortress of royal identity in the Scottish Highlands, privately purchased by Prince Albert for Queen Victoria in 1852. Unlike the Crown estate properties, Balmoral is the private inheritance of the sovereign, a distinction that Camilla allegedly interpreted as a loophole for personal entitlement. The tension escalated throughout 2024 and 2025 as King Charles, influenced by Camilla's vision of a modernized and accessible monarchy, began dismantling the privacy that Queen Elizabeth II had spent 7 decades protecting. The decision to open the castle's internal sanctums to public tours for the first time in history was met with silent fury by the Princess Royal. However, the true breaking point for Anne was not the tourists, it was the guest list. Interpretations from those within the Balmoral staff suggest that under Camilla's influence, the estate began to feel less like a royal retreat and more like a private club for the Parker Bowles family. Tom Parker Bowles and Laura Lopes were reportedly granted access to the estate's most private quarters, including areas historically reserved for the monarch's immediate bloodline. Sources close to the Highland staff have whispered about the usurpation of the hills, where Camilla's grandchildren were seen enjoying the privileges of the estate, hunting, riding, and utilizing the royal gillies without the burden of official duty or the discipline of royal protocol. To Anne, who learned to ride on these very moors under the watchful eye of Prince Philip, this was an unpardonable desecration. The Princess Royal's response has been a masterclass in bureaucratic warfare. She has reportedly challenged the guest status of any non-royal individual staying at Balmoral for extended periods, pointing to the immense security costs and the lack of constitutional precedent. Anne's argument, supported by a growing consensus between Prince William and Prince Edward, is that if Balmoral is to be commercialized for the public, it cannot simultaneously be privatized for the Parker Bowles family at the sovereign's expense. The friction between Anne's Duty First Code and Camilla's Family First approach has turned the Highland retreat into a Cold War zone. Anne has pointedly reminded the king that Balmoral was her mother's sanctuary in her final days, a place of solemnity, not a weekend getaway for private citizens who bear no titles. By securing the support of the direct heirs, Anne has effectively cornered Camilla, forcing a confrontation over the very definition of what it means to be part of the family. The message is clear. The Parker Bowles children may be the king's stepchildren, but they are not, and will never be, stakeholders in the sacred geography of the British monarchy. The most explosive element of this internal royal war lies not in the mist-covered Highlands, but in the rolling hills of Wiltshire at Ray Mill House. This property, a historic stone manor purchased by Camilla in 1996 for £850,000 following her divorce from Andrew Parker Bowles, has long been her fortress of solitude. It was the one place where she could shed the heavy mantle of the Queen Consort and simply be a mother and grandmother. However, in early 2026, this sanctuary became the smoking gun in Princess Anne's investigation into what she perceives as a systematic asset grab by the Parker Bowles faction. The scandal broke when property records quietly flagged by Anne's network of administrative loyalists revealed that Camilla had executed a clandestine transfer of ownership. The title of Ray Mill House was moved into a sophisticated trust structure, effectively placing the multi-million-pound estate into the hands of Tom Parker Bowles and Laura Lopes. On the surface, this appeared to be standard estate planning, a mother looking out for her children. But within the context of the British monarchy, where every move is scrutinized for its impact on the crown, the timing and secrecy of the transfer sent shockwaves through the palace. Princess Anne's primary contention is that this transfer was conducted under the radar, bypassing the informal but essential Council of the Blood. In the royal family, especially concerning the Queen Consort, personal finances are never truly private. They are inextricably linked to the sovereign's wealth and the public's perception of the monarchy's fiscal responsibility. Anne has reportedly argued that by transferring Ray Mill House now, Camilla was attempting to avoid the massive inheritance tax implications that would arise should King Charles's health deteriorate further. The fury felt by Anne, and shared by Prince William, stems from the perceived hypocrisy of the move. While the king is undergoing grueling cancer treatments, and the family is being told to slim down the monarchy to save costs, the Queen Consort was allegedly using royal legal advisors and tax specialists to insulate her own children's inheritance. Various interpretations of the palace's internal legal memos suggest that Anne viewed this as a betrayal of the belt-tightening ethos she has championed for 5 decades. To Anne, the monarchy is a lifetime of service. To Camilla, it appeared to be a temporary window of opportunity to fortify her family's private wealth. The urgency of Camilla's property maneuvers cannot be separated from the somber reality of King Charles's medical battle. Since his diagnosis in early 2024, the king has shown remarkable resilience, but the toll of the illness is visible. Insiders suggest that Camilla, perhaps fearing a future where her influence is diminished under King William V, decided to act quickly to settle her affairs. This panic buying of security for her children has been interpreted by the Princess Royal as an admission of misplaced priorities. Princess Anne has pointed out that while the Queen Consort was busy signing over Wiltshire acreage, the king was struggling to fulfill his constitutional duties. The contrast between Anne's 500-plus official engagements a year and Camilla's focus on her children's real estate portfolio has created a rift that may be impossible to bridge. Anne's sting operation to bring the Ray Mill transfer to light was not just about land. It was about exposing a perceived lack of commitment to the institution that Camilla now leads as its highest-ranking female. The consequences of the Ray Mill exposure have been swift and severe. Under Anne's relentless pressure, a gray eminence of royal lawyers has been tasked with investigating whether any crown resources, be it time, counsel, or funds, were diverted to facilitate this private transfer. The implication is clear. If royal resources were used to benefit private citizens, Tom and Laura, then a serious ethical breach has occurred. Furthermore, this event has triggered a broader debate about the Parker Bowles privilege. For years, the public was told that Camilla's children would remain strictly on the sidelines, private citizens with no royal footprint. The Ray Mill scandal has proven that while they may not have titles, they are benefiting from the royal machinery in ways that the average British citizen could never dream of. Anne's outrage is rooted in the belief that if you are not of the blood and you do not do the work, you should not be touching the till. The Ray Mill maneuver has effectively ended the era of quiet tolerance for Camilla's dual life. Princess Anne has made it clear that she will not allow the monarchy to be used as a vehicle for the private enrichment of the Parker Bowles dynasty. As the investigation into the Wiltshire transfer continues, Camilla finds herself in a position she hasn't been in since the 1990s. The outsider, the other woman whose motives are doubted, and whose every move is tracked by a family that values duty above all else. In this battle of wills, Anne has the ultimate weapon, the unwavering belief that the crown belongs to the nation, not to those who merely happen to wear it for a season. As the dust settled on the revelation of the Ray Mill house transfer, Princess Anne did not retreat into the shadows of the palace. Instead, she launched a calculated counter-offensive designed to strip away the royal veneer that had begun to coat the Parker Bowles family. This phase of the conflict, which observers are calling the restoration of boundaries, saw the Princess Royal leveraging her unique position as the king's most trusted advisor and the family's most disciplined worker to force a dramatic re-evaluation of Camilla's family's status. Princess Anne's first move was to address the informal access that Tom Parker Bowles and Laura Lopes had enjoyed since their mother's ascension. For years, the two had navigated the royal world as shadow royals, individuals who attended high-profile events like the coronation and stayed at royal estates without the scrutiny that comes with a title. Anne, however, viewed this ambiguity as a dangerous precedent. She reportedly initiated a series of meetings with the master of the household and the heads of royal security to demand a strict codification of guest protocols. The result of this intervention was a chilling normalization of Parker Bowles' status. Under Anne's new directives, Tom and Laura were no longer to be treated as VIP family, but as private guests of the Queen. This subtle shift in nomenclature carried massive practical consequences. Interpretations of the updated security protocols suggest that any use of royal transport, staff, or facilities by Camilla's children must now be pre-authorized by a central committee, one where Princess Anne's influence is paramount. This move effectively gutted the sense of entitlement that had grown around the Parker Bowles clan, leaving them as outsiders peering in through a reinforced glass ceiling. Perhaps the most devastating blow to Camilla's ambitions was the formation of a unified front between Princess Anne and the king's direct heirs. Prince William, the Prince of Wales, and Prince Edward, the Duke of Edinburgh, have reportedly found common ground with their aunt in their desire to protect the crown's assets. While William and Edward have historically maintained a polite distance from their step-siblings, the Ray Mill scandal and the commercialization of Balmoral forced them to take a stand. This alliance, dubbed the Heirs Accord, issued a series of quiet but firm demands to the king. They requested a complete separation of Camilla's private family life from the official operations of the crown. Specifically, Prince William is said to have expressed grave concern over the long-term management of Balmoral and Sandringham, properties he is destined to inherit. By aligning with Anne, William and Edward provided the blood legitimacy to Anne's administrative crusade. They signaled to King Charles that the family was not divided on this issue. Rather, it was the Queen Consort who stood alone in her attempts to prioritize her private bloodline over the institutional legacy. Anne's focus then returned to the 50,000-acre Balmoral estate. She did not merely object to the Parker Bowles' presence. She took active steps to reclaim the land for the traditional royal line. Reports from the Highlands suggest that Anne has re-established her authority over the estate's management, particularly regarding the preservation of its historical and environmental integrity. She has reportedly blocked several modernization projects proposed by Camilla's associates, which were seen as attempts to make the estate more family-friendly for the Parker Bowles' grandchildren. Instead, Anne has doubled down on the estate's role as a working Highland farm and a sanctuary for the sovereign. She has been seen personally inspecting the boundaries and engaging with the gillies and stalkers, many of whom have worked for the royals for decades and harbor a deep loyalty to the old ways represented by Anne. By doing so, she has made Balmoral an unwelcoming environment for those who do not respect its solemnity. The message to Tom and Laura was delivered through action. If you cannot ride, hunt, and live by the rigorous standards of the Highlands, you have no place in its halls. The fallout for Camilla's children has been described as thoroughly demoralizing. Once seen as the rising stars of a modern, blended royal family, they now find themselves in a social and logistical wilderness. The Parker Bowles privilege has been replaced by the Anne audit. Every invitation they receive, every room they occupy, and every favor they ask is now subject to a level of scrutiny that makes their presence a burden rather than a joy for the king. Insiders suggest that the tension has reached a point where Tom and Laura have significantly reduced their visits to royal properties, fearing the cold shoulder or a direct confrontation with the Princess Royal. The tragic, pitiful aspect of their situation is the sudden realization that their mother's crown does not extend to them. They are witnessing the clipping of their wings in real time, orchestrated by a woman who views their very existence in royal spaces as an administrative error that must be corrected. By the spring of 2026, the power dynamic within the palace had fundamentally shifted. Princess Anne's Iron Protocol has successfully re-established the boundaries that were blurred during the first 2 years of Charles's reign. Camilla, though still queen consort, has been forced to accept that her private family will remain exactly that private. The Ray Mill House scandal served as the catalyst for Anne to prove that the old guard still has the power to protect the monarchy from within. As the king continues his recovery, he does so under the watchful eye of a sister who has made it clear: the crown is a sacred trust, and she will not see it bartered away for the sake of a step-family's inheritance. At the center of this escalating storm stands King Charles III, a monarch whose reign has been defined by a grueling duality: the pursuit of a modernized monarchy and a sudden, debilitating battle with cancer. Since early 2024, the king has faced a personal and political crisis that has tested his resolve and his relationships. While he battles his illness, he finds himself caught in a paralyzing crossfire between the woman he loves, who seeks to secure her children's future, and the sister he relies upon, who seeks to secure the crown's sanctity. The king's reaction to the Ray Mill House scandal and the Balmoral dispute has been one of exhausted mediation. Interpretations of his recent private directives suggest a man deeply pained by the division in his household. Charles has historically been a defender of Camilla's family, viewing Tom and Laura as his own. However, the exposure of the clandestine property transfers by Princess Anne forced the king to confront a harsh reality. His modernized vision of a blended family was being perceived by his core advisors and heirs as a breach of constitutional ethics. Insiders suggest that the king's health has made him more susceptible to Camilla's domestic diplomacy. Throughout 2025, as he underwent treatments, the queen consort reportedly became the primary gatekeeper of his schedule and energy. Princess Anne's exposure of the Ray Mill transfer was, in many ways, an intervention intended to snap the king out of this domestic bubble. Anne's argument to her brother was blunt. By allowing the Parker Bowles family to blur the lines of royal property, Charles was inadvertently weakening the very throne he had waited 70 years to occupy. The tension reached a fever pitch during a private summit at Sandringham in early 2026. Different interpretations of this meeting describe a king who was torn and weary. On one hand, Camilla defended her right to manage her private assets for her children's sake, arguing that Ray Mill House was never royal property to begin with. On the other side, Princess Anne and Prince William presented a unified front, arguing that the methods used utilizing royal-adjacent legal structures and the timing during a national health crisis made it an institutional matter. Ultimately, the king was forced to concede to Anne's Iron Protocol. He reportedly authorized the audit of Balmoral guest expenses and signed off on the new, restricted access rules for non-titled individuals. This move was a devastating blow to Camilla, signaling that even the king's devotion has its limits when the integrity of the monarchy is at stake. The consequence for Charles has been a fractured home life. The palace is now divided into zones of influence, where the king must navigate a cold silence between his wife and his sister. This part of the crisis highlights the vulnerability of a slimmed-down monarchy. With fewer working royals to share the load, the personal failings or ambitions of a few can threaten the stability of the whole. King Charles now faces the final years of his reign, knowing that his attempts to bring the Parker Bowles family into the fold have resulted in their social exile, orchestrated by the very woman he trusts to keep the monarchy running while he fights for his life. The king is discovering that in the House of Windsor, the firm always comes before the family, a lesson Princess Anne was determined to teach him one last time. As the curtain begins to fall on this chapter of royal history, the landscape of the British monarchy has been irrevocably altered by the Princess Royal's Inquisition. The battle over Raymill House and the sacred moors of Balmoral has concluded not with a grand public statement, but with a silent, devastating restoration of the old order. The ultimate winner in this high-stakes chess match is not the king, nor the queen consort, but the institution itself, preserved by the unwavering hand of Princess Anne. The current state of the Parker Bowles dynasty within royal circles can only be described as a total retreat. Since the exposure of the clandestine property transfers in early 2026, Tom Parker Bowles and Laura Lopes have virtually disappeared from the royal calendar. The various interpretations of this absence point to a coordinated effort by Princess Anne to ensure that private citizens remain private. The pitiful reality for Camilla's children is that they have gone from being the celebrated extended family of a new king to becoming cautionary tales of overreach. They have been stripped of the informal perks they once took for granted. No more royal helicopters to attend private events, no more security bubbles for their family holidays, and no more unmonitored access to the king's private retreats. Camilla herself has been forced into a role of quiet penance. While she remains the queen consort and continues to support King Charles during his cancer recovery, her influence over the administrative soul of the monarchy has been severed. The Princess Royal has successfully installed a firewall between the Queen's private family interests and the Crown's assets. Observers at the palace have noted that Camilla now moves with a newfound caution, aware that every document she signs and every guest she invites is being cross-referenced by a network of auditors loyal to Anne and the Prince of Wales. Princess Anne's actions in 2025 and 2026 have established what many are now calling the Anne Doctrine. This unwritten but ironclad rule dictates that the monarchy is a closed-loop system of duty. It asserts that those who marry into the family, or are connected via blended family lines, have a responsibility to serve the institution, but no right to harvest its prestige or assets for their personal bloodlines. By taking back the land around Balmoral and forcing a transparent audit of Raymill House, Anne has sent a message to future generations. The crown is a sacred trust held on behalf of the nation, not a family business to be managed for private profit. This doctrine has also profoundly influenced the preparation for the next reign. Prince William, who was once seen as a modernizer who might welcome a more relaxed family structure, has instead pivoted toward his aunt's hardline traditionalism. The alliance between William and Anne during this crisis has ensured that when the Prince of Wales eventually ascends to the throne as William V, he will inherit a monarchy that is leaner, more disciplined, and more strictly separated from the celebrity culture that Anne so despises. At Balmoral, the 50,000-acre estate that served as the primary theater of this war, the atmosphere has returned to one of solemnity. The public tours that King Charles opened in 2024 and 2025 continue, but under much more stringent conditions that respect the privacy of the royal line, a compromise Anne insisted upon. The invasion of non-royal guests has ceased, and the estate has once again become a place of retreat for those who carry the burden of the crown. The historical significance of this victory cannot be overstated. Had Anne not intervened, Balmoral might have set a precedent where private royal lands became indistinguishable from high-end vacation rentals for the wealthy and well-connected. Instead, the Highland Sanctuary remains a testament to the late Queen Elizabeth II's vision, a place of work, prayer, and the quiet continuity of the Windsor line. As we look toward the remainder of 2026 and beyond, the question remains, what is the legacy of Queen Camilla? She will likely be remembered as a devoted companion to King Charles, a woman who endured decades of public scrutiny to stand by the man she loved. However, in the annals of royal property and protocol, her name will now be forever linked to the Raymill scandal. This event served as a reminder that even at the height of power, the rules of the British monarchy are designed to protect the many from the ambitions of the few. Princess Anne, at 75 years old, has proven that she is more than just the hardest working royal. She is the ultimate guardian of the flame. By exposing the property maneuvers of her sister-in-law and re-establishing the boundaries of the Highland estates, she has ensured that the monarchy remains a respected, disciplined institution. The crisis that could have fractured the family has instead reinforced its foundation. The story of Anne versus Camilla is not just a tale of two women or two families. It is the story of an ancient institution's immune system working to expel a perceived threat. As the king continues his journey of health and service, he does so knowing that the borders of his kingdom, both physical and ethical, are being watched by the toughest royal alive. The Parker Bowles era of influence has met its match in the Princess Royal, and the crown, for now, remains secure in its traditional, uncompromising majesty. In the end, the silence that has fallen over Raymill House and the Highland Moors is not one of defeat, but of a hard-won, icy peace, a peace dictated by the rules, the legacy, and the iron will of Princess Anne. In the spring of 2018, as the world watched the sun-drenched spectacle of the wedding of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, a secret promise whispered through the corridors of Windsor Castle. It was widely understood among inner royal circles that Queen Elizabeth II, in a gesture of profound grandmotherly affection and a desire to anchor the newly minted Duke and Duchess of Sussex within the bedrock of British tradition, had designated a significant inheritance, a private estate within the sprawling 50,000-acre Balmoral territory. This was to be their forever home in the Scottish Highlands, a sacred sanctuary where the family gathered for respite, and a gift that symbolized ultimate acceptance into the heart of the monarchy. However, as of 2026, that promise has not only withered, it has been surgically excised from the royal ledger. The Balmoral dream has turned into a legal nightmare for the Sussexes. Recent disclosures from high-level palace insiders and the meticulous research of royal chronicler Robert Hardman reveal a startling truth. The rights to that inheritance were systematically revoked by the Queen herself. The instrument of this disinheritance? The legendary Red Box. For 7 decades, the Red Boxes were the Queen's constant companions, carrying the weight of the state, secrets of the Commonwealth, and the private decrees of the sovereign. While the world saw a frail monarch in her final months at Balmoral in 2022, the reality was a woman of iron will working until her final heartbeat. It is now confirmed that within the final Red Boxes, processed just days before her passing, lay the finalized codicils to her private estate and the formalization of the Sussex sanctions. These documents, signed with the steady hand of a woman who prioritized the crown over sentiment, did not merely forget Harry and Meghan. They actively reallocated the resources once intended for them. This was the Queen's final, silent verdict on the couple's behavior. It was a preemptive strike that provided the legal teeth for King Charles III's later, more visible actions, most notably the 2023 eviction of the couple from Frogmore Cottage, their last remaining foothold on UK soil. The public was shocked when King Charles requested the Sussexes to vacate Frogmore Cottage shortly after the publication of Harry's memoir, Spare. While the media portrayed this as a vengeful father reacting to a son's insults, the Red Box revelations suggest a much deeper administrative alignment. Charles wasn't just acting on emotion. He was executing a strategy long vetted and approved by his mother. The removal of their UK home was the physical manifestation of the legal removal of their Balmoral inheritance. For Harry and Meghan, this has sparked a desperate behind-the-scenes legal crusade. They have reportedly demanded transparency regarding the Queen's final will, a document that, by tradition, is sealed for 90 years. Their suspicion? That the King and Princess Anne, the trusted keeper of the Red Box, have misinterpreted or manipulated the Queen's final wishes to punish them. To understand why the Queen reached this point of no return, one must look at the toxic atmosphere leading up to the 2018 wedding, a period Harry's memoir, Spare, attempts to rewrite. In his book, Harry paints a picture of a hostile palace staff, specifically targeting Angela Kelly, the Queen's legendary dresser and confidant, accusing her of obstructing Meghan's access to the wedding tiara. However, the reality corroborated by the Times and Robert Hardman vindicates Kelly and exposes a shocking level of entitlement and arrogance from the Sussexes. The infamous Tiara Gate was not a case of staff bullying. It was a case of Harry and Meghan demanding that 1,000-year-old security protocols for crown jewels be bypassed for a Hollywood hair appointment. When Harry reportedly shouted at staff to make it happen, he wasn't protecting his wife. He was violating the sanctity of the Queen's household. It was this specific lack of refinement and service-oriented mindset that began the Queen's slow withdrawal of favor. While Meghan wept to Oprah Winfrey about being silenced and unprotected, The evidence suggests she was actually the one creating an environment of fear and demands that the British monarchy, an institution built on duty, not celebrity, simply could not and would not accommodate. The loss of the Balmoral inheritance is the ultimate consequence of a couple who wanted the perks of royalty without the burden of the role. The Queen's decisions were never based on personal likes or dislikes, but on the fundamental principle of stewardship. To Elizabeth II, Balmoral was a trust for those who serve the crown. By abandoning their duties and then attacking the institution from their mansion in Montecito, Harry and Meghan effectively disqualified themselves from the Queen's grace. As we delve deeper into this six-part report, we will uncover the specific culture shocks, the perfume scandals in the chapel, and the chilling moment Princess Anne stood as the final guard against the Sussexes' demands, proving that while Harry and Meghan chased the spotlight, the crown quietly and firmly moved on without them. While the world was sold a fairy tale romance in 2018, the internal gears of Buckingham Palace were grinding under unprecedented friction. The transition of Meghan Markle from a self-made Hollywood actress to a senior member of the House of Windsor was not merely a cultural shift, it was a collision of two incompatible worlds. While Meghan later claimed on Oprah that she was unprotected and suicidal, the perspective from within the palace walls, as documented by Robert Hardman and The Times, reveals a very different narrative: the emergence of Duchess Difficult. This moniker was not born out of malice from the press, but from the exhaustion of palace staff who were subjected to what they described as an unrelenting and entitled management style. The conflict centered on a fundamental misunderstanding of the royal family's purpose. To Meghan, the monarchy was a platform for personal branding and global influence. To the Queen, it was a life of quiet, selfless service. One of the most telling incidents of overreach occurred just days before the wedding at St. George's Chapel. The chapel, a 14th century architectural masterpiece and the final resting place of monarchs like Henry VIII and the Queen's own parents, possesses a distinct historical scent, a mixture of old stone, wood, and centuries of tradition. Meghan reportedly found the smell musty and unpleasant. In an act that stunned the Lord Chamberlain's office, she demanded that staff use diptyque fragrance atomizers to refresh the air before the guests arrived. The palace's response was swift and icy. Senior officials informed the bride-to-be that the chapel was a place of holy worship, not a luxury spa. They famously noted that if the air was good enough for 5 centuries of sovereignty, it was certainly good enough for her. This was more than a dispute over perfume. It was perceived as a blatant lack of refinement and an insulting disregard for the sanctity of the institution. It signaled to the Queen that Meghan viewed the royal estate as a theatrical set rather than a sacred trust. In his memoir, Spare, Prince Harry attempts to frame the Tiaragate incident as a deliberate attempt by Angela Kelly to bully Meghan. He recounts a dramatic standoff where Kelly was supposedly unreachable and obstructive. However, the Red Box records and witness testimonies tell a different story. According to Hardman's 2024 disclosures, the conflict arose because Harry and Meghan demanded the Queen Mary Diamond Bandeau be released immediately for a private hair trial without following the mandatory security protocols. The crown jewels are subject to rigorous security, requiring armed escorts and pre-approved transit windows. They are not accessories to be checked out like a library book. When Kelly explained she could not just bring it over, Harry lost his composure. He reportedly called the Queen's private quarters at Windsor, shouting demands and accusing staff of sabotage. This was the moment Queen Elizabeth II summoned Harry. She did not coddle him. She looked him in the eye and delivered the crushing blow. "It is not a toy." With those 4 words, she reminded Harry that his wife was marrying into a sovereign state, not a celebrity entourage. To highlight the Sussexes' entitlement, palace insiders often point to Catherine, the Princess of Wales. During her wedding preparations, Kate adhered to every protocol with quiet humility. When it came to her hair trials, she used a plastic tiara from a costume shop to help her stylist shape the veil, never once demanding the Cartier halo tiara be moved unnecessarily. This contrast in behavior was not lost on the Queen. She observed a future Queen consort, Kate, who respected the rules, and a newcomer, Meghan, who treated the Queen's personal dresser, a woman who had served the monarch for 25 years, with abject rudeness. Even the choice of the wedding dress became a point of contention. While Givenchy's design was praised globally, the Queen was reportedly surprised by Meghan's insistence on pure white. According to Ingrid Seward, the Queen's old-fashioned view was that for a divorcee, a pure white gown was inappropriate suggesting cream or ivory as a more dignified choice. This string of minor defiance, the perfume, the tiara, the dress accumulated into a major loss of trust. By the time the wedding day arrived, the Queen's initial warmth had cooled into a professional tolerance. The foundation for the Sussexes' eventual exclusion from the Balmoral inheritance was laid, not in Montecito, but in the halls of Windsor, where the Queen realized that Harry's entitled demands were no longer compatible with the dignity of the crown. As the bells of St. George's Chapel rang out on the 19th of May 2018, the world saw a celebration of diversity. However, behind the stoic faces of the senior royals, a profound culture shock was unfolding. The centerpiece of this friction was the sermon delivered by Most Reverend Michael Curry. While his passionate, 3-minute discourse on the redemptive power of love was hailed by global audiences as a breath of fresh air, inside the choir, the reaction was one of polite bewilderment and, in some cases, suppressed amusement. According to Robert Hardman, an insider cited by The Times, the Queen, a woman of profound, quiet faith who favored the brevity and structure of the Church of England, found the American-style theatrics of the sermon to be overwhelming for a state occasion. Princess Anne and Sophie, Duchess of Edinburgh, were noted for their frozen expressions, while cameras caught Kate Middleton and Camilla exchanging glances that suggested a desperate struggle to remain composed. To the traditionalists, a royal wedding is a sacrament, not a performance. The length and volume of the sermon were seen as another example of Harry and Meghan prioritizing personal expression over the institutional dignity that the Queen had spent 70 years protecting. Perhaps the most glaring signal of the Sussexes' intent to celebrate celebrity over family and service was the composition of the guest list. Senior courtiers were reportedly stunned to see A-list Hollywood stars like Oprah Winfrey, George Clooney, and Idris Elba occupying prime seats, some in positions more prominent than Harry's own extended family or the Queen's loyal staff. It was later revealed by palace sources that when asked how they knew the couple, the Clooneys allegedly admitted they didn't really know them at all. Asterisk, the branding strategy. This transformed a 1,000-year-old tradition into a strategic networking event. To the Queen, the presence of people who were effectively strangers to the bride and groom suggested that the wedding was being used as a launchpad for a global Sussex brand rather than a commitment to the British people. Behind the scenes of the beautiful moment where Prince Charles stepped in to walk Meghan down the aisle, there was a chaotic mess of betrayal and embarrassment. The revelation that Meghan's father, Thomas Markle, had staged paparazzi photos for money just days before the wedding sent the palace into a tailspin. The Queen was reportedly frustrated by the lack of management regarding Meghan's family. The resulting heart attack and Thomas's subsequent absence left the monarchy to clean up a messy Hollywood drama that they felt could have been avoided with more transparency and less secrecy from Meghan. While the image of Charles walking Meghan was intended to show unity, insiders reveal that the Queen viewed the entire Markle family saga as unseemly, undignified. It brought a level of tabloid chaos to the doorstep of the crown that the Queen found utterly distasteful. By the end of the wedding weekend, the honeymoon period with the palace staff was already over. Reports began to circulate about Meghan's treatment of the men in gray suits and the household staff. Meghan's West Coast work ethic, sending demands and ideas via email in the pre-dawn hours, was not seen as industrious, but as harassing to a staff used to the gentlemanly pace of royal service. Though Meghan would later claim she was the victim, the 2024 disclosures from Hardman reinforced the notion that the Queen received formal complaints about the Sussexes' abrasive behavior toward young female aides. One aide was reportedly left shaking after an encounter with Meghan over a minor logistical error. It was during this period that the Queen's perspective shifted from optimistic to cautious. She began to realize that Harry was no longer the cheeky grandson she knew. He had become defensive and volatile, mirroring Meghan's combative approach to the institution. The Queen's decision-making regarding the Balmoral inheritance and the Red Box was not a sudden act of anger. It was a slow, deliberate process of risk management. She observed that the Sussexes were taking from the monarchy the titles, the jewelry, the global stage, but were unwilling to give the necessary respect to the people who kept the institution running. The gift of Balmoral was contingent on a life of integration. By the end of 2018, it was becoming clear to the sovereign that Harry and Meghan were not integrating. They were invading with a different set of values, values that prioritized the self over the sovereign. This was the true beginning of the end for their royal privileges. If Queen Elizabeth II was the silent judge of the Sussexes' conduct, Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, became the unwavering executor of the crown's survival strategy. Often described as the hardest-working member of the royal family, Anne's commitment to duty is legendary, and her patience for melodramatic entitlement is non-existent. As the dust settled on the 2018 wedding and the subsequent Megxit bombshell in 2020, it was Anne whom the Queen trusted with the most sensitive post-mortem administrative tasks, including the oversight of the final Red Box decrees. Recent accounts from Robert Hardman and The Times confirm that Anne was not just a bystander, she was the keeper of the standard. Her dissatisfaction with Harry and Meghan was not rooted in petty jealousy, but in a visceral reaction to their perceived betrayal of the vow. To Anne, being royal is a job, not a brand. When Harry and Meghan began demanding half-in, half-out status, it was Anne who reportedly advised the Queen that such a compromise would poison the well of the monarchy's integrity. The most public manifestation of the Red Box directives came in early 2023, when King Charles III officially requested that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex vacate Frogmore Cottage. While Harry's supporters characterized this as a cruel act following the release of his memoir Spare, the reality revealed through 2024 palace disclosures is that this was the fulfillment of a long-term strategic alignment approved by the late Queen. The Queen's final documents, processed in her last months at Balmoral, September 2022, established a clear principle. Royal residences are for those who perform royal duties. By terminating the lease on Frogmore, Charles was simply enacting the Queen's final administrative cleanup. The Sussexes had chosen California, therefore the Crown would reclaim its assets in Windsor. Harry and Meghan were reportedly stunned and furious, viewing the eviction as a personal attack rather than a logical administrative consequence. This disconnect between their personal feelings and institutional reality further solidified the King's resolve. Princess Anne's role in this transition cannot be overstated. As the primary trustee of many of the Queen's private estate matters, she has become the gatekeeper that Harry and Meghan cannot bypass. When Harry attempted to inquire about the promised inheritance at Balmoral, he did not find a sympathetic ear in his father, the King. Instead, he faced the bureaucratic wall of the Princess Royal. Anne has remained impervious to the Sussexes' legal threats and public cries for transparency. At public events, such as the coronation of King Charles III, Anne's positioning, famously sitting in front of Harry with a large red feather on her hat obscuring his view, was seen by insiders as a metaphorical barrier. She represents the old guard that refuses to let Hollywood chaos disrupt the sanctity of the succession. The core reason for the total freeze from Anne and Charles was the Sussexes' persistent demand for security and stipends without the service. Asterisk the financial tantrum. Even as they signed multi-million-dollar deals with Netflix and Spotify, Harry and Meghan continued to lobby for taxpayer-funded security. To a family that views frugality and discretion as virtues, this appeared narcissistic and greedy. Every time Meghan wept on camera or Harry complained about his father cutting him off financially, the Princess Royal reportedly grew more resolute. She viewed their public airing of laundry as a fundamental breach of the royal code. While King Charles III is often portrayed as weak or torn regarding his youngest son, his actions tell a different story. By allowing Anne to take the lead on the Sussex sanctions, he has maintained a level of sovereign distance while ensuring that the Red Box decrees are enforced to the letter. Under the King's quiet approval, the HRH titles were systematically scrubbed from official websites and documents, aligning with the Queen's final wishes. The resources once earmarked for Harry's Highland home have reportedly been redirected toward the Prince and Princess of Wales's children and the maintenance of the Crown Estate's charitable trusts. While the public narrative of 2018 suggests a monarch embracing a modern, biracial addition to the family, the private records of the Red Box and recent investigative findings by Robert Hardman paint a far more precarious picture. It is now whispered in the highest echelons of the Lord Chamberlain's office that during the spring of discontent leading up to May 19, Queen Elizabeth II considered a move unprecedented in her 70-year reign: the indefinite postponement of the royal wedding. The reason was not race, nor was it Meghan's nationality. It was a profound alarm over the volatile temperament displayed by Prince Harry and the combative entitlement of Meghan Markle. To the Queen, the monarchy was a delicate ecosystem of service. She began to fear that this union was not an addition, but an invasive species that would destabilize the very foundation of the crown. In his memoir Spare, Harry recounts the tiara incident as a petty obstruction by Angela Kelly, the Queen's dresser. He describes Meghan as a victim of palace bureaucracy. However, The 2024 to 2026 disclosures from The Times and Hardman provide a fact check that Meghan has never dared to address. Meghan did not just choose the Queen Mary diamond bandeau. She reportedly demanded access to a specific emerald tiara, believed to be the Greville Emerald Kokoshnik, which had unconfirmed provenance regarding its Russian origins. When told that this specific piece was not available due to diplomatic sensitivities, the Duchess' difficult persona emerged. Meghan was reportedly incensed, and Harry's subsequent shouting match with staff was not about protecting his wife, but about demanding that the sovereign's private collection be treated as a commercial prop house. When the Queen delivered her famous "it's not a toy" rebuke, she wasn't just talking about the jewelry, she was speaking about the institution. She saw that Harry and Meghan were treating the 1,000-year-old monarchy as a plaything for their personal branding. While Meghan wept to Oprah Winfrey about being unprotected by the institution, she conveniently omitted the internal human resources nightmare she created. The Redbox files from 2018 to 2019 contain formal grievances from at least 3 senior aides who described a reign of terror behind the scenes of Kensington Palace. Meghan's habit of sending high-pressure, demanding emails in the pre-dawn hours was not an American work ethic. It was described by staff as psychological bullying. One specific incident, now corroborated by palace insiders, involved Meghan humiliating a young female staffer in front of colleagues over a minor scheduling error. The aide was found in tears, shaking with anxiety. When the Queen was briefed on these bullying allegations, her sympathy for the couple evaporated. To Elizabeth II, the staff were not servants. They were the royal household family. To mistreat them was to mistreat the Queen herself. The world remembers Meghan's revelation that Kate made her cry over the flower girl dresses. But Hardman's research suggests this was a masterclass in selective memory. The conflict wasn't just about the fit of a dress. It was about Meghan's abrasive tone toward Princess Charlotte and the demanding nature of the fittings. Kate, who was recovering from a difficult pregnancy with Prince Louis at the time, was reportedly taken aback by Meghan's lack of empathy. While Meghan told Oprah that Kate sent flowers and apologized, insiders suggest the apology was Kate trying to keep the peace for the sake of the Queen, not an admission of guilt. Meghan's decision to air this laundry on global TV was seen by the Princess Royal, Anne, as the ultimate betrayal of the family's private code. The reason the Queen ultimately sanctioned the couple in her final Redbox decrees was the realization that Meghan did not want to be royal. She wanted to play royal. Meghan's insistence on inviting Hollywood strangers like Oprah and the Clooneys while snubbing Harry's own mentors and family was a strategic calculation. She was building an exit strategy even before the I-do's were exchanged. By the time the couple moved to Montecito and began selling secrets to Netflix, the Queen realized her initial instinct to grant them a permanent Highland sanctuary at Balmoral was a mistake. She saw that they would use such a gift as a backdrop for their media empire, rather than a place of reflection and service. In the end, the Queen's loss of maternal affection for the Sussexes was not a sudden act. It was a slow-burn realization that they were takers, not givers. The Redbox of 2022 was the final chapter in a saga of Hollywood overreach. By the time Harry and Meghan began their public war against the King and the Princess of Wales, the Queen had already ensured through her final signatures that they would have no royal ground left to stand on in the United Kingdom. The gift of Balmoral was revoked, not out of hate, but out of a sovereign duty to protect the Crown's assets from those who would exploit them for a clickbait lifestyle. As we reach the final chapter of this investigation, the focus shifts to the present day, 2024 to 2026, where the Redbox decrees have moved from secret documents to reality. Central to this enforcement is Princess Anne. According to Robert Hardman, the Princess Royal was the only family member the Queen trusted to manage the delicate cleanup of the Sussex departure. Anne's legendary bluntness and lack of patience for emotional theatrics made her the perfect shield of the crown. While Harry and Meghan have repeatedly leaked their desire for reconciliation, Princess Anne has remained a wall of silence. Insiders suggest that whenever the King wavers out of fatherly softness, Anne reminds him of the duty over blood principle that their mother upheld until her 96th year. By being the one to physically and legally oversee the Queen's private estate papers, Anne ensures that the Sussex sanctions, including the loss of the Balmoral inheritance, are permanent. She views the Balmoral gift as a sacred reward for those who stay and serve, not for those who leave and sell. The drama that began with a Tiaragate tantrum has culminated in a state of royal exile. For years, Meghan and Harry relied on the victim narrative, the idea that the men in gray suits and the cold institution were to blame for their exit. However, the disclosures in the 2024 to 2026 period have turned the tide of public opinion. The revelation that Meghan demanded perfume for the chapel and security for hair trials has painted a picture not of a marginalized woman, but of a Hollywood diva who failed to grasp the humility of her role. The King's decision to follow the Queen's Red Box plan and strip the couple of their final UK ties, Frogmore and Balmoral rights, is seen by the majority of the British public as an act of justice. It confirms that in the House of Windsor, you cannot have the jewels without the job. As of today, the Sussex estate in the UK is effectively non-existent. Through her final signatures in the Red Box, Queen Elizabeth II ensured that the Balmoral gift was redirected to the children of the Prince and Princess of Wales, rewarding the next generation of working royals. The HRH status is a dead letter, never to be used in official capacity again. Harry and Meghan are no longer royal representatives. They are private citizens with a famous surname, but no institutional power. The saga of the Sussexes serves as a modern-day parable about the nature of the British monarchy. It is an institution that survives not by celebrity, but by constancy. Meghan Markle entered the palace with a disruptor mindset, but she underestimated the gravity of a 1,000-year-old tradition. The Queen's Red Box was not an act of revenge, it was an act of sanitization. She removed the toxic elements to ensure that the reign of King Charles III and the future reign of Prince William would not be overshadowed by Meghan drama. Harry and Meghan may continue to cry to Oprah or write spare sequels, but the silent verdict of the Queen, guarded by the iron hand of Princess Anne, is the only one that truly matters. The crown has moved on, leaving the Duchess difficult and her volatile prince as a mere footnote in the long, storied history of the Windsors. The Balmoral dream is over, replaced by the California reality of a couple who discovered too late that royalty is a duty, not a right. In the spring of 2018, as the world watched the sun-drenched spectacle of the wedding of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, a secret promise whispered through the corridors of Windsor Castle. It was widely understood among inner royal circles that Queen Elizabeth II, in a gesture of profound grandmotherly affection and a desire to anchor the newly minted Duke and Duchess of Sussex within the bedrock of British tradition, had designated a significant inheritance, a private estate within the sprawling 50,000-acre Balmoral territory. This was to be their forever home in the Scottish Highlands, a sacred sanctuary where the family gathered for respite, and a gift that symbolized ultimate acceptance into the heart of the monarchy. However, as of 2026, that promise has not only withered, it has been surgically excised from the royal ledger. The Balmoral dream has turned into a legal nightmare for the Sussexes. Recent disclosures from high-level palace insiders and the meticulous research of royal chronicler Robert Hardman reveal a startling truth. The rights to that inheritance were systematically revoked by the Queen herself. The instrument of this disinheritance? The legendary Red Box. For 7 decades, the Red Boxes were the Queen's constant companions, carrying the weight of the state, secrets of the Commonwealth, and the private decrees of the sovereign. While the world saw a frail monarch in her final months at Balmoral in 2022, the reality was a woman of iron will working until her final heartbeat. It is now confirmed that within the final Red Boxes, processed just days before her passing, lay the finalized codicils to her private estate and the formalization of the Sussex sanctions. These documents, signed with the steady hand of a woman who prioritized the crown over sentiment, did not merely forget Harry and Meghan. They actively reallocated the resources once intended for them. This was the Queen's final, silent verdict on the couple's behavior. It was a preemptive strike that provided the legal teeth for King Charles III's later, more visible actions, most notably the 2023 eviction of the couple from Frogmore Cottage, their last remaining foothold on UK soil. The public was shocked when King Charles requested the Sussexes to vacate Frogmore Cottage shortly after the publication of Harry's memoir, Spare. While the media portrayed this as a vengeful father reacting to a son's insults, the Red Box revelations suggest a much deeper administrative alignment. Charles wasn't just acting on emotion. He was executing a strategy long vetted and approved by his mother. The removal of their UK home was the physical manifestation of the legal removal of their Balmoral inheritance. For Harry and Meghan, this has sparked a desperate behind-the-scenes legal crusade. They have reportedly demanded transparency regarding the Queen's final will, a document that, by tradition, is sealed for 90 years. Their suspicion? That the King and Princess Anne, the trusted keeper of the red box, have misinterpreted or manipulated the Queen's final wishes to punish them. To understand why the Queen reached this point of no return, one must look at the toxic atmosphere leading up to the 2018 wedding, a period Harry's memoir, Spare, attempts to rewrite. In his book, Harry paints a picture of a hostile palace staff, specifically targeting Angela Kelly, the Queen's legendary dresser and confidant, accusing her of obstructing Meghan's access to the wedding tiara. However, the reality corroborated by the Times and Robert Hardman vindicates Kelly and exposes a shocking level of entitlement and arrogance from the Sussexes. The infamous Tiara Gate was not a case of staff bullying. It was a case of Harry and Meghan demanding that 1,000-year-old security protocols for crown jewels be bypassed for a Hollywood hair appointment. When Harry reportedly shouted at staff to make it happen, he wasn't protecting his wife. He was violating the sanctity of the Queen's household. It was this specific lack of refinement and service-oriented mindset that began the Queen's slow withdrawal of favor. While Meghan wept to Oprah Winfrey about being silenced and unprotected, the evidence suggests she was actually the one creating an environment of fear and demands that the British monarchy, an institution built on duty, not celebrity, simply could not and would not accommodate. The loss of the Balmoral inheritance is the ultimate consequence of a couple who wanted the perks of royalty without the burden of the role. The Queen's decisions were never based on personal likes or dislikes, but on the fundamental principle of stewardship. To Elizabeth II, Balmoral was a trust for those who serve the crown. By abandoning their duties and then attacking the institution from their mansion in Montecito, Harry and Meghan effectively disqualified themselves from the Queen's grace. As we delve deeper into this six-part report, we will uncover the specific culture shocks, the perfume scandals in the chapel, and the chilling moment Princess Anne stood as the final guard against the Sussexes' demands, proving that while Harry and Meghan chased the spotlight, the crown quietly and firmly moved on without them. While the world was sold a fairy tale romance in 2018, the internal gears of Buckingham Palace were grinding under unprecedented friction. The transition of Meghan Markle from a self-made Hollywood actress to a senior member of the House of Windsor was not merely a cultural shift. It was a collision of two incompatible worlds. While Meghan later claimed on Oprah that she was unprotected and suicidal, the perspective from within the palace walls, as documented by Robert Hardman and The Times, reveals a very different narrative: the emergence of Duchess Difficult. This moniker was not born out of malice from the press, but from the exhaustion of palace staff who were subjected to what they described as an unrelenting and entitled management style. The conflict centered on a fundamental misunderstanding of the royal family's purpose. To Meghan, the monarchy was a platform for personal branding and global influence. To the Queen, it was a life of quiet, selfless service. One of the most telling incidents of overreach occurred just days before the wedding at St. George's Chapel. The chapel, a 14th-century architectural masterpiece and the final resting place of monarchs like Henry VIII and the Queen's own parents, possesses a distinct historical scent, a mixture of old stone, wood, and centuries of tradition. Meghan reportedly found the smell musty and unpleasant. In an act that stunned the Lord Chamberlain's office, she demanded that staff use diptyque fragrance atomizers to refresh the air before the guests arrived. The palace's response was swift and icy. Senior officials informed the bride-to-be that the chapel was a place of holy worship, not a luxury spa. They famously noted that if the air was good enough for 5 centuries of sovereignty, it was certainly good enough for her. This was more than a dispute over perfume. It was perceived as a blatant lack of refinement and an insulting disregard for the sanctity of the institution. It signaled to the Queen that Meghan viewed the royal estate as a theatrical set rather than a sacred trust. In his memoir, Spare, Prince Harry attempts to frame the Tiara Gate incident as a deliberate attempt by Angela Kelly to bully Meghan. He recounts a dramatic standoff where Kelly was supposedly unreachable and obstructive. However, the Red Box records and witness testimonies tell a different story. According to Hardman's 2024 disclosures, the conflict arose because Harry and Meghan demanded the Queen Mary Diamond Bandeau be released immediately for a private hair trial without following the mandatory security protocols. The crown jewels are subject to rigorous security, requiring armed escorts and pre-approved transit windows. They are not accessories to be checked out like a library book. When Kelly explained she could not just bring it over, Harry lost his composure. He reportedly called the Queen's private quarters at Windsor, shouting demands and accusing staff of sabotage. This was the moment Queen Elizabeth II summoned Harry. She did not coddle him. She looked him in the eye and delivered the crushing blow. "It is not a toy." With those 4 words, she reminded Harry that his wife was marrying into a sovereign state, not a celebrity entourage. To highlight the Sussexes' entitlement, palace insiders often point to Catherine, the Princess of Wales. During her wedding preparations, Kate adhered to every protocol with quiet humility. When it came to her hair trials, she used a plastic tiara from a costume shop to help her stylist shape the veil, never once demanding the Cartier halo tiara be moved unnecessarily. This contrast in behavior was not lost on the Queen. She observed a future Queen consort, Kate, who respected the rules, and a newcomer, Meghan, who treated the Queen's personal dresser, a woman who had served the monarch for 25 years, with abject rudeness. Even the choice of the wedding dress became a point of contention. While Givenchy's design was praised globally, the Queen was reportedly surprised by Meghan's insistence on pure white. According to Ingrid Seward, the Queen's old-fashioned view was that for a divorcee, a pure white gown was inappropriate, suggesting cream or ivory as a more dignified choice. This string of minor defiance, the perfume, the tiara, the dress accumulated into a major loss of trust. By the time the wedding day arrived, the Queen's initial warmth had cooled into a professional tolerance. The foundation for the Sussexes' eventual exclusion from the Balmoral inheritance was laid, not in Montecito, but in the halls of Windsor, where the Queen realized that Harry's entitled demands were no longer compatible with the dignity of the crown. As the bells of St. George's Chapel rang out on the 19th of May 2018, the world saw a celebration of diversity. However, behind the stoic faces of the senior royals, a profound culture shock was unfolding. The centerpiece of this friction was the sermon delivered by Most Reverend Michael Curry. While his passionate, 3-minute discourse on the redemptive power of love was hailed by global audiences as a breath of fresh air, inside the choir, the reaction was one of polite bewilderment and, in some cases, suppressed amusement. According to Robert Hardman, an insider cited by The Times, the Queen, a woman of profound, quiet faith who favored the brevity and structure of the Church of England, found the American-style theatrics of the sermon to be overwhelming for a state occasion. Princess Anne and Sophie, Duchess of Edinburgh, were noted for their frozen expressions, while cameras caught Kate Middleton and Camilla exchanging glances that suggested a desperate struggle to remain composed. To the traditionalists, a royal wedding is a sacrament, not a performance. The length and volume of the sermon were seen as another example of Harry and Meghan prioritizing personal expression over the institutional dignity that the Queen had spent 70 years protecting. Perhaps the most glaring signal of the Sussexes' intent to celebrate celebrity over family and service was the composition of the guest list. Senior courtiers were reportedly stunned to see A-list Hollywood stars like Oprah Winfrey, George Clooney, and Idris Elba occupying prime seats, some in positions more prominent than Harry's own extended family or the Queen's loyal staff. It was later revealed by palace sources that when asked how they knew the couple, the Clooneys allegedly admitted they didn't really know them at all. Asterisk, the branding strategy. This transformed a 1,000-year-old tradition into a strategic networking event. To the Queen, the presence of people who were effectively strangers to the bride and groom suggested that the wedding was being used as a launchpad for a global Sussex brand rather than a commitment to the British people. Behind the scenes of the beautiful moment where Prince Charles stepped in to walk Meghan down the aisle, there was a chaotic mess of betrayal and embarrassment. The revelation that Meghan's father, Thomas Markle, had staged paparazzi photos for money just days before the wedding sent the palace into a tailspin. The Queen was reportedly frustrated by the lack of management regarding Meghan's family. The resulting heart attack and Thomas's subsequent absence left the monarchy to clean up a messy Hollywood drama that they felt could have been avoided with more transparency and less secrecy from Meghan. While the image of Charles walking Meghan was intended to show unity, insiders reveal that the Queen viewed the entire Markle family saga as unseemly, undignified. It brought a level of tabloid chaos to the doorstep of the crown that the Queen found utterly distasteful. By the end of the wedding weekend, the honeymoon period with the palace staff was already over. Reports began to circulate about Meghan's treatment of the men in gray suits and the household staff. Meghan's West Coast work ethic, sending demands and ideas via email in the pre-dawn hours, was not seen as industrious, but as harassing to a staff used to the gentlemanly pace of royal service. Though Meghan would later claim she was the victim, the 2024 disclosures from Hardman reinforced the notion that the Queen received formal complaints about the Sussexes' abrasive behavior toward young female aides. One aide was reportedly left shaking after an encounter with Meghan over a minor logistical error. It was during this period that the Queen's perspective shifted from optimistic to cautious. She began to realize that Harry was no longer the cheeky grandson she knew. He had become defensive and volatile, mirroring Meghan's combative approach to the institution. The Queen's decision-making regarding the Balmoral inheritance and the Red Box was not a sudden act of anger. It was a slow, deliberate process of risk management. She observed that the Sussexes were taking from the monarchy the titles, the jewelry, the global stage, but were unwilling to give the necessary respect to the people who kept the institution running. The gift of Balmoral was contingent on a life of integration. By the end of 2018, it was becoming clear to the sovereign that Harry and Meghan were not integrating. They were invading with a different set of values that prioritized the self over the sovereign. This was the true beginning of the end for their royal privileges. If Queen Elizabeth II was the silent judge of the Sussexes' conduct, Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, became the unwavering executor of the crown's survival strategy. Often described as the hardest-working member of the royal family, Anne's commitment to duty is legendary, and her patience for melodramatic entitlement is non-existent. As the dust settled on the 2018 wedding and the subsequent Megxit bombshell in 2020, it was Anne whom the Queen trusted with the most sensitive post-mortem administrative tasks, including the oversight of the final Red Box decrees. Recent accounts from Robert Hardman and The Times confirmed that Anne was not just a bystander, she was the keeper of the standard. Her dissatisfaction with Harry and Meghan was not rooted in petty jealousy, but in a visceral reaction to their perceived betrayal of the vow. To Anne, being royal is a job, not a brand. When Harry and Meghan began demanding half-in, half-out status, it was Anne who reportedly advised the Queen that such a compromise would poison the well of the monarchy's integrity. The most public manifestation of the Red Box directives came in early 2023, when King Charles III officially requested that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex vacate Frogmore Cottage. While Harry's supporters characterized this as a cruel act following the release of his memoir Spare, the reality revealed through 2024 palace disclosures is that this was the fulfillment of a long-term strategic alignment approved by the late Queen. The Queen's final documents, processed in her last months at Balmoral, September 2022, established a clear principle. Royal residences are for those who perform royal duties. By terminating the lease on Frogmore, Charles was simply enacting the Queen's final administrative cleanup. The Sussexes had chosen California, therefore the Crown would reclaim its assets in Windsor. Harry and Meghan were reportedly stunned and furious, viewing the eviction as a personal attack rather than a logical administrative consequence. This disconnect between their personal feelings and institutional reality further solidified the King's resolve. Princess Anne's role in this transition cannot be overstated. As the primary trustee of many of the Queen's private estate matters, she has become the gatekeeper that Harry and Meghan cannot bypass. When Harry attempted to inquire about the promised inheritance at Balmoral, he did not find a sympathetic ear in his father, the King. Instead, he faced the bureaucratic wall of the Princess Royal. Anne has remained impervious to the Sussexes' legal threats and public cries for transparency. At public events, such as the coronation of King Charles III, Anne's positioning, famously sitting in front of Harry with a large red feather on her hat obscuring his view, was seen by insiders as a metaphorical barrier. She represents the old guard that refuses to let Hollywood chaos disrupt the sanctity of the succession. The core reason for the total freeze from Anne and Charles was the Sussexes' persistent demand for security and stipends without the service. Asterisk the financial tantrum. Even as they signed multi-million-dollar deals with Netflix and Spotify, Harry and Meghan continued to lobby for taxpayer-funded security. To a family that views frugality and discretion as virtues, this appeared narcissistic and greedy. Every time Meghan wept on camera or Harry complained about his father cutting him off financially, the Princess Royal reportedly grew more resolute. She viewed their public airing of laundry as a fundamental breach of the royal code. While King Charles III is often portrayed as weak or torn regarding his youngest son, his actions tell a different story. By allowing Anne to take the lead on the Sussex sanctions, he has maintained a level of sovereign distance while ensuring that the Red Box decrees are enforced to the letter. Under the King's quiet approval, the HRH titles were systematically scrubbed from official websites and documents, aligning with the Queen's final wishes. The resources once earmarked for Harry's Highland home have reportedly been redirected toward the Prince and Princess of Wales's children and the maintenance of the Crown Estate's charitable trusts. While the public narrative of 2018 suggests a monarch embracing a modern, biracial addition to the family, the private records of the Red Box and recent investigative findings by Robert Hardman paint a far more precarious picture. It is now whispered in the highest echelons of the Lord Chamberlain's office that during the spring of discontent leading up to May 19, Queen Elizabeth II considered a move unprecedented in her 70-year reign: the indefinite postponement of the royal wedding. The reason was not race, nor was it Meghan's nationality. It was a profound alarm over the volatile temperament displayed by Prince Harry and the combative entitlement of Meghan Markle. To the Queen, the monarchy was a delicate ecosystem of service. She began to fear that this union was not an addition, but an invasive species that would destabilize the very foundation of the crown. In his memoir Spare, Harry recounts the tiara incident as a petty obstruction by Angela Kelly, the Queen's dresser. He describes Meghan as a victim of palace bureaucracy. However, the 2024 to 2026 disclosures from The Times and Hardman provide a fact check that Meghan has never dared to address. Meghan did not just choose the Queen Mary diamond bandeau. She reportedly demanded access to a specific emerald tiara, believed to be the Greville Emerald Kokoshnik, which had unconfirmed provenance regarding its Russian origins. When told that this specific piece was not available due to diplomatic sensitivities, the Duchess' difficult persona emerged. Meghan was reportedly incensed, and Harry's subsequent shouting match with staff was not about protecting his wife, but about demanding that the sovereign's private collection be treated as a commercial prop house. When the Queen delivered her famous "it's not a toy" rebuke, she wasn't just talking about the jewelry, she was speaking about the institution. She saw that Harry and Meghan were treating the 1,000-year-old monarchy as a plaything for their personal branding. While Meghan wept to Oprah Winfrey about being unprotected by the institution, she conveniently omitted the internal human resources nightmare she created. The Red Box files from 2018 to 2019 contain formal grievances from at least 3 senior aides who described a reign of terror behind the scenes of Kensington Palace. Meghan's habit of sending high-pressure, demanding emails in the pre-dawn hours was not an American work ethic. It was described by staff as psychological bullying. One specific incident, now corroborated by palace insiders, involved Meghan humiliating a young female staffer in front of colleagues over a minor scheduling error. The aide was found in tears, shaking with anxiety. When the Queen was briefed on these bullying allegations, her sympathy for the couple evaporated. To Elizabeth II, the staff were not servants. They were the royal household family. To mistreat them was to mistreat the Queen herself. The world remembers Meghan's revelation that Kate made her cry over the flower girl dresses. But Hardman's research suggests this was a masterclass in selective memory. The conflict wasn't just about the fit of a dress. It was about Meghan's abrasive tone toward Princess Charlotte and the demanding nature of the fittings. Kate, who was recovering from a difficult pregnancy with Prince Louis at the time, was reportedly taken aback by Meghan's lack of empathy. While Meghan told Oprah that Kate sent flowers and apologized, insiders suggest the apology was Kate trying to keep the peace for the sake of the Queen, not an admission of guilt. Meghan's decision to air this laundry on global TV was seen by the Princess Royal, Anne, as the ultimate betrayal of the family's private code. The reason the Queen ultimately sanctioned the couple in her final Red Box decrees was the realization that Meghan did not want to be royal. She wanted to play royal. Meghan's insistence on inviting Hollywood strangers like Oprah and the Clooneys while snubbing Harry's own mentors and family was a strategic calculation. She was building an exit strategy even before the I-do's were exchanged. By the time the couple moved to Montecito and began selling secrets to Netflix, the Queen realized her initial instinct to grant them a permanent Highland sanctuary at Balmoral was a mistake. She saw that they would use such a gift as a backdrop for their media empire, rather than a place of reflection and service. In the end, the Queen's loss of maternal affection for the Sussexes was not a sudden act. It was a slow-burn realization that they were takers, not givers. The Red Box of 2022 was the final chapter in a saga of Hollywood overreach. By the time Harry and Meghan began their public war against the King and the Princess of Wales, the Queen had already ensured through her final signatures that they would have no royal ground left to stand on in the United Kingdom. The gift of Balmoral was revoked, not out of hate, but out of a sovereign duty to protect the Crown's assets from those who would exploit them for a clickbait lifestyle. As we reach the final chapter of this investigation, the focus shifts to the present day, 2024 to 2026, where the red box decrees have moved from secret documents to reality. Central to this enforcement is Princess Anne. According to Robert Hardman, the Princess Royal was the only family member the Queen trusted to manage the delicate cleanup of the Sussex departure. Anne's legendary bluntness and lack of patience for emotional theatrics made her the perfect shield of the crown. While Harry and Meghan have repeatedly leaked their desire for reconciliation, Princess Anne has remained a wall of silence. Insiders suggest that whenever the king wavers out of fatherly softness, Anne reminds him of the duty over blood principle that their mother upheld until her 96th year. By being the one to physically and legally oversee the Queen's private estate papers, Anne ensures that the Sussex sanctions, including the loss of the Balmoral inheritance, are permanent. She views the Balmoral gift as a sacred reward for those who stay and serve, not for those who leave and sell. The drama that began with a Tiaragate tantrum has culminated in a state of royal exile. For years, Meghan and Harry relied on the victim narrative, the idea that the men in gray suits and the cold institution were to blame for their exit. However, the disclosures in the 2024 to 2026 period have turned the tide of public opinion. The revelation that Meghan demanded perfume for the chapel and security for hair trials has painted a picture not of a marginalized woman, but of a Hollywood diva who failed to grasp the humility of her role. The King's decision to follow the Queen's Red Box plan and strip the couple of their final UK ties, Frogmore and Balmoral rights, is seen by the majority of the British public as an act of justice. It confirms that in the House of Windsor, you cannot have the jewels without the job. As of today, the Sussex estate in the UK is effectively non-existent. Through her final signatures in the Red Box, Queen Elizabeth II ensured that the Balmoral gift was redirected to the children of the Prince and Princess of Wales, rewarding the next generation of working royals. The HRH status is a dead letter, never to be used in official capacity again. Harry and Meghan are no longer royal representatives. They are private citizens with a famous surname, but no institutional power. The saga of the Sussexes serves as a modern-day parable about the nature of the British monarchy. It is an institution that survives not by celebrity, but by constancy. Meghan Markle entered the palace with a disruptor mindset, but she underestimated the gravity of a 1,000-year-old tradition. The Queen's Red Box was not an act of revenge, it was an act of sanitization. She removed the toxic elements to ensure that the reign of King Charles III and the future reign of Prince William would not be overshadowed by Meghan drama. Harry and Meghan may continue to cry to Oprah or write spare sequels, but the silent verdict of the Queen, guarded by the iron hand of Princess Anne, is the only one that truly matters. The crown has moved on, leaving the Duchess difficult and her volatile prince as a mere footnote in the long, storied history of the Windsors. The Balmoral dream is over, replaced by the California reality of a couple who discovered too late that royalty is a duty, not a right. Queen Camilla left empty-handed by Queen Elizabeth II's cunning move? Why is Prince Edward's title more than just an honor? While King Charles III is critically ill, a lawyer's letter reveals an anti-invalidation clause that helped Edward thwart Camilla's ambitions. How did Queen Elizabeth set a trap in the law to protect Edward? The legal letter bearing the seal of the Edinburgh solicitors landed on King Charles III's desk at Buckingham Palace. The institution realized a terrifying truth. A royal title is not a ribbon, it is a loaded weapon. For 3 decades, the palace panned past Prince Edward, seeing only a quiet man in a loud family. They failed to realize that the late Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip had built a legal fortress around their youngest son, a fortress designed to protect the crown's private wealth from the very woman who now sits beside the king, Queen Camilla. The story begins on the 19th of November 1947. King George VI, sensing the massive shifts in the British Empire, issued a letters patent, the highest form of sovereign command, to create the Dukedom of Edinburgh for Philip Mountbatten. At the time, it seemed straightforward. However, the fine print of that document, drafted with the precision of a constitutional surgeon, contained provisions that were never meant to expire. Most royal titles are honorific, they carry prestige, but no bite. The Edinburgh Dukedom was different. Philip and Elizabeth, in a rare display of long-term strategic planning, ensured that this specific title carried reversionary interests and vesting protections. In plain English, they attached legal clauses to the title that do not dissolve when the holder dies. Instead, These provisions enter a state of abeyance, a legal hibernation waiting for a new holder to wake them up. When Prince Philip passed away in 2021, the palace assumed these powers died with him. They viewed the title as a vacant slot on an organizational chart. But law, unlike sentiment, does not grieve. The 1,947 letters patent remained active in the archives, holding secret commands that only a direct successor, handpicked by the sovereign, could trigger. In June 2022, during the height of the Platinum Jubilee, Queen Elizabeth II did something the public read as a mother's tender gift. She formally conferred the Dukedom of Edinburgh upon Prince Edward. The palace announcement used the word conferred rather than granted. In the world of high-stakes constitutional law, this distinction is a tectonic shift. To grant is to give something new. To confer is to transfer an existing legal instrument along with every encumbrance and power attached to it. By choosing Edward the son, who had shown 30 years of unwavering, scandal-free loyalty, the Queen was handing him the keys to the vault. Why the secrecy? Because the Queen was a student of history and a master of palace internal politics. She had watched the rise of Camilla. She had seen the influence the now Queen consort held over Charles. Elizabeth knew that once she was gone, the private estates of Sandringham and Balmoral assets worth hundreds of millions of pounds would be vulnerable to administrative restructuring that could alienate her other children or drain the family's private legacy. She turned Edward into a legal failsafe. By attaching specific management rights and anti-invalidation clauses to the Edinburgh title, she ensured that Edward possessed a power similar to that of Princess Anne, the ability to activate royal bylaws that can effectively block or freeze a king's decision regarding private property if that decision is deemed detrimental to the hereditary line. Fast forward to late 2023. King Charles III, moving with the efficiency of a new monarch, began consolidating the royal portfolio. He made high-value decisions regarding the income streams of the Duchy of Lancaster and the private Scottish estates. He moved fast, perhaps too fast, likely influenced by a desire to streamline the firm under the guidance of his closest advisor, Camilla. Then, the letter arrived. It was not a brotherly note. It was a formal communication from external legal counsel representing the Duke of Edinburgh. It laid out, in chillingly precise legal language, that the king's recent decisions regarding estate management were in direct violation of the 1,947 provisions now held by Edward. The palace went quiet. Not the quiet of respect, but the quiet of a room that has just realized the floor is rigged with explosives. Charles, already battling a grueling schedule and the early stages of a serious cancer diagnosis, was suddenly faced with a legal challenge he could not dismiss. He could not simply order Edward to stop. Because Edward was not acting on a whim, he was acting on a mandatory secret order left by their mother. This is where the drama ignites the public imagination. The timing of the letter arriving as the king began his battle with cancer has split the court into two camps. They argue Edward is the ultimate protector. He waited 30 years in the shadows, enduring the weakness labels from the press, specifically so he could be the gray man who saved the monarchy from its own internal overreach. In this view, Edward is the hero Elizabeth trained him to be the one son who values the institution over the individual. Critics point to the timing. Why now? Why force a legal confrontation while the king is physically vulnerable? They suggest Edward is leveraging the Queen's ghost power to secure his own financial future, fearing that under a Camilla-influenced reign, his branch of the family would be pushed to the fringes of the Windsor map. To understand why this title matters, one must look at who held it before. From the Duke of Gloucester to the naval hero Prince Philip, the Edinburgh dukedom has always been reserved for the stalwarts, those whose primary duty is the stability of the throne's foundation. Edward's path to this title was not guaranteed. Reports in 2021 suggested Charles wanted to keep the title for himself or let it wither away. But the Queen's intervention in 2022 was a sovereign command that overrode Charles's preferences. She saw in Edward the steady hand, the man who ran a production company, married Sophie Rhys-Jones, and never once leaked a secret to the tabloids. He was the only one worthy of the 1,947 mandate because he was the only one who wouldn't use it for vanity. The Queen may be gone, but through this legal maneuver, she remains the most powerful person in the room. This is the invisible hand of a monarch who ruled for 70 years. She knew that the law is the only thing that survives a change in the crown. By using the letters patent of 1,947, she ensured that her youngest son had the power to protect the Windsor bloodline even when she was no longer there to say no to Camilla's ambitions. As the king's lawyers scrambled to review documents they hadn't read in decades, one thing became clear. The Duke of Edinburgh is no longer the forgotten prince. He is the guardian of the fine print, and he has just activated a clause that could change the British monarchy forever. While the world watched the pageantry of the Platinum Jubilee in 2022, a cold legal calculation was being finalized behind the velvet curtains of Windsor Castle. Queen Elizabeth II, a monarch who had outlasted 14 U.S. presidents and saw the rise and fall of empires, was not merely celebrating 70 years on the throne, she was fortifying the future. She knew that her eldest son, Charles, lived in a world of romantic idealism and administrative speed, often heavily influenced by the woman he had fought decades to bring into the royal fold, Camilla Parker Bowles. The Camilla factor had long been a point of quiet concern for the late Queen and Prince Philip. It wasn't about personal animosity, it was about institutional preservation. As Camilla transitioned from Duchess of Cornwall to Queen Consort, her influence over the king's ear grew exponentially. The Queen feared that Camilla's vision for a slimmed-down monarchy was less about efficiency and more about consolidating the king's private wealth assets like Sandringham and the Balmoral estates away from the younger branches of the Windsor tree, specifically targeting the legacy intended for Edward and Anne. To block this, the Queen reached back into the archives for the 1,947 letters patent. This was the masterstroke. By conferring the Dukedom of Edinburgh on Edward, she wasn't just giving him a title, she was activating a trustee power embedded by Prince Philip himself. Philip, a man of military precision, had insisted that the 1,947 document include inalienable reversionary rights. This means that certain royal lands and income streams are not owned by the king to do with as he pleases. Instead, they are held in a legal state where the Duke of Edinburgh acts as a constitutional sentry. The Queen and Philip purposely detailed these provisions to ensure that no consort, no matter how influential, could persuade the king to sell, lease, or redirect the private family wealth that had been set aside for the sovereign's children. Prince Edward, often dismissed as the quietest man in the family tree, was the only one deemed worthy of this secret order. Why? Because history had shown that the heir, Charles, and the spare, Andrew, were too compromised by their own dramas. Edward, however, had spent 30 years performing forgettable duties with a stoic loyalty that mirrored his mother's. The Queen saw in Edward the same quality Philip possessed, the ability to hold the line. By receiving the 1947 mandate, Edward became a living check on the king's power. Like Princess Anne, who manages the royal stables and vast agricultural interests with an iron fist, Edward was given the legal standing to counter mandate decisions. If Camilla suggested a restructuring of the Balmoral income to favor her own interests or those of her non-royal children, Edward's lawyers could and did produce the 1,947 documents to say, "The law forbids this." The most explosive detail within the 1,947 provisions is the anti-invalidation clause. In ordinary English law, a king's word can often rewrite palace policy. But a letters patent is a sovereign act of law that stands above the personal whims of a sitting monarch. The Queen ensured that the specific rights granted to the Duke of Edinburgh regarding the private estates were non-dissolvable. When King Charles began his efficiency drive in 2023, he moved with the assumption that his authority was absolute. He did not realize that by granting Edward the title, he had effectively rearmed his younger brother with a veto power over the very assets he was trying to reorganize. This was the Queen's Vung Mut Quinlook, her power from beyond the grave. She knew that Charles would feel obligated by sentiment to give Edward the title, and she used that very sentiment to trap the king in a legal cage of her own making. As the legal team representing Edward formally challenged the king's management of the Scottish estates, the palace split. The tension was palpable. The Camilla circle viewed Edward's move as a betrayal, a calculated opportunistic strike, at a time when the king was physically weakened by cancer treatments. They argued that Edward was using ancient, dusty scrolls to hold the modern monarchy hostage for financial gain. However, the loyalists saw it differently. To them, Edward was the ultimate realist. He wasn't attacking his brother. He was defending the crown's integrity. He was fulfilling the secret order handed to him by his parents. The drama wasn't just about money. It was a battle for the soul of the Windsor legacy. Was Edward a gray man taking advantage of a sick king? Or was he the guardian of the fine print, standing as the last line of defense against the Camillification of the royal estates? As the legal skirmish intensified within the soundproofed walls of Buckingham Palace, the true nature of the Edinburgh Mandate began to emerge from the shadows of the 1,947 letters patent. This was never merely about a title to be printed on stationery. It was about the custodianship of the Windsor bloodline. Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip understood a fundamental truth that Charles, in his pursuit of a modernized, slimmed-down monarchy, had seemingly overlooked. Private property is the only true independence a royal has. Without the ancestral lands of Sandringham and Balmoral, the monarch's children are merely tenants of the state. The Queen's secret order to Edward was designed to ensure that these lands remained a shield for the family, protected from the administrative curiosity of those who did not share the Windsor DNA, specifically the advisors and interests surrounding Queen Camilla. The 1,947 documents contain a rare legal mechanism known as an irrevocable covenant of management. When Prince Philip helped draft these provisions decades ago, he insisted on a clause that allows the Duke of Edinburgh to act as a co-trustee over specific private income streams. This power does not belong to the individual as a person, but to the dukedom itself. Because the title was conferred upon Edward in 2022, he inherited a legal standing that allows him to freeze or veto any structural changes to the estates that might disadvantage the hereditary line. This is the power of the century. Just as Princess Anne holds a specialized authority over the royal stables and agricultural legacies, Edward was granted a financial veto. When King Charles, potentially influenced by Camilla's desire to consolidate assets to fund a new era of the monarchy, moved to streamline the Balmoral revenues in 2023, he hit a legal brick wall. Edward's lawyers produced the 1,947 mandate, proving that the king literally lacked the authority to dissolve these specific provisions. The Queen had built a failsafe into the law. The king can rule the country, but the Duke of Edinburgh guards the family's private gold. The selection of Edward for this role was a masterclass in character assessment by the late Queen. To hold such a veto power requires a man of absolute discretion and zero vanity. Historically, the Dukedom of Edinburgh has been held by men of steel Prince Alfred, the naval prince, and Prince Philip, the modernizer. They were men who understood that their role was to support the center, not to outshine it. Edward proved his worthiness through 30 years of invisibility. While Charles and Andrew were embroiled in public scandals that bled the monarchy's prestige, Edward stayed in the quiet zone. He accepted the weakness narrative from the tabloids without complaint, all while building a record of 30 years of faultless service. He was the only child the Queen could trust with a loaded legal weapon, because she knew he would only fire it in defense of the institution, never for personal glory. When the formal legal letter arrived at the palace, it triggered an immediate information blackout. King Charles, managing his cancer diagnosis and the heavy burden of the crown, found himself in a paradox. To fight Edward publicly would be to admit that the late Queen had shackled his power from the grave. To surrender privately would mean admitting that Camilla's influence over the estates had been legally checked. This created the central tension of the era. Is Edward the realist or the opportunist? Supporters see a man fulfilling a sacred vow to his dying mother to protect the family's core. Critics see a man using his brother's illness as a tactical window to assert financial dominance. But the 1,947 letters patent remains indifferent to opinion. They say what they say in ink, and the Vungmart Queen Lurk, the power of the absent queen, continues to dictate the terms of the Windsor's private survival. In the late months of 2023, as the winter mist settled over the turrets of Windsor Castle, a structural tremor shook the foundations of the British monarchy, not from a public scandal or a political uprising, but from the silent, ink-stained pages of a document drafted 75 years prior. When King Charles III received the formal legal dispatch from the council representing the Duke of Edinburgh, the atmosphere within the firm shifted from the mourning of a matriarch to the cold calculation of a courtroom. The king, already navigating the physical and emotional toll of a rigorous cancer diagnosis, found himself staring at a legal ghost. The 1,947 letters patent, issued by his grandfather King George VI to Prince Philip, was not merely a historical record of a title being granted. It was discovered to be an active, binding institutional override. Most royal scholars and palace insiders had long operated under a comfortable assumption that royal titles are honorific, carrying social prestige but no functional power over the monarch's will. However, the 1,947 document meticulously reviewed by Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip during the final decades of her reign contained a hard-coded provision. This provision specifically stated that the holder of the Edinburgh dukedom acts as a perpetual guardian of the private estates of the bloodline. Unlike the Crown Estate, which is managed by the government, the private lands of Sandringham and Balmoral are the personal property of the Windsors. Under the 1947 mandate, the Duke of Edinburgh was granted a reversionary interest and a negative covenant. In legal terms, this means that while the king owns the land, he cannot make significant structural changes, sell-offs, or administrative redirections of the income without the explicit consent of the Duke of Edinburgh. The drama reached its peak in late 2023 and early 2024, centered on a single, uncomfortable reality: the Camilla contingency. Sources close to the legal review suggest that the Queen and Philip grew increasingly concerned about the modernization plan spearheaded by Charles, which many feared was being influenced by Queen Camilla's circle. The fear was not just about modernization, but about the potential alienation of the Windsor legacy. If the king were to consolidate the private wealth of the family into a singular, streamlined king's purse, the other children, Edward and Anne, could effectively be evicted from their heritage or see their financial independence curtailed. Elizabeth II, the absent power, knew that she could not stop Charles from becoming king, nor could she prevent him from listening to his consort, but she could legalize a check on his power. By conferring the Edinburgh title on Edward in June 2022 at the Platinum Jubilee, she switched on the 1,947 protections. She knew that Charles, bound by tradition and a sense of duty to his father's memory, would never refuse to give Edward the title. By doing so, Charles unknowingly signed away his absolute authority over the family's private gold. What the king's legal team discovered, to their horror, was that the 1,947 provisions contained an anti-invalidation clause. This means that even a sovereign command from the king cannot strike down the Duke of Edinburgh's rights. The only way to dissolve these rights would be through an act of parliament, a move that would trigger a constitutional crisis and expose the family's private finances to public scrutiny. This is the secret power Edward now carries. Much like Princess Anne, who has long held an untouchable authority over the royal agricultural and equestrian interests, acting as the iron shield of the family's traditions, Edward has been transformed into the financial sentry. When he sent that legal letter in late 2023, he was not asking his brother for a favor. He was notifying the king that his recent attempts to reorganize the Balmoral income streams were legally void under the 1947 mandate. Why did the Queen choose Edward? To hold a veto over a king requires a man of extraordinary discretion and psychological fortitude. Historically, the Dukedom of Edinburgh has been held by figures who represented the solid core, from Prince Alfred to Philip himself. Edward, through 30 years of invisible service, proved he was the only one who wouldn't use this power for a coup or for vanity. He is the man who showed up when the cameras weren't watching. He is the man who endured decades of being called the weak link while secretly being trained by his mother to be the final failsafe. His worthiness lies in his patience. He waited until the very moment the institution was at risk of a Camilla-influenced deviation to pull the 1,947 trigger. As the news of this legal friction began to leak through back channels, the public debate ignited. Edward is the ultimate loyalist. He is protecting the Queen's final wishes and ensuring that the Windsor family remains a family, not just a corporate brand managed by Charles and Camilla. He is the hero who holds the line when the king is too compromised to see the danger. The timing is brutal. Sending a legal challenge while your brother is fighting cancer and the Princess of Wales is recovering from her own health struggles seems like a tactical ambush. Critics argue Edward is securing his slice of the pie before the rules of the game change forever. When the palace went quiet after receiving the letter, it was the silence of a trapped institution. Charles, a man of profound institutional respect, realized that his mother had outmaneuvered him from the grave. The Vung Mart Queen lurk, the power of the Vung Mart, absent. Queen was now speaking through Edward's lawyers. The 1,947 letters patent were no longer a relic. They were the current law of the House of Windsor. And Prince Edward, the once forgotten son, had just become the most powerful sentry in the United Kingdom. He doesn't need to speak to the press. He just needs to hold the document. The battle for the royal estates had begun, and for the first time in his life, the quiet prince was the one holding all the cards. When the legal letter from Prince Edward's representatives arrived at Buckingham Palace in late 2023, the reaction was not one of familial irritation, but of institutional alarm. For the first time in the modern era, a sitting king found himself legally checked by a sibling using a document from the previous century. King Charles III, an institutionalist by nature, did not simply dismiss the claim. Instead, the palace took the unprecedented step of retaining external legal counsel specialists in constitutional property law and ancient peerage rights to conduct an urgent review of the 1,947 letters patent. This was the silent blackout. The king realized that his internal legal team, focused on the day-to-day administration of the crown, had completely missed the legal tripwire his parents had laid decades ago. The core of the dispute centers on the management of Sandringham and Balmoral. Under the influence of the slimmed-down monarchy philosophy often attributed to the strategic counsel of Queen Camilla, Charles had moved to centralize the income from these estates into a singular administrative pool. The goal was ostensibly efficiency, but the legal reality was a consolidation of power. Edward's lawyers argued that this consolidation violated the mandatory distribution clauses embedded in the 1947 mandate. These clauses were designed specifically to prevent any consort or advisor from diverting the family's private wealth away from the direct bloodline. By invoking these ancient rights, Edward effectively placed a legal lien on the king's reorganization plans. He wasn't just asking for money, he was asserting a right of consent. Every decision Charles made regarding the private estates now required the Duke of Edinburgh's signature. This was the anti-invalidation power in full effect, a check on the king that even the king's own diagnosis could not pause. The timing of this legal strike, occurring as Charles managed a grueling cancer treatment, created a fierce internal debate. Supporters of Edward argue that he had no choice. Law does not wait for a convenient time. If Charles had been allowed to finalize the consolidation of the estates, the 1,947 protections might have been waived by precedent. Edward was acting as the sovereign sentry, fulfilling a secret order from Nur Huang Elizabeth to ensure the family's survival, regardless of the king's personal health. Critics within the Camilla circle view this as a cold-blooded tactical move. They see a younger brother using the king's vulnerability to carve out his own financial empire while the king's attention is divided. They point to the 30 years of Edward's loyalty as a long-game strategy to gain the queen's ultimate trust and the key to the vault. To understand Edward's new role, one must look at Princess Anne. She has long operated as an untouchable within the family, managing the agricultural and equestrian legacies with absolute autonomy. She is the Iron Shield. The Queen's masterstroke was giving Edward a similar functional domain. While Anne guards the tradition and the land, Edward now guards the legal and financial fine print. The 1,947 letters patent turned a quiet man into a constitutional sentinel. By the time the king's external counsel finished their review, the verdict was clear. The 1,947 provisions were active and enforceable. The king could not override his brother's veto without a public legal battle that would tear the institution apart. The Vungmart Queen Lurk, the power of the absent queen, had won. The documents had spoken, and the king was forced to go very, very quiet. As the legal dust settled in the early months of 2024, the halls of Buckingham Palace remained quiet, but it was a silence born of resolution rather than confusion. The external counsel's verdict was absolute. The 1,947 letters patent were not merely historical artifacts, they were active constitutional anchors. King Charles III, facing the dual burden of his crown and his health, was forced to accept a reality he had not envisioned at his coronation. The administrative streamlining of the private estates, widely seen as a project influenced by Queen Camilla's vision for a consolidated monarchy, had hit an immovable object. That object was the Edinburgh veto, a legal power revived by a mother's foresight and an absent father's signature. Prince Edward did not celebrate. True to the character he has maintained for over 30 years, there were no victory laps in the press, no leaked briefings to claim dominance over his brother. He simply returned to his duties, but with a new, invisible weight of authority. By activating the anti-invalidation clauses and the mandatory distribution provisions of the 1,947 mandate, Edward ensured that the private wealth of Sandringham and Balmoral remained a protected sanctuary for the Windsor bloodline, legally insulated from any future restructuring. This was the fulfillment of his role as the sovereign sentry. Like Princess Anne, who guards the physical and traditional borders of the family's legacy, Edward has emerged as the guardian of the legal fine print. He proved that his 30 years of invisibility were not a sign of passivity, but a period of deep observation and preparation. He was the only one worthy of the 1,947 secret because he was the only one who would use it as a shield, never as a sword. The debate over Edward's timing challenging a king during a cancer battle will likely persist in the annals of royal history. Edward saved the family from a corporate consolidation that would have eventually marginalized the younger royals and concentrated all power and wealth in a single, vulnerable point. He acted with the precision of a surgeon, knowing that if the legal window closed, the Queen's protections would be lost forever. Critics will always see the tactical ambush. They will argue that he leveraged a moment of extreme weakness to secure a financial principality that Charles would have never granted under normal circumstances. However, the evidence leans toward the architect's plan. Queen Elizabeth II did not leave an explanatory letter. She left a legal instrument. She knew that by the time the 1,947 provisions were needed, she would be gone, and the only thing that would hold up against the Camilla factor or the king's own impulses was the cold, hard law of the letters patent. In the end, this story is about the Vungmart Queenlurk, the power of the Vungmart, absent monarch. Elizabeth II ruled for 70 years by understanding that people change, but documents remain. She saw the rise of Camilla, the illness of her son, and the potential fractures in her house. By conferring the Edinburgh title on Edward in 2022, she reached out from the future to protect her family's past. The king's quietness after receiving the legal letter was the ultimate acknowledgement of his mother's superior strategy. He realized that he was not just fighting a brother, he was facing the combined will of Philip and Elizabeth. The 1947 Suckling Vungquin remains the silent law of the land. The quiet prince is now the sentinel of the Windsor Vault, and the legacy of the British royal family is, for now, legally safe behind the fine print of a 75-year-old document. The silence at the gates of Sandringham this summer is not merely a lack of noise, it is a calculated, strategic roar. While Prince Harry orchestrates a public relations blitzkrieg from across the Atlantic, positioning himself as the prodigal son, yearning for a reconciliation under the guise of security concerns, the palace has responded with a cold, impenetrable no. It is a rejection that echoes through the corridors of power, marking the end of an era of hesitation. This is no longer a family squabble. It is a high-stakes chess match where the crown has finally called checkmate on the Sussexes' relentless pursuit of royal proximity. In a meticulously timed press conference, the world witnessed a vulnerable Harry. He spoke of summers in Norfolk, the importance of grandfathers, and the simple desire to bring Archie and Lilibet home to their roots. To the casual observer, it was a masterclass in emotional marketing. Harry framed his return as a noble quest. He would bring the grandchildren to King Charles, but only if the hostile British state provided the security he deems necessary. It was, in every sense of the word, emotional blackmail, a televised ransom note wrapped in the velvet of filial piety. However, behind the gilded curtains of Buckingham Palace, the interpretation was vastly different. The courtiers, led by the indomitable Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, and the institution's primary disciplinarian, saw exactly what this was: the Sandringham Gambit. The palace's response was not delivered through a frantic press release or a defensive spokesperson. It came in the form that the institution prefers when it wants to communicate absolute finality, through a chilling, calculated silence and the strategic briefing of friends of the institution. The message was delivered in a language that requires no translation for those who understand the crown. The door is not just closed, it has been deadbolted. The explanation for this absolute no is encapsulated in a trinity of institutional necessities: control, privacy, and trust. The monarchy operates on the principle of sovereign autonomy. It does not negotiate with those who attempt to dictate terms through the media. By making his demands public, Harry attempted to force the king's hand, creating a narrative where Charles would be the villain if he didn't grant the security clearance. The palace, however, recognized that granting this request would mean ceding control of the royal narrative to Montecito. Princess Anne has been instrumental in reminding the king that the crown does not bend to the whims of content creators. The king is currently navigating a period of health challenges that are inherently unpredictable. In this vulnerable state, his environment must be a sanctuary. The palace view is that the presence of the Sussexes is the antithesis of a sanctuary. Every interaction, every sigh, and every shared meal at Sandringham would be mentally catalogued by the Sussexes, not as family memories, but as intel for future projects. This is the most critical pillar and the one that is utterly absent. The palace does not distrust Harry and Meghan in a vague emotional sense. They distrust them in a specific functional sense. There is no longer a belief that anything shared within the private confines of the family, be it a health update or a quiet conversation between brothers, will remain private. This isn't a feeling. It is a conclusion drawn from a documented pattern of behavior. The institution has watched with grim fascination as its most intimate details were liquidated for the Sussex brand. Conversations that should have been buried in the history of the family were broadcast to tens of millions. The most specific exchanges between brothers and the vulnerable moments of a father and son were sold in a global memoir, debated in every language, and used to position the royal family as a failing institution. The sharing of a private family discussion regarding skin tone was the first major breach, a tactical strike designed to inflict maximum reputational damage while claiming truth-telling. In this context, the palace has unmasked the Sussexes' true motive. The proposed summer meeting at Sandringham was never about a grandfather seeing his grandchildren. It was a search for new material. While the Sussexes are spiraling into a vortex of internal turmoil and financial desperation, which we will detail in the following sections, the working royals are presenting a front of stability and industry. Prince William is focused on his long-term vision of a streamlined, purposeful monarchy, one that has no room for the reality TV logic of his brother. Princess Anne continues to be the backbone of the firm, her no-nonsense approach serving as a firewall against the Sussexes' theatrics. Princess Catherine has returned to the public eye, with a grace that highlights the stark contrast between duty and celebrity. The king and his core team are operating from a position of strength. They are the Ko-Tren, upper hand, while Harry and Meghan are viewed increasingly as royal vultures, circling the institution in hopes of picking at its remains to sustain their own dying brand. The palace's no is a declaration that the king's health, the children's stability, and the institution's mystery are not for sale. The Sussexes' demands are now seen for what they are: short-sighted, desperate, and ultimately futile. The mystery of the monarchy has a function: it allows the institution to be revered and scrutinized without being destroyed by the scrutiny. By turning private life into public content, Harry and Meghan haven't just betrayed a family. They have attempted to dismantle a centuries-old cultural architecture. While the palace stands atop the upper hand of institutional stability, the Sussexes are navigating a lower hand defined by desperation and a dwindling bank account. The primary driver behind Harry's summer Sandringham gambit isn't a sudden surge of nostalgia. It is a mechanical necessity fueled by the cold, hard reality of a collapsing commercial empire. The royal vultures are hungry, and the carrion of past grievances has been picked clean. The Sussex brand, Archewell, is currently in a state of controlled flight into terrain. The numbers, for the first time, are speaking louder than the PR spin. The termination of their $20 million deal in 2023 was the first domino to fall. Executives didn't just walk away. They publicly labeled the couple grifters. With their massive $100 million deal reportedly nearing its end in 2025 over 2026, the streaming giant is no longer interested in lifestyle content or Invictus documentaries that garner modest ratings. They want the crown jewel direct access to the inner workings of the House of Windsor. Without new royal material, the Sussexes have no leverage to renew at a premium. Recent Archewell Foundation filings revealed a staggering $11 million drop in donations year over year. The charity-to-content pipeline is drying up because the world has moved on from the victimhood narrative. To maintain their $14 million Montecito estate, their multi-million-dollar private security detail, and their high-priced legal teams in London, Harry and Meghan require a constant infusion of capital. But the Sussex brand is failing because it has exhausted its only raw material, old stories. The palace has accurately unmasked Harry and Meghan's summer request as a content scouting mission. If they were granted a week at Sandringham, the financial trajectory of the Sussexes would instantly reverse. A single photo or even a detailed description of King Charles interacting with Archie and Lilibet would be worth millions in brand equity. Detailed observations on the king's health, his routine, and his private temperament would provide enough material for a second memoir or a high-stakes sit-down interview. Meghan Markle, the architect of this disclosure campaign, understands the media market better than anyone. She knows that privacy for the Sussexes is a commodity to be sold, not a right to be guarded. The palace's refusal to provide new material is a direct strike at the Sussexes' financial jugular. By denying them access, the crown is essentially starving the vultures. Compounding the financial stress is a burgeoning internal crisis. Recent court proceedings in Harry's ongoing legal battles against the British press have backfired spectacularly. Evidence emerged detailing private, flirtatious text exchanges between Prince Harry and a female journalist. This revelation has sent shockwaves through the Montecito household. It shatters the carefully curated image of the united front against the world. Sources close to the couple report a domestic lockdown. Meghan, who thrives on controlling the narrative, now finds herself unable to spin Harry's own digital footprint. The man who spent years suing the press for privacy violations was caught using his private communications to court the very media he claims to loathe. This scandal has left Harry unable to handle the media pressure. It shows a Sussex house in total chaos, a chaotic environment that reinforces the palace's concerns about the well-being and mental spirit of Archie and Lilibet. How can the king trust his grandchildren to a household defined by scandalous internal friction and a father who is legally entangled in his own indiscretions? The Sussexes' demands for an invitation with guaranteed security are now seen as petulant and myopic. They are trying to negotiate from a position of bankruptcy, both moral and financial. While Princess Anne coordinates a royal firm that is busier than ever, serving the public and supporting the king, the Sussexes are reduced to content mining. The Crown recognizes that the Sussexes don't want to be royals. They want to use the royals. They are the royal vultures, waiting for a moment of weakness to swoop in. But the king, backed by the iron shield of Anne and William, is making it clear. The royal family is a family, not a franchise. And for the vultures of Montecito, the buffet is officially closed. If Prince Harry is the face of the Sussex campaign, Meghan Markle is its undisputed chief strategist. The palace's categorical refusal of the Sandringham invitation is, in many ways, a direct response to the Meghan factor. Within the cold, gray walls of Buckingham Palace, the consensus led by the sharp-eyed Princess Anne is that Harry alone is a son who might be managed, but Harry and Meghan together are a corporate entity designed for institutional subversion. The rejection isn't just about a family reunion. It is an act of counterintelligence against a master of media manipulation. Harry's insistence on guaranteed security as a prerequisite for bringing Archie and Lilibet to see their grandfather is viewed by royal insiders as a transparent tactical ruse. By framing the conversation around physical safety, Harry attempts to seize the moral high ground. He paints the UK as a hostile land and himself as a protective father, subtly implying that the king and the Home Office are negligent. However, the palace has seen through this security smokescreen. The Crown's concern isn't about a physical intruder at Sandringham. It is about the digital intruder already inside the family circle. The risk is the recording device, the mental notebook, and the post-visit briefing to a friendly American journalist. Harry's ongoing obsessive litigation against the Home Office over revoke is seen as a way to force the British taxpayer to fund his brand protection. It is a display of breathtaking myopia, demanding the perks of a working royal while actively dismantling the reputation of the institution providing them. The palace's reluctance to grant Meghan access to Sandringham is rooted in her proven ability to weaponize intimacy. Meghan Markle does not just inhabit the media, she orchestrates it. She understands the architecture of a story arc better than any courtier in history. To the royal firm, Meghan represents a paradigm shift they are unwilling to accommodate. Meghan has successfully repositioned the monarchy not as a service-based institution, but as a failed support system. Every private interaction she has had with the royals has eventually been reframed to support this conclusion. While the Sussexes constantly decry palace leaks, the royal staff has noted a curious pattern. Intimate details that only Meghan or Harry could know, such as the specific wording of a text message or a private comment about a dress, somehow find their way into the global zeitgeist at the exact moment the Sussex brand needs a boost. Princess Anne, often described as the truth teller of the family, has reportedly been the most vocal in pointing out this hypocrisy. To Anne and the king's inner circle, Meghan isn't a family member. She is a scout for a rival media conglomerate. Allowing her into a private family retreat like Sandringham, especially during the king's recovery, would be akin to inviting a Trojan horse into the citadel. The palace has signaled a very specific, albeit unspoken, condition. Harry alone is a different conversation. The king, moved by his paternal instincts, still harbors a flicker of love for his younger son. Charles is a father. He wants to see his son. But the institution knows that Harry cannot or will not separate himself from the Sussex corporate strategy. The palace's no to Sandringham is a test of Harry's autonomy. They are asking a silent, devastating question. Can Harry exist without the script Meghan has written for him? Harry is caught in a structural trap. He cannot reconcile with his father without betraying the Sussex project, which relies on his alienation from the family for its commercial value. It is widely believed that Meghan would never allow Harry to take the children to the UK alone. To do so would be to lose control of the narrative and the visuals of the next generation of royals. The children, Archie and Lilibet, are the ultimate brand assets, and Meghan understands that their value lies in their scarcity. The king's current health status requires a peace of mind that is incompatible with the Sussexes' high-retention drama. While the Sussexes are desperate for fresh material to feed their dying contracts, what we might call the vulture's hunger, the king is focused on his legacy and his recovery. Princess Anne and Prince William have formed a protective ring around the king. They have unmasked the Sussexes' summer proposal as a calculated ambush rather than a loving visit. They recognize that the Sussex media machine needs a new fix of royal proximity to stay relevant in 2026. By denying the meeting, the palace is effectively cutting off the oxygen to the Sussex brand. The message from the palace is clear. The crown is not a prop for your reality show. As the Sussexes face increasing internal friction and financial crisis, the palace remains a fortress of duty. The Sandringham No is the ultimate expression of the institution's authority, a reminder that while the king is a father, he is first and foremost a sovereign, who will not allow his family's private pain to be sold as 4K resolution entertainment. While the palace maintains the upper hand of stoic silence, the Sussex house in Montecito is currently enduring internal friction that threatens the very foundation of their brand. The image of the united front, the star-crossed lovers against a cruel establishment, is dissolving under the pressure of legal transparency and personal indiscretion. The recent developments in the London High Court have not only embarrassed Prince Harry, but have also exposed the royal vultures as deeply hypocritical and strategically compromised. The revelation of private, flirtatious text messages between Prince Harry and a prominent female journalist has acted as a hand grenade within the Sussex camp. For a couple that has built their entire identity on the sanctity of their private bond and their shared trauma at the hands of the media, this is a catastrophic breach of their own narrative. Harry has spent the better part of 3 years and millions of pounds litigating against the British press for unlawful information gathering. Yet, the disclosure of these messages shows a man who was actively engaging with the very beast he claims to despise. Sources close to the Montecito household suggest that Meghan Markle, a woman who demands total control over every public and private detail, is blindsided. The master strategist of disclosure now finds herself a victim of her husband's lack of digital discipline. Harry has proven himself utterly unable to handle the media when the script isn't written by his own team. This scandal has left him paralyzed, unable to counter the narrative of a crumbling marriage and a hypocritical crusade. The palace's refusal of the Sandringham visit is increasingly focused on the concerns regarding the environment in which Archie and Lilibet are being raised. The king, advised by the pragmatic Princess Anne, views the Sussex household not as a home, but as a content factory currently experiencing a dangerous mechanical failure. How can the king trust the well-being of his grandchildren to a household defined by chaotic scandal? The constant legal battles, the financial crisis, and the now public marital friction create a toxic atmosphere that the palace refuses to validate with an official visit. The palace is acutely aware that Archie and Lilibet are the only fresh royal content the Sussexes have left. By refusing the Sandringham invitation, the Crown is protecting the children from being used as props in a Sussex-produced reconciliation documentary designed to distract from Harry's text message scandal. The Sussexes' demands, framed as a quest for security, are now seen as a desperate attempt to regain the upper hand by creating a new, sympathetic story arc. They are short-sighted, failing to realize that the more they push for a public win, the more the palace retreats into a defensive crouch. With the Archewell Foundation seeing an $11 million drop in funding and Netflix demanding high retention results, the Sussexes are effectively bankrupt of both money and trust. They need the king's aura to rub off on them to remain commercially viable in 2026. Just as vultures circle a weakened animal, the Sussexes are circling the king during his period of illness. They are not looking for a father. They are looking for raw material to sell to the highest bidder. While Harry is entangled in his scandalous internal friction, the working royals are moving with a precision that highlights the Sussexes' amateurism. Princess Anne has emerged as the iron shield of the family. Her schedule is packed, her duty is clear, and her disdain for the Sussex theatrics is no longer a secret. She represents the upper hand of service over celebrity. Prince William has successfully unmasked Harry's motives. He knows that any peace summit at Sandringham would be leaked to the US media within 48 hours. For William, protecting the king's peace is more important than a superficial family reunion. The message from London to Montecito is devastatingly clear. You are no longer trusted as family, and you are no longer respected as professionals. The Sandringham No is the result of a cumulative history of betrayal, now compounded by a fresh scandal that proves Harry is unfit to manage his own narrative, let alone the legacy of the House of Windsor. The vultures are hungry, but the gates of the palace remain barred by the very secrets Harry was so eager to sell. As the dust settles on the palace's categorical no for the summer of 2026, a profound shift in the royal power dynamic has become undeniable. For years, the narrative was driven by the Sussexes' truth bombs and media blitzes. However, the House of Windsor, orchestrated by the strategic brilliance of Princess Anne and the unwavering resolve of Prince William, has reclaimed the upper hand. They have realized that the monarchy's greatest weapon is not a press release, but its exclusive access, a commodity that Harry and Meghan are now desperately and visibly starving for. The contrast between the two houses has never been more stark. While the Sussexes are mired in internal friction and the fallout from Harry's journalist scandal, the working royals are projecting an image of stability, duty, and relentless industry. Princess Anne's iron shield. As the king's primary disciplinarian, Anne has filled the royal diary with a precision that leaves no room for Sussex theatrics. Her message is clear. The crown is a working institution, not a platform for grievance. By maintaining a grueling schedule of public engagements, she highlights Harry and Meghan's lack of a clear, service-oriented purpose. Prince William's vision. William has successfully unmasked the Sussexes' long-term strategy. He has positioned the Prince and Princess of Wales as the future, modern, dutiful, and, most importantly, silent regarding private matters. This controlled presence makes the Sussexes' constant disclosure look amateurish and short-sighted. The king's recovery, King Charles III, despite his health challenges, has focused his limited energy on constitutional duties and his grandchildren through William. By prioritizing the inner circle, he is effectively starving the vultures of the royal aura they need to stay commercially relevant. The palace is acutely aware of the financial crisis currently gripping Montecito. The Sussex brand is no longer a luxury label. It is a distress signal. With the Archewell Foundation's donations cratering by $11 million and Netflix reportedly demanding tangible royal connections for any future renewals, the Sussexes are in a content trap. To make money, they need to tell stories. To tell stories, they need access to the royal family. The summer request was never about a grandfather's love. It was a content scouting mission. A week at Sandringham would have provided enough raw material from the king's private interactions to the vibe of the household to fuel a multi-episode documentary series or a lucrative tell-all interview in late Landshendling Archelu. The lower hand of negotiation. Harry's attempt to use security as a bargaining chip has failed because the palace has correctly identified it as a ruse. They know that the royal vultures aren't afraid of physical intruders. They are afraid of irrelevance. The palace has strategically shifted the focus toward the Invictus Games in Birmingham in 2027. This is a masterful move of institutional chess. By pointing toward 2027, the palace is demanding an 18-month period of good behavior. They are essentially telling Harry, if you want to be seen as a member of the family during your official event, prove for a year and a half that you can keep your mouth shut. The palace has made it clear enough that while Harry might be tolerated at a public event like Invictus, Meghan Markle's presence at private family gatherings remains an absolute risk. She is seen as the architect of disclosure, the one who understands how to process information for commercial gain. The Crown is demanding a commitment that goes beyond words. They want to see a total cessation of Sussex-branded leaks. They are waiting to see if Harry can separate himself from the commercial machinery of Montecito, a task that seems increasingly impossible given their financial crisis. The term royal vultures has begun to circulate in high-level briefings. It describes a couple that feeds on the carrion of institutional secrets. By denying the Sandringham visit, the king has essentially said, "There is no more food here for you." The palace is betting that without new raw material, the Sussex brand will continue its downward trajectory. As their internal scandals and friction continue to leak, including the embarrassing journalist texts, Harry and Meghan are losing the one thing they cannot buy: credibility. While the Sussexes remain trapped in their short-sighted pursuit of the next headline, The monarchy is playing the long game. The Sandringham No is not just a rejection of a summer holiday. It is the definitive reassertion of the sovereign's authority. The king is a father, yes, but he is a king first, and a king does not provide the fuel for his own family's destruction. As the summer of 2026 approaches, the quiet at Sandringham is not a void, it is a fortress. The palace's No to Harry's choreographed return has transitioned from a seasonal rejection into a definitive institutional policy. The Sandringham gambit has failed, and in its wake, the royal vultures are left circling a sanctuary they can no longer penetrate. The upper hand of the monarchy is now absolute, enforced by a family that has realized that for the crown to survive, the Sussex content machine must be starved of its primary fuel, royal proximity. The palace, guided by the tactical pragmatism of Princess Anne, has officially unmasked the Sussex's summer proposal for what it truly was. The financial crisis in Montecito is no longer a rumor. It is the visible engine behind every emotional press release Harry issues. With no new Netflix hits and Archewell's donations in freefall, Harry and Meghan needed the Sandringham 2026 collection. They needed shots of Archie and Lilibet with the king. They needed the vibe of the royal recovery to sell as insider insight. Harry's focus on security was a tactical error. By making it a public demand, he treated the king as a service provider rather than a father or a sovereign. This short-sighted approach proved to the palace that Harry still views his family through the lens of a contractor rather than a son. While the palace remains a fortress of duty, the Sussex's private life has become the very chaotic scandal they once claimed to flee. The recent disclosure of Harry's flirtatious texts to a journalist has acted as a digital suicide for his credibility. The internal friction between Harry and Meghan is now a matter of public record. The palace's concerns about the mental spirit of Archie and Lilibet are no longer theoretical. They are based on a household currently defined by scandalous internal friction and a father who cannot handle the media without self-destructing. In the high-stakes corridors of the working royals, Harry and Meghan are no longer referred to as the Duke and Duchess. They are the royal vultures opportunists who wait for a moment of physical or institutional weakness, such as the king's health, to swoop in for a content fix. The palace's strategic pivot toward the Invictus Games 2027 is the final deadbolt on the door. By setting a timeline 18 months into the future, the Crown has established a quarantine period. The palace wants a year and a half of zero disclosure. They want to see if the Sussexes can survive financially without selling the crown. If they can't, if they release another tell-all or behind-the-scenes documentary before 2027, the door will not just be closed, it will be sealed forever. The palace has signaled that Harry's loyalties are his own, but the institution's safety requires Meghan's absence. The risk she represents as the architect of disclosure is deemed too high for any private family gathering. The king is a father who loves his son, but as a sovereign, he cannot provide the raw material for a woman who has built a career on unmasking his family's private pain. The Sandringham No is the cumulative consequence of years of betrayal for profit. The distance between the press conference and real change remains an empty chasm that Harry has shown no ability to bridge. Princess Anne and Prince William have secured the king's legacy by prioritizing privacy over publicity. They have proven that the monarchy does not need the Sussex sparkle to remain relevant. It only needs its dignity. As their crisis deepens and their friction consumes them, Harry and Meghan are learning a brutal lesson. The crown is not a prop. You cannot dismantle an institution on Monday and expect a holiday in its sanctuary on Friday. The palace has spoken through its silence. The answer is no. Not maybe, not later, but no. The king's peace, the children's stability, and the institution's mystery are the iron shield that the royal vultures cannot pierce. Harry needs to make a choice. Is he a son or a brand manager? Until he can answer that without a Netflix contract in his hand, the door at Sandringham will remain dead-bolted, and the family will remain divided, a reality created by the very disclosure Harry thought would set him free. The vultures are still circling, but the king's sanctuary is finally, and firmly, out of reach. Throughout her 70-year reign, Queen Elizabeth II's voice at Easter was not just a monarchical Easter address, but an indispensable ritual in the United Kingdom. However, since the events of 2024, King Charles III has officially broken this historical tradition. His continued silence this year is not merely a matter of protocol. King Charles III has once again refused to deliver an official message. The mandate from Buckingham Palace was supposed to be a signal of unity. Instead, it became the opening salvo of a Cold War. In the high-stakes theater of the 2026 Easter celebrations, the line has been drawn. On one side, a desperate bid for personal branding. On the other, an unbreakable blood royal alliance led by the Iron Princess herself. As April 2026 approached, the official communiqué from the palace carried a weight that stunned royal observers. King Charles III, continuing his strategy of selective visibility, confirmed that he would withdraw from the grand, public Easter Sunday procession to St. George's Chapel. Instead, the monarch would observe a private service within the walls of Windsor Castle. In any other reign, this might have signaled a power vacuum. But in 2026, the vacuum was instantly filled. The palace announced that the public face of the monarchy for the Easter season would be spearheaded by a quintet: Camilla, Anne, Catherine, William, and Lady Louise Windsor. It was a delicate balance of the old guard and the new, but behind the scenes, this arrangement was less of a collaboration and more of a confrontation. The drama ignited at Worcester Cathedral. While the public expected a solemn, traditional royal Maundy service, Queen Camilla's office had a different script. Representing the king, Camilla didn't just perform the ritual of distributing Maundy money. She attempted to turn a 1,000-year-old religious rite into a personal showcase. In a move that sent tremors through the Lord Chamberlain's office, Camilla's personal staff had secretly arranged for a private, high-definition film crew independent of the standard royal pool to document her every move. The goal was transparent: to project an image of Camilla as the sole, indispensable regent of the realm while the king was sidelined. Royal analysts quickly decoded the maneuver. This was a desperate attempt to maintain her slipping influence in the face of the meteoric rise of the Wales-Edinburgh alliance. By commanding center stage at Worcester with the flair of a solo performer, Camilla was testing the boundaries of her consort status. But she was about to collide with the most disciplined force in the British monarchy, the Princess Royal. If the Worcester spectacle was the smoke, the shadowing of Lady Louise was the fire. On the very morning that Lady Louise Windsor was scheduled to host her highly anticipated Easter tea for Windsor volunteers, her first major solo engagement following the gifting of Wren's Nest Camilla's office unleashed a media flashbang. Without prior coordination with the Central Easter Planning Committee, a press release was blasted across digital newsrooms announcing a massive new educational foundation under the patronage of Tom Parker Bowles, Camilla's son. The timing was too precise to be a coincidence. It was a calculated shadowing tactic, an effort to bury Louise's milestone under a wave of Parker Bowles headlines. Royal experts were aghast. To attempt to smother the debut of a young, hard-working royal like Louise with the commercial interests of a non-royal family member was deemed profoundly indelicate. It was a move born of emotional impulsivity, a hallmark of Camilla's historical approach to palace politics, and it was the final straw for the guardians of tradition. Princess Anne, the chief of discipline within the Windsor family, did not wait for a committee meeting to act. Armed with decades of experience and a visceral distaste for emotional theatrics, Anne led a blood royal counteroffensive. Alongside Prince William and Catherine, Anne formally rejected Camilla's attempts to alter the Easter schedule. In a chillingly brief confrontation that has already entered palace legend, Anne made it clear that the Worcester show was over. Her directive to Camilla was surgical. Once the service at Worcester is concluded, you are free to leave. Your involvement in the Windsor Easter schedule is no longer required. With those words, Anne effectively stripped Camilla of any further role in the 2026 Easter celebrations. This wasn't just a scheduling change, it was a sovereign veto. Anne's logic was rooted in the ironclad discipline of the crown. A royal Easter is planned months in advance with the precision of a military operation. To inject personal side projects or feel-good PR stunts at the 11th hour was, in Anne's view, a reckless risk to the monarchy's stability. This clash highlighted the fundamental divide in the 2026 court: Anne's discipline versus Camilla's impulse. Anne views the monarchy as a collective duty, where every move is calculated for the long-term survival of the institution. Camilla, driven by a more emotional and reactive personality, has always struggled with the rigid boundaries of royal protocol. It is this very lack of caution, the emotional volatility that Charles once found endearing, that Anne sees as a liability. In the 2026 union of the blood, Anne has become the enforcer. She is the only person who can look a queen consort in the eye and remind her that she is a guest in a 1,000-year-old story, not the author. As the public focused on the heartwarming images of Catherine and Louise preparing for the Sunday service, The internal shadow court was being dismantled. The Parker Bowles project was mothballed, the private film crews were dismissed, and the Union of the Blood stood unified. The message was sent. The Easter of 2026 would be defined by those who create legacy, not those who create news. While the internal walls of Windsor were being reinforced by Princess Anne's ironclad discipline, a different kind of storm was attempting to cross the Atlantic. From the sun-drenched hills of Montecito, the 2026 Easter season was viewed not as a sacred tradition, but as a prime-time window for relevance reclamation. But as Meghan Markle launched her latest Phantom offensive, she encountered a defense she had never successfully breached: the crushing, absolute power of Wales's elegant silence. It began, as these things often do, with a leak to a preferred California-based tabloid. Just days before the royal family was set to gather at Windsor, a source close to the Duchess revealed that a carefully curated, bespoke gift had been dispatched from Montecito to Adelaide Cottage. The narrative was meticulously crafted, a peace offering for the Wales children, accompanied by a deeply personal, handwritten letter of reconciliation from Meghan to Catherine. To the casual observer, it looked like a gesture of maternal warmth. To the palace, it was a textbook PR ambush. By leaking the existence of a gift before it had even cleared security, Meghan was attempting to force Catherine into a public acknowledgement. It was a strategic trap. If Catherine remained silent, she would be painted as cold. If she responded, she would be providing the oxygen Meghan's brand desperately required to stay tethered to the Windsor legacy. However, the 2026 version of the Princess of Wales is a woman who has mastered the art of institutional armor. Under the guidance of Prince William and the tactical oversight of Princess Anne, Kensington Palace maintained a void of information, so total it became a statement in itself. No confirmation of a gift, no comment on a letter. By treating the Phantom present as a non-event, the Wallacys effectively turned Meghan's high-stakes headline into a whisper that vanished in the wind. Meghan's second move was more aggressive. Aiming to capitalize on the rising popularity of Lady Louise Windsor, Meghan allegedly sent a direct, private inquiry to several of the key charities and youth organizations Louise was set to host at her Wren's Nest Easter tea. The proposal? A global sisterhood livestream, where Meghan would virtually join Louise to discuss female empowerment and the modern archive. It was a bold attempt to hijack Louise's milestone moment. If successful, Meghan would have positioned herself as the global mentor to the young royal, effectively rebranding Louise's hardworking, quiet dedication as a subsidiary of the Sussex media machine. But Meghan had forgotten who was holding the keys to the archive. Princess Anne, acting as the final auditor for all of Louise's external partnerships, had already briefed the organization months in advance. The response to Montecito was a synchronized, polite, but firm no. The charities stated they were focused exclusively on in-person, grassroots engagements at Windsor. The rejection was a clear signal. The House of Windsor was no longer open for remote collaborations. The failure of the California tactics in 2026 boils down to a fundamental shift in royal strategy: the pivot to reality. While Meghan was trying to create news through leaked letters and proposed Zooms, the Blood Royal Alliance was busy creating a legacy. William and Catherine have adopted a philosophy they call high-resolution presence. They realized that the public is exhausted by influencer royalty. People no longer wanted a brand. They wanted a service. By focusing 100% of their energy on the physical organization of the Easter events, the Maundy logistics, the security for the children's egg hunt, and the theological depth of the Street George's service, they made Meghan's digital maneuvers look like ghost work. Meghan's Phantom offensive relied on the royal family playing the role of the antagonist. When William and Catherine refused to play, the game collapsed. There was no war of the Waleses versus the Sussexes because the Wallacys simply weren't in the arena. They were in the gardens of Windsor, in the libraries of St Andrews, and in the red brick sanctuary of Wren's Nest. By midweek, the contrast was devastating for the Montecito brand. On one side, you had a duchess trying to insert herself into a family gathering via leaks. On the other, you had Lady Louise and Catherine, two women who were visibly burn-worn, busy, their hands dirty from gardening, their desks piled with archival scripts, and their focus entirely on the volunteers they were about to serve. The 2026 Easter was the moment the world saw that status is not a hashtag. It was the moment Princess Anne's discipline and Wales's silence became a unified front. Meghan Markle discovered that you cannot hack a tradition that is based on physical presence and quiet duty. As the gates of Windsor closed for the private family rehearsal, California was left on the outside, shouting into a void that Catherine had elegantly and powerfully created. In the high-vaulted chambers of the equerry's entrance at Windsor, a room where history is often whispered before it is shouted, the true power struggle of 2026 reached its final, decisive confrontation. It was here, during the final logistics audit for the Easter Sunday procession, that the simmering tension between the Queen Consort's private ambitions and the royal family's collective duty finally boiled over. The result was a surgical, cold, and permanent dismantling of the Parker Bowles Foundation by a unified front led by Princess Anne and Prince William. The conflict centered on a glossy, 40-page prospectus that had been discreetly circulated by Camilla's private office just 72 hours before the start of Holy Week. The document, titled The Windsor Parker Bowles Educational Initiative, A New Legacy for a New Reign, was more than a charity proposal. It was a strategic attempt to integrate Tom Parker Bowles and his commercial literary interests into the official fabric of the royal Easter celebrations. Camilla's plan was bold. She wanted the launch of this foundation to be the centerpiece of the post-Easter Sunday brunch, with a televised announcement that would effectively pair her son with Lady Louise Windsor as the twin faces of royal youth and literacy. It was an attempt to buy royal legitimacy for her own bloodline by tethering it to the most popular and hardworking young member of the Windsor family. However, Camilla had fundamentally miscalculated the resolve of the blood royal alliance. While the Queen Consort relied on emotional persuasion and the King's occasional fatigue, Princess Anne and Prince William operated on a different frequency: institutional preservation. During the Tuesday morning briefing, a meeting originally intended for security protocols, William arrived not with a smile, but with a dossier of his own. He was accompanied by Princess Anne, whose presence signaled that this was no longer a domestic discussion. It was a matter of state discipline. William's tone was reportedly icy, professional, and final. He laid the prospectus on the table and made it clear. The Windsor name is a sovereign asset, not a marketing tool for private family ventures. But it was Princess Anne who delivered the coup de grace. She dismantled the emotional logic Camilla had used to justify the foundation's timing. Camilla had argued that the project was a gift to the king's legacy. Anne retorted that a gift does not come with a 40-page branding guide and a request for a solo film crew at Worcester. Anne's declaration was the iron veto. Easter is a time of sacrifice and service, not a window for personal expansion. Any attempt to inject non-royal interests into this week's schedule is not only a distraction, it is a risk to the security and clarity of the crown. She pointed out that the schedule had been locked for months. To change it based on a whim was a sign of the very lack of caution that had historically damaged the family's reputation. In Anne's world, discipline is the only protection against the chaos of celebrity. The most humiliating blow came when Anne formally announced that the shadowing strategy, the attempt to overwhelm Lady Louise's tea party with Parker Bowles news, had failed. Anne's instruction was surgical. Camilla was to perform her duty at Worcester Cathedral for the Maundy service, and then she was to retreat. There would be no joint brunch announcement and no pairing of Tom and Louise. Camilla was effectively gated out of the Sunday walk to St. George's. This was the Anne doctrine in full effect. If you cannot follow the discipline of the collective, you lose the privilege of the stage. While the shadow court was being dismantled, Lady Louise and Catherine remained focused on the work at hand. While Camilla's staff were frantically trying to create news, Louise was in the Wren's Nest library, finalizing her presentation for the volunteers. Louise didn't need a foundation named after her. Her busy nature was her shield. Because she was actually doing the work, she was immune to the PR games of the Parker Bowles circle. By Friday evening, the Parker Bowles shadow crown had been erased from the Easter itinerary. The film crews were canceled. The educational initiative was stripped of the Windsor name. Princess Anne, satisfied that the plan was once again secure, returned to her study. The blood royal union had proven that in 2026, discipline would always crush emotion, and the torch of the future would be carried only by those willing to earn it through silence and service. Here is the corrected, pure English version of your text. I have removed all the Vietnamese annotations and parentheses, ensuring the prose flows naturally with the sophisticated royal drama tone you've established. As the bells of Windsor prepared to toll for the Saturday vigil, the focus of the global media shifted from the toxic shadow court maneuvers to the emerald lawns of the home park. Here, the St. Andrew's Protocol, a philosophy of grounded, intellectual royalty pioneered by William and Catherine, was put into its most vibrant practice. It was the moment the world met the man who would stand by Lady Louise's side, and in doing so, witnessed the ultimate elegant silence toward the noise from California and the ambitions of Clarence House. The annual Windsor Easter egg hunt has historically been a lighthearted family affair, but in 2026, it served a much deeper strategic purpose. It was the chosen moment for the public debut of Lady Louise's fiancé. Unlike the high glamour, Hollywood-style introductions favored by the Sussexes or the calculated power-pairing Camilla had attempted with her son, Louise's fiancé arrived with a quiet, scholarly dignity that perfectly mirrored the Edinburgh Standard. A doctoral candidate from St. Andrews specializing in maritime history, he did not arrive in a designer suit or look for the nearest camera. Instead, he was spotted wearing a rugged waxed jacket, his pockets stuffed with historical notes, kneeling in the grass to help Prince George and Princess Charlotte navigate the more difficult terrain of the hunt. This was the St. Andrews Protocol in action. Status through service, not stature. By appearing not as a royal celebrity but as a family helper, he signaled to the world that the future of the Windsor line was anchored in real people and real work. The contrast to the phantom gifts and leaked letters from Montecito was devastating. While Meghan was trying to create news via digital whispers, Louise's fiancé was creating family happiness through physical presence. Following the hunt, the action moved to the sun-drenched terrace of Wren's Nest. Here, Lady Louise hosted her heritage tea for the Windsor volunteers. Under the watchful, proud eyes of Princess Anne and Catherine, Louise didn't just serve tea. She led a discussion on the late Queen's personal Easter archives. The atmosphere was a direct rebuke to Camilla's personal show. Louise had no private film crew. She had no 40-page branding prospectus. She had only her research, her industry, and her genuine connection to the community. Princess Catherine, appearing radiant and fully in her element as the soul of the modern family, moved among the volunteers, directing the flow of the event with a discipline that Anne had taught her well. Every detail was planned months in advance, no emotional impulsivity, no last-minute Parker Bowles interruptions. The event ran like a Swiss watch, a testament to the Wales-Edinburgh alliance and their ability to out-organize their rivals. It was during this tea that the California drama hit its final, silent wall. According to Palace insiders, a second urgent inquiry had arrived from Montecito, once again offering a joint digital statement to support the volunteers. Princess Anne, acting as the commander-in-chief of the day's protocols, didn't even grant the request a formal meeting. Anne's stance was immovable. The royal Easter is a physical pilgrimage, not a virtual platform. By refusing to engage with Meghan's parallel events, Anne ensured that the focus remained on the fieldwork. The charities, seeing the strength of the blood royal union, followed Anne's lead. They realized that a photo with the future king and the hardworking Lady Louise carried more weight than 1,000 Zoom calls from a California mansion. As the sun set over the red bricks of Wren's Nest, the victory of the Wales-Edinburgh strategy was absolute. William and Catherine had executed a tactical, ignoring so profound that the Parker Bowles Foundation and the Montecito leaks felt like ancient history. The public didn't want the news Camilla was trying to manufacture. They wanted the legacy Louise was building. They wanted to see a young woman who worked for a wage, who loved a scholar, and who was protected by a wall of blood that prioritized discipline over emotion. Camilla's shadow court had been gated out. Meghan's digital ruse had been muted. And as Louise and her fiancé sat with the volunteers, discussing the history of the chapel they would visit the next morning, the message was clear. In 2026, the only way to win the throne of public opinion was to be too busy with duty to notice the drama. Here is the corrected, pure English version of your text. All Vietnamese translations and parenthetical notes have been removed to ensure the narrative remains sophisticated, immersive, and consistent in its dramatic tone. On the morning of April 5th, 2026, the Easter Sunday bells of St. George's Chapel rang out across the Berkshire Hills, but their tone felt less like a celebration and more like a declaration of war won. As the royal family began their walk from the castle to the chapel, the world witnessed the final, public dismantling of the Camilla influence. In a display of steel discipline, Princess Anne executed her master plan, ensuring that the Parker Bowles shadow was not just sidelined, but surgically removed from the royal narrative. The hierarchy of the morning was a masterclass in strategic positioning. Led by Prince William, walking with a newfound gravity and a positioning that mirrored his late grandfather, Prince Philip, the family moved in a tight, impenetrable phalanx. Beside him, Princess Catherine appeared radiant, her every gesture a testament to the elegant silence she had maintained throughout the week. But the real power lay in the middle of the group, Lady Louise Windsor and her fiancé. By placing Louise at the heart of the procession, William and Anne sent a visceral message to Clarence House. This was the new legacy, a young woman who had earned her place through real industry and academic rigor. The drama reached its peak at the entrance of the chapel. Following the iron veto issued earlier in the week, Queen Camilla arrived separately, her attempt at a personal show at Worcester having been successfully ostracized by the family. As Camilla attempted to guide her son, Tom Parker Bowles, toward the inner sanctum of the royal pew, a final, desperate attempt to validate his educational foundation, she was met by the unyielding figure of Princess Anne. Witnesses described the moment as the frost at Windsor. Anne, acting as the commander-in-chief of the day's protocols, stepped forward with a precision that only decades of service can produce. Without a word, she directed the Parker Bowles entourage to the non-royal guest seating, far removed from the inner circle of the blood royals. It was a public execution of Camilla's shadowing strategy. Anne's message was silent but deafening. You have finished your work at Worcester. Now you will follow the plan. By enforcing the plan that had been calculated months in advance, Anne neutralized the emotional impulsivity that had threatened to derail the week. This moment was the definitive, vehement rejection of Camilla's approach. To Anne, the monarchy is a machine of discipline and caution. To Camilla, it had become a vehicle for personal emotion and family expansion. Anne's power comes from her devotion and her refusal to create news. She knew that by adding last-minute events or Parker Bowles side projects, the risk to the institution's stability was too high. This is why Camilla has always feared Anne, because you cannot negotiate with a woman who values the rulebook more than the spotlight. As the service began, news filtered through that Meghan Markle's phantom gifts and parallel events had completely failed to gain traction. The British press, usually hungry for Sussex drama, was too busy documenting the real legacy unfolding at Windsor. The image of Lady Louise and Catherine kneeling in prayer, their focus entirely on the inheritance and hope of the service, made the California tactics look like cheap static. Under the tight supervision of Anne, the organizations Meghan had tried to contact remained silent. The elegant silence of the Walleses had become a roar. Inside the chapel, as William read the liturgy, the victory of the Protective Alliance was absolute. They had not just organized a service, they had protected a sanctuary. They had proven that sincerity and busyness are the only currencies that matter in the long run. Camilla sat in a cold, administrative exile, her show a memory. Meghan was a ghost in the digital wind. But at the center of St. George's, the torch was being held by William, Catherine, Anne, and Louise. They were the real people doing real work whom the public trusted. The plan had been executed perfectly, and the discipline of the Iron Princess had saved the soul of the Windsor Easter. As the golden hour of Easter Sunday settled over the Berkshire countryside, the grand processions and the high-tension standoffs at St. George's Chapel gave way to a much quieter, more profound reality. Away from the cameras and the shadow court maneuvers, the Blood Royal Alliance gathered for an intimate, celebratory dinner at Wren's Nest. It was here, in the sanctuary built by William and Catherine, that the ultimate victory of 2026 was finalized, a victory of real people and real work over the manufactured noise of California and the personal ambitions of Clarence House. The private dinner at Wren's Nest was the antithesis of the personal show Camilla had attempted at Worcester. There were no private film crews, no 40-page branding prospectuses, and no leaked guest lists. Instead, there was the simple, authentic warmth of a family that had successfully protected its youngest and most hardworking member. Inside the red brick villa, the atmosphere was one of absolute sincerity. Lady Louise Windsor, assisted by her fiancé, personally managed the evening's arrangements. This was the industry that defined her character, a young woman who found joy in the physical labor of hosting her family. As Prince William and Catherine looked on with visible pride, they saw the fruition of their St. Andrews protocol. They hadn't just given Louise a house. They had given her an autonomy that made her immune to the Parker Bowles shadow. By securing her future with private capital and discipline, they had ensured that Louise would never be a pawn in someone else's PR game. The evening served as the final chapter in the tactical ignoring of the 2026 season. Throughout the week, the California tactics of Meghan Markle, the phantom gifts, and the digital olive branches had been met with an absolute, crushing void of information. By refusing to acknowledge these parallel events, The Wallaces had effectively muted the Montecito influence. At the dinner table, there was no mention of the leaked letters or the California ruse. The focus remained entirely on the fieldwork, the success of the Easter tea, the happiness of the volunteers, and the intellectual future of Louise and her fiancé. This was the vehement rejection of the influencer model of royalty. William and Catherine proved that in the face of real legacy, digital static simply evaporates. The guest of honor, in many ways, was Princess Anne. Her steel discipline had been the shield that allowed this private moment to exist. Anne, whose devotion is legendary, sat with Louise, discussing the plan for the upcoming Summer Archives project. For Anne, the ostracization of Camilla's emotional impulsivity during the week was not a personal vendetta. It was a professional necessity. She explained to the younger generation that discipline is not a cage. It is the only thing that provides freedom from the chaos of public opinion. The crown is a marathon, not a sprint for headlines, Anne reportedly remarked. By removing the Parker Bowles shadow from the Easter Sunday service, she had restored the caution and the rigor that Camilla's show had threatened to destroy. This was the point where Camilla's emotion met its match in Anne's experience. As the dinner concluded, the protective alliance stood unified. They had sent a message to the world that would resonate far beyond the Easter bells. In 2026, the only way to win the trust of the people is through the sincerity of your actions and the industry of your duty. Camilla's shadowing effort had failed because it was based on personal ambition. Meghan's indirect attacks had failed because they were based on fake news. But Lady Louise and Catherine had won because they were focused on real people. They had spent their week in the gardens, in the libraries, and with the volunteers. They were busy with the work of the soul, not the work of the brand. The Easter of 2026 was the moment the torch of the Windsor future was officially handed to the blood royals. As Louise walked her fiancé to the gate of Wren's Nest and the Wallaces drove back to Adelaide Cottage, the villa stood as a monument to a new kind of power. It was a power built on elegant silence, discipline, and sincerity. The Battle of Windsor was over. The Shadow Court was in retreat, and the next great hope of the House of Windsor was finally home, safe within the walls of a tradition that she had, through her own hard work and the protection of her family, finally made her own.
He messages this young woman, Charlotte Griffiths. He writes the following to Charlotte Griffiths in 2011.
Hi, it's H, in case you were confused by the name and the picture.
This April 2026, as the District of Columbia prepares for the most significant diplomatic event of the decade, the 250th anniversary of American independence, $1,776, $2,026. The irony is thick enough to choke. King Charles III and Queen Camilla are not just visiting, they are reclaiming the global stage. But for Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, the King's arrival in Washington, D.C. is not a family reunion. It is a tectonic shift that highlights his absolute exclusion. While the King raises a glass at the White House, Harry sits 2,600 miles away in Montecito, clutching a legal folder and a dwindling hope. The Sandringham stratagem has begun, but the King has already played his hand. As the blossoms of the cherry trees settle on the Potomac, the world's cameras are trained on a historic sight, a British monarch addressing a joint session of the U.S. Congress for the first time in 35 years. This is the state visit of the century. King Charles III is here to celebrate the birth of a nation that once broke away from his ancestor, George III. He is here to talk about environmental stewardship, the special relationship, and the endurance of the crown. However, the Sussex-sized hole in the itinerary is glaring. Despite being on American soil, there is zero provision for a meeting between the king and his younger son. Sources close to the palace confirm that the schedule is granite set. Every minute is accounted for, from the wreath laying at Arlington to the state banquet with the president. The last time father and son occupied the same room was September 2025. It was a fleeting, high-tension encounter in London that lasted exactly 45 minutes. Since then, silence. This Washington trip serves as a brutal geographical metaphor. Even when they are in the same country, Harry is not in the king's world. The king's grandchildren, Archie and Lilibet, haven't seen their grandfather in nearly 4 years. As Charles toasts to democracy, Harry is a footnote in a history book he once helped write. Behind the scenes, Harry is not idle. He is orchestrating a desperate lobby for an invitation to Sandringham for the summer of 2026. This isn't about a peaceful walk in the Norfolk woods or a desire for a BBQ with the Windsors. This is about Revoke, the Executive Committee for the Protection of Royalty and Public Figures. Harry's legal team has reportedly advised him that a formal written invitation from the sovereign to reside at a royal estate like Sandringham fundamentally changes his security status. The Guest of the King Clause. If Harry is a guest of the monarch, the Home Office is legally pressured to provide high-level, taxpayer-funded security, $Revoke. Harry has lost his previous bids to pay for police protection privately. However, as an official guest on an official stay, the liability shifts back to the Crown. For Harry, Sandringham is the golden ticket. It's the only way to regain the elite protection he believes he is entitled to without footing the astronomical bill himself. He is leveraging his father's love against the British taxpayer's wallet. But the palace has seen the move coming from a mile away. As Harry pushes for an invitation, new archival revelations from the late Queen Elizabeth II's private papers have surfaced, painting a poignant picture of royal disappointment. It has now been revealed that the late Queen, known for her stoic wisdom, had privately urged Harry to wait. She reportedly suggested a one-year cooling-off period before proposing to Meghan Markle, advising him to ensure their visions for duty and privacy were aligned. Harry, fueled by what he perceived as a race against the clock and a US against the world narrative, famously ignored the matriarch, proposing after only 6 months of public dating. The Queen's greatest disappointment, and now Charles's greatest barrier, is not Harry's departure, it's the leakage. The sovereign's distrust is rooted in a simple, terrifying reality. Privacy is the Crown's only currency. Every private conversation Harry has with his family now carries the risk of being commodified into a Netflix voiceover or a chapter in a sequel to Spare. To the King, Harry has become a stranger. This is no longer just about the Atlantic Ocean. It's about a cultural and ethical chasm. Charles is a man of tradition, duty, and never complain, never explain. Harry is the pioneer of speak your truth at any cost. While the Duke focuses on vulnerability as a brand, the King views it as an institutional liability. The King's steadfast refusal to meet Harry in D.C. or New York is his way of saying that the Crown does not negotiate under the threat of leaks. As we move into the darker corners of this April, the Sandringham stratagem looks increasingly like a pipe dream. Harry is looking for a security detail, while the King is looking for a son he can trust, and currently, neither is finding what they want. While King Charles III was receiving a standing ovation in Washington, Prince Harry was facing a different kind of music in Court 73 of the Royal Courts of Justice. For years, the Duke of Sussex has built his brand on a single, unwavering pillar. He is the ultimate victim of a law-breaking British press. He claimed his privacy was a fortress breached only by illegal hacking. But on a rainy Tuesday in April 2026, that fortress didn't just leak, it imploded. A smoking gun folder was laid on the judge's desk, containing Facebook messages that Harry never thought would see the light of day. It wasn't just a blow to his legal case. It was a devastating strike against his personal credibility. The atmosphere in the courtroom turned electric when the legal team for Associated Newspapers, ANL, the publishers of the Daily Mail, called for a re-examination of the Duke's sworn testimony. Harry had previously declared under oath that his social circle was an impenetrable vault and that he had no relationship with tabloid journalists, specifically claiming he had met reporter Charlotte Griffiths only once, briefly, and was unaware of her profession. Then came the digital forensics. The court was presented with a series of private Facebook exchanges from 2011 and 2012. These weren't the cold, professional inquiries of a journalist and a royal. They were intimate, playful, and deeply personal. Harry didn't refer to Griffiths as Miss Griffiths. He called her Sugar and Darling. He signed off his messages as H-Bomb or Mr. Mischief. One message, time-stamped late at night, read, "Really miss our movie snuggles. When are we doing that again?" Asterisk, the frequency. The data showed they hadn't met once. They had exchanged hundreds of messages over several months, attending the same private parties at country houses and exclusive London clubs like Bougie's and Mahiki. The impact on Harry's lawsuit against the Daily Mail was catastrophic. His entire argument rests on the hack-only theory, the idea that the press could only have known his private details through illegal surveillance because he never, ever spoke to them. The defense attorney's smile was described by onlookers as predatory. He didn't need to prove that the Mail never hacked Harry. He only needed to prove that Harry was an unreliable witness. "Your Royal Highness," the attorney posited, "you told this court you didn't know she was a journalist. Yet she worked under Katie Nicholl. You told this court your circle was closed. Yet here you are, inviting a tabloid hack for movie snuggles on your private mobile. Is it the press that is dishonest? Or is it you? Harry's silence in the witness box lasted for what felt like an eternity. The H-bomb had finally gone off, but it had detonated in his own hand. The legal strategy that had cost him millions in fees and years of stress was now officially dead in the water. Timing in the royal family is rarely accidental. Critics noted that these messages were released precisely when Harry was at his most vulnerable, attempting to negotiate the Sandringham security deal. By exposing Harry as someone who flirted with the very media he claims to loathe, the defense team didn't just win a legal point, they destroyed his moral high ground. If Harry was willing to lie or heavily misremember his relationship with a journalist, how could the Home Office, $Ravek, trust his claims about being a high-risk target whose every move is tracked against his will? The revelation painted a picture of a young prince who wasn't a victim of the press, but a player in the game. He used the press when it suited his romantic or social life, only to turn around and sue them when the narrative shifted. This double life is exactly what the King and Prince William had feared, that Harry's crusade was built on a foundation of hypocrisy. As news of the movie Snuggles hit the tabloids, the reaction in the UK was one of weary cynicism. The British public, already struggling with the cost of living, saw a prince who was caught in a lie, while still demanding taxpayer-funded protection. For the palace, this was the ultimate "I told you so." The late Queen Elizabeth II's concern about Harry's impulsiveness was validated. He had rushed into a legal war without ensuring his own closets were clean. The Duke of Sussex now found himself in a pincer movement. In London, he is viewed as a discredited litigant whose sworn testimony is under fire. In Washington, he is a non-entity, watching his father receive the dignity and respect of a true head of state. While the legal world buzzed about the Griffiths affair, the real fallout was happening across the Atlantic. In the quiet, sun-drenched halls of the Montecito mansion, Meghan Markle was reading the transcripts. To Meghan, the Sussex brand is everything. It is built on authenticity, truth, and compassion. Learning that her husband, the man who claimed the British press hunted him, was actually snuggling and sugar-calling a Daily Mail editor was more than a personal embarrassment. It was a brand disaster. While the courtroom in London was dissecting Harry's movie Snuggles, the sun-drenched sanctuary of Montecito, California, was transforming into a theater of war. For Meghan Markle, the Duchess of Sussex, the brand is the shield and the narrative is the sword. But as the H-bomb messages hit the global wire, her carefully curated image of a couple united against a cruel media didn't just crack, it shattered. This wasn't just about a husband's flirtatious past. It was about the systemic collapse of their professional and personal credibility. As Netflix pulled the plug and Hollywood power players began to scrub the Sussexes from their speed dials, Meghan made a choice that would send shockwaves through the world. She packed the bags for Archie and Lilibet and vanished to a secure, undisclosed location. The week began not with a bang, but with a cold, clinical report in Variety. For the entertainment industry, Variety is the Bible, and their April 2026 cover story titled "The Sussex Slump." Inside the end of the $100 million deal was the obituary for Harry and Meghan's Hollywood dreams. According to high-level insiders at Netflix, the streaming giant had officially decided not to renew their contract. Harry's passion project, a documentary series about professional polo, was described by executives as niche, to the point of invisibility. One source quoted in the article stated, "We tried to sell royalty, but we got a hobby for the 1% that nobody cares about." Meghan's with Love, Meghan cooking show, and her As Ever lifestyle brand faced a similar fate. Despite high production costs, internal test screenings resulted in low relatability scores. The audience, it seemed, was tired of being lectured on authentic living by a duchess in a $5,000 cashmere sweater. "The mood is, we are done," a Netflix VP reportedly told Variety. "We paid for the Crown drama, but we got the Truman Show without the charm." It wasn't just the streamers. The powerhouse agency WME, William Morris Endeavor, which had signed Meghan with much fanfare in 2023, was reportedly quietly distancing itself. Ari Emanuel, the legendary CEO, was no longer personally overseeing the account. Even more damaging was the departure of James Holt, the executive director of the Archwell Foundation. Holt had been one of the original loyalists, the man who followed them from the UK to Canada and finally to California. When Holt resigned and moved his family back to London in early 2026, the industry saw the writing on the wall. The inner circle was abandoning a sinking ship. When the news of the Charlotte Griffiths Facebook messages broke, Meghan didn't just feel embarrassed, she felt strategically sabotaged. Her entire brand and the basis for their multi-million-dollar lawsuits was the idea that the British press was an unprovoked predator. To find out that Harry had been snuggling and sugar-calling a Daily Mail journalist was a betrayal of the very us versus them ideology that had sustained their marriage through the Megxit storm. "How can I stand on a stage and talk about media harassment?" she reportedly told a close confidant. "When my own husband was treating a tabloid reporter like a girlfriend, he handed the victory to them on a silver platter." The irony was suffocating. Harry had spent 6 years telling the world the media ruined his life, yet the evidence showed he was a willing participant in the tabloid dance long before Meghan ever arrived. Meghan will most likely leave with Archie and Lilibet and retreat to a private resort in the Pacific Northwest, a move aimed at clearing her mind and, moreover importantly, to decouple her image from Harry's legal disaster. Meghan knows better than anyone that in Hollywood, failure is contagious. By distancing herself from Harry, while he was being fried in the London courts, she was attempting a brand divorce before a legal one. She did not want her name or her children's faces associated with a man who had just been exposed as a hypocritical litigant. Harry was reeling. The split-screen reality of the royal family reached its peak. King Charles was being hailed as the global statesman. He was surrounded by the most powerful people on earth, celebrating the 250th anniversary of democracy. He looked vibrant, stable, and respected. Harry's lawyers were desperately trying to explain away movie snuggles. Meghan was reportedly re-evaluating her future, potentially looking at a solo return to the screen or a high-profile political consultancy without the baggage of a disgraced duke. The Sandringham stratagem, Harry's plan to get taxpayer-funded security by staying with the king, was effectively dead. Why would the king invite a man into his home who was currently being exposed for lying to the High Court? Why would the British taxpayer fund the protection of a man who was snuggling with the very people he claimed were a threat to his life? The ship of Sussex hadn't just hit an iceberg, it was being torn apart from the inside. The marriage, once described as a fairy tale for the modern age, was now a case study in reputational suicide. While the world watched the contemporary wreckage of the Sussex marriage, a far more profound and haunting revelation was emerging from the shadows of the royal archives at Windsor. It was a discovery that recontextualized every mistake Harry has made since 2016. For years, the narrative was that the late Queen Elizabeth II had blessed the union of Harry and Meghan with open arms. But new declassified diaries and correspondences from her final years tell a different, more somber story. It turns out, the Queen's famous one-year rule wasn't just a suggestion, it was a prophetic warning. As the king toasted to a 250-year-old democracy in Washington, the ghost of his mother was effectively testifying against the son who had traded family secrets for streaming royalties. The newly surfaced documents, reportedly curated for the official biography of the late Queen, reveal a private audience between the monarch and her grandson in late 2017. The Queen, a woman who viewed duty as a marathon rather than a sprint, was deeply concerned by Harry's manic pace. The Queen had formally requested that Harry wait at least 1 full year before proposing. Her logic was institutional. She wanted Meghan to experience the full cycle of the royal calendar, the relentless grey of a British winter, the repetitive nature of garden parties, and the intense scrutiny of the Commonwealth tours before committing to a life of service. Harry, however, viewed this wisdom as an obstruction. He reportedly told his grandmother that the press was closing in, and that Meghan needed the protection of the crown immediately. By rushing the marriage in just 6 months of public dating, Harry bypassed the essential onboarding process. The archives suggest the Queen privately feared that Meghan had fallen in love with the idea of a prince, rather than the reality of the monarchy. The most damaging revelation in these documents isn't about Meghan, it's about the fundamental collapse of trust. King Charles III and Prince William had reached a nuclear protocol regarding Harry as early as 2021. The palace realized that Harry was no longer just a family member. He had become a content creator. Asterisk. The Netflix factor. Every private "how are you" from the king was seen as potential dialogue for a season 2 voiceover. The king was reportedly heartbroken not by Harry's departure, but by the fact that Harry published private conversations about the king's own grief and personal habits. This is why, in April 2026, the king can be in the same country as Harry and not feel the slightest urge to call him. Harry has been branded with the most radioactive label in royal circles, a leaker. In a world where the sovereign's power relies on mystery and discretion, a leaker is an existential threat. This brings us to Harry's desperate Sandringham stratagem. Harry's logic was that a summer stay at the Norfolk estate would force the Reveque Committee to reinstate his taxpayer-funded security. But the leaker label has made Sandringham a fortress Harry cannot enter. The concern isn't just about an assassin at the gate, it's about a digital recorder in the pocket. The royal family fears that Harry's presence would turn a private family summer into a data mining expedition. Prince William, as the heir to the throne and the person most viciously attacked in Harry's memoir, has reportedly told the king that he will not spend a single night under the same roof as Harry. With the Daily Mail court case exposing Harry's cozy history with journalists, the movie Snuggles, the optics of giving him millions in security for a family holiday are politically impossible for the king to defend. There is a tragic irony in the timing. While Vua Charles III is in Washington, D.C., celebrating the 250th anniversary of American independence, Harry is discovering what independence actually feels like, and it feels like exile. Harry wanted to be a global citizen. He wanted to be free of the firm. But the documents from Windsor suggest that Harry didn't realize that the firm wasn't just a business. It was his identity. Without the access, without the trust of the sovereign, and without the protection of the state, he is just a celebrity in a town, Montecito, that is already bored of him, addressing the world's most powerful leaders, symbolizing stability, history, and a future-facing monarchy. He is the king of the world for a week. Hiding from the fallout of his own text messages, watching his wife flee to the Northwest with his children, and realizing that the Sandringham invite he spent months lobbying for is never coming. The late Queen's one-year rule was the last chance for Harry to slow down and see the cliff he was running toward. He ignored her. Now, in April 2026, he has finally hit the bottom. The Sandringham stratagem wasn't a masterstroke. It was a white flag. And the king, busy with the business of empires, hasn't even looked at it. If the Atlantic was a site of royal triumph for King Charles III, the Pacific was becoming a graveyard for the Sussex Spark. Meghan Markle's desperate pivot toward the Australian market, branded as the Her Best Life luxury retreat in Sydney, was supposed to be her triumphant return to the global stage. It was marketed as an empowering, high society gathering for the modern woman. Instead, it became a lightning rod for national fury. Between a $3,000 ticket price that insulted the average worker and a scandalous association with a bankrupt organizer, the Duchess of Sussex brand hit a wall of Australian pragmatism. By the time 35,000 citizens signed a petition to block taxpayer funding for her visit, the Her Best Life event looked less like a retreat and more like a high-priced funeral for her influence. The Her Best Life event was designed to be the crown jewel of Meghan's post-Netflix career. For a staggering $3,000 odd, approx. $2,000 USD, VIP guests were promised a curated intimate dinner, a group photograph with the Duchess, and a keynote speech on resilience and authentic female leadership. In an era of global inflation, the optics of a multi-millionaire Duchess charging the equivalent of 2 months' rent for a meet and greet triggered an immediate outcry. Australian media, known for its tall poppy syndrome, the tendency to cut down those who act superior, savaged the event. Columnists pointed out the irony of a woman preaching about community and empathy while locking her presence behind a massive paywall. Just 10 days before the event, insiders leaked that only 40% of the VIP tickets had been sold. The Sussex magic that had once drawn tens of thousands to the Sydney Opera House in 2018 had evaporated. The drama intensified when investigative journalists dug into the event's organizer, Gemma O'Neill. It was revealed that O'Neill's previous venture had gone into voluntary liquidation just a year prior, leaving a trail of debt, including over $500,000 AUD owed to the Australian Taxation Office, ATO. Meghan's team attempted to spin her appearance as a favor to a female entrepreneur. For a duchess whose brand is built on meticulous vetting and high-level strategy, partnering with a bankrupt entity owing $500,000 to the government was a catastrophic error. It reinforced the Sussex pattern, a consistent inability to maintain stable, reputable business partners. When news broke that one of the confirmed VIP guests was a senior lieutenant of the Sausage Squad, the online Sussex fan base, the same individual who had publicly mocked Princess Catherine's cancer diagnosis, the event became politically radioactive. As Harry prepared for his own speech at a psychological safety summit in Melbourne, with tickets starting at $2,000, the Australian public hit a breaking point. A grassroots petition titled "No Taxpayer Cents for the Sussex Circus" garnered over 35,000 signatures in less than 72 hours. Australians demanded that not a single cent of public money be used for the couple's security or logistics during their commercial tour. The petition pointed out that while the King's state visit to America was a diplomatic necessity funded by the state, the Sussexes were in Australia to line their own pockets. Several members of the Australian Parliament went on record stating that if Harry and Meghan wanted the pomp and protection of royalty, they shouldn't be charging $3,000 for dinner. The geographic distance between Harry in Melbourne and Meghan in Sydney served as a physical manifestation of their marital strain. In Melbourne, Harry's speech on mental resilience was overshadowed by the Griffiths affair. Every time he spoke about honesty, the crowd whispered about his movie Snuggles messages. He looked tired, aged, and increasingly out of his depth without the palace's protective grey men to manage the press. In Sydney, Meghan attempted to maintain a brave face, but the absence of her husband and the presence of protesters outside the hotel painted a picture of a woman fighting a losing battle. The Her Best Life brand had become a punchline. The Duchess, who wanted to champion women, was now seen as an elitist figurehead for a bankrupt organization, hiding behind a $3,000 barrier. The contrast with King Charles III in Washington was brutal. While the king was being celebrated as a symbol of 250 years of democratic history, the Sussexes were being viewed as grifters in the Southern Hemisphere. The Sandringham stratagem, Harry's hope for a royal embrace, felt like a fever dream. Australia had spoken. They didn't want the brand, and they certainly didn't want to pay for the security. The crystal chandeliers of the White House cast a golden glow over a room filled with the world's most powerful figures. King Charles III, standing tall despite the weight of his 77 years and a grueling 4-day itinerary, raises a glass of vintage English sparkling wine. He toasts to the future, to the special relationship, and to a lineage that has outlasted every storm. But 2,600 miles away, in the sterile silence of a high-end legal office, Prince Harry stares at a different kind of record. The digital echoes of movie Snuggles, and a calendar devoid of family invites. The Sandringham stratagem has collided with the brick wall of reality. The king is being hailed as a global statesman, while his son has become a cautionary tale of what might have been. The climax of the king's state visit was a masterclass in soft power. While the world fretted over the Iran conflict and domestic tensions, Charles III acted as the ultimate diplomatic bridge. Even the often combative President Trump was seen leaning in, listening intently as the king spoke of the shared history of 1776. The 250th anniversary celebrations weren't just a nod to the past. They were a confirmation that the British monarchy remains a vital, stabilizing force in the 21st century. Throughout the entire 4-day tour, the names Harry and Meghan were never officially uttered. The palace's grey men had succeeded in creating a reality where the Sussexes simply did not exist within the diplomatic sphere. As the king prepared to depart for Bermuda, the image etched into the global consciousness was one of service, heritage, and quiet dignity. He had proven that the crown does not need Hollywood buzz to command the world's attention. While the king was being celebrated, the fallout from the Charlotte Griffiths revelation began to solidify in the UK courts. Legal analysts in London have already begun drafting the obituary for Harry's privacy case. By proving that Harry had engaged in playful, intimate banter with a Daily Mail editor, the very enemy he claimed was stalking him, the defense successfully dismantled his status as an unwilling victim. Talk of contempt of court or misleading the bench began to circulate. If Harry lied about the frequency of his contact with Griffiths, what else in his witness statement was curated? The Home Office, $Ravec, reportedly took note. If Harry's own actions created security risks by fraternizing with the press, the argument for taxpayer-funded protection became an impossible sell. The Sandringham security deal died not with a bang, but with a series of flirtatious Facebook pings from 2011. The most tragic element of this April 2026 saga is the human cost. The Sussex brand was built on the foundation of a perfect, united front. But as the month closed, Meghan remained in her undisclosed location with Archie and Lilibet. Her absence from Harry's side during his legal drubbing spoke volumes. In the world of high-stakes branding, she was performing a controlled demolition of their joint image to save her own. With the $100 million deal officially in wind-down mode and the Sydney Her Best Life retreat marred by petitions and low sales, the couple's financial future looks increasingly precarious. They are no longer royals in America. They are celebrities in decline. The answer to Harry's lobbying for a summer stay at Sandringham is a resounding, institutional no. *, the king's resolve. Sources close to the king suggest that while he loves his son, he will not be emotionally blackmailed using the grandchildren as leverage for security upgrades. The realization is finally sinking in. Harry cannot game the system. He cannot use a family holiday to trigger a state-funded security detail. The doors to the royal estates are closed to those who trade secrets for scripts. The month of April 2026 will be remembered as the moment the two paths of the House of Windsor diverged forever. The king chose duty, even in his twilight years and through physical frailty. He found himself at the center of the world stage, toasted by presidents and respected by history. The prince chose truth, a version of it that was eventually debunked by his own thumb on a Facebook chat. He found himself at a lonely witness stand, separated from his wife and children, watching his father's success through a smartphone screen. William recently announced that Wren's Nest, a Victorian-style red brick mansion nestled in the Berkshire countryside, is more than just a wedding gift. While Camilla is planning a multi-million-pound literature center for her son, Tom Parker Bowles, in Balmoral, William is providing legal protection to ensure Wren's Nest reaches Lady Louise. This property, affectionately known as Wren's Nest, is a beautiful yet unpretentious Victorian villa. It stands as a defiant challenge to royal extravagance, a home particularly chosen for its warmth, history, and distance from the suffocating glare of London. Wren's Nest was purchased with private funds to ensure that Lady Louise Windsor remained true to what she had always strived to be: an independent, hard-working woman who served the royal family by choice, not by compulsion. Lady Louise Windsor has become a symbol of a new royal ethic. While her peers in the aristocratic circles might have spent their summers on yachts in the Mediterranean, Louise was found in dirt-smudged overalls, helping neighbors select perennials and hauling bags of mulch. She drove herself to work in a modest, aging car, a vehicle that Catherine, Princess of Wales, specifically encouraged her to keep. To Catherine, that car was more than transportation. It was a badge of institutional competence and humility. It signaled to the world that Louise did not view herself as a passenger in life, but as the driver of her own destiny. This normalcy is what made her the beloved echo of her grandmother, Queen Elizabeth II, who famously served as a mechanic during the war. Louise isn't playing a role. She is living a reality. At the heart of this gift is Lord Ivar Mountbatten, Louise's godfather and perhaps the most modern, clear-eyed member of the extended family. Lord Ivar has long been Louise's silent anchor. A man who has navigated his own path through tradition and modernity, he recognized early on that Louise's greatest strength was her refusal to rely on the Windsor shadow. "Status is what they give you," Lord Ivar once told her, in a phrase that has since become her personal motto. But character is what you create for yourself. Lord Ivar watched with a swelling sense of pride as Louise balanced her demanding university essays with her royal responsibilities. He saw that when she was busy and could only manage a quick text message between lectures, it wasn't a sign of neglect, it was a sign of autonomy. She was a young woman building a life that did not require a throne to be meaningful. It was Lord Ivar who approached Prince William with the idea. Louise didn't need another title, and she certainly didn't need another drafty palace wing. She needed a home that belonged to her. Working in absolute secrecy, William, Catherine, and Lord Ivar utilized a private trusteeship fund to acquire Wren's Nest. By bypassing the Crown estate, they ensured that the property would never be subject to the whims of government audits or the modernization schemes of other family members. The house itself is a Victorian masterpiece of red brick and ivy, tucked away in Berkshire, close enough to Windsor for a Sunday roast with her parents, the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh, but far enough to allow her to walk to a local bakery without being trailed by a motorcade. Catherine took personal charge of the interior, ensuring it wasn't a shrine but a living space. She designed a small, sun-drenched reading room, specifically for Louise's archival studies, a space where she could work alongside Princess Anne on the late Queen's private correspondences. There is a garden, not of manicured lawns, but of wild, rugged soil where Louise can personally plant the heather and gorse of the Scottish Highlands in memory of the grandmother who taught her the value of silence. The timing of the gift was not accidental. The entire family had watched with quiet joy as Louise found a partner who mirrored her own values. Her fiancé, a man of quiet intellect and a deep passion for the preservation of antiquities, had won over Prince William almost immediately. Their romance blossomed in the hallowed halls of St. Andrews University, the very place where William and Catherine's own story began. The couple is frequently spotted at North Point Cafe, sitting in the same corner where a young William once sat. It was there that William, during a surprise visit to the campus, famously teased them. Just don't let the press catch you in the floor 4 library stacks like they did me. Louise's fiancé is a man who shuns the limelight. He is a scholar of history, a preserver of the past, and a man who sees Louise for who she is, not for what her name represents. This shared love of service over spectacle is what convinced William and Catherine that Wren's Nest was the perfect wedding gift. It was a reward for a young woman who never complained about her lack of a princess title, and who worked a minimum wage job while carrying the weight of a 1,000-year-old legacy. As the keys were being cut for Wren's Nest, a different kind of plan was being hatched at Clarence House. Queen Camilla, fueled by a desire to cement her own son's cultural footprint, had set her sights on the west enclosure of the Balmoral estate. She envisioned a grand royal literary center for Tom Parker Bowles, a move that would have effectively displaced the archives and the quiet memories Louise held dear. Camilla viewed Louise as a non-factor, a quiet girl with an old car and a modest bank account. She assumed that the property would be hers for the taking once the king's administrative reorganization began. What she did not anticipate was that William and Catherine had already outmaneuvered her. By the time Camilla's team submitted their zoning applications, the deed to Wren's Nest had been signed, and the private transfer of Louise's interests had been codified. The Tochim Man was no longer a dream, it was a fortress. And as the news of this private family gift began to leak within the inner circles, Camilla's reaction was a single hissed word that would define the upcoming fracture in the court: betrayal. But for William and Catherine, it wasn't betrayal, it was protection. It was the beginning of the Louise era, a time where the most important royal work was done in the garden, in the library, and in the quiet red brick houses that love was built. While the red bricks of Wren's Nest provided the physical structure of Lady Louise's future, the soul of the home was cultivated through a series of private, late-night conversations between the Princess of Wales and her young cousin. Catherine, a woman who had navigated the treacherous transition from commoner to future queen consort with institutional competence, saw in Louise a kindred spirit, a quiet pillar that the monarchy desperately needed to survive. Catherine's role in Louise's life has been far more than that of an elder cousin. She has been the chief architect of Louise's royal persona. Unlike the rigid, formal training of past generations, Catherine's approach was rooted in modern reality. She understood that Louise, a student juggling complex academic essays and the pressures of university life, needed a foundation that allowed for autonomy. In the months leading up to the acquisition of Wren's Nest, Catherine spent hours at Bagshot Park, not teaching Louise how to wear a tiara, but how to manage the invisible weight of the crown. She taught Louise the art of the dignified silence, the power of letting one's work speak louder than any press release. Catherine was the one who encouraged Louise to embrace her summer job at the garden center, telling her, "The dirt under your fingernails is a more honest jewel than anything in the Tower of London." The Living Memorial, a Highland glade in Berkshire. The most personal feature of Wren's Nest is the West Garden, a project personally overseen by Catherine and funded by Lord Ivar Mountbatten. Understanding Louise's profound grief over the passing of her grandmother, the late Queen Elizabeth II, Catherine designed a space that acted as a living link to the Scottish Highlands. The garden is not a display of exotic, expensive flora. Instead, it is a rugged, beautiful patch of earth filled with heather, gorse, and white crag moss species native to the Balmoral estate. Catherine knew that Louise needed a place where she could breathe, much like the late Queen did in her private moments. By bringing the soul of Balmoral to the privacy of Berkshire, Catherine ensured that Louise would always have a sanctuary to ground her during the stressful periods of her academic exams. Inside Wren's Nest, tucked behind a thicket of rhododendrons, lies a small, oak-paneled reading room. This is the intellectual heart of the house. Catherine and William ensured this room was equipped with climate-controlled shelving to house a collection of personal archival duplicates from the Royal Library. Under the secret mentorship of Princess Anne, Louise has begun a multi-year project to catalog and analyze the private correspondences of Queen Elizabeth II regarding the Commonwealth's cultural history. This isn't a hobby. It is a serious, scholarly pursuit that demonstrates Louise's moral seriousness. Catherine's goal was to provide Louise with a space where she could be a professional historian first and a royal second. It is in this room that the torch of history is being passed, away from the prying eyes of Camilla's modernization team. Perhaps the most telling detail of Catherine's mentorship was her insistence that Louise keep her aging, second-hand car, even after the move to Wren's Nest. In a world of chauffeured limousines, Louise's car became a symbol of her humanity. Catherine taught her that true power comes from the ability to blend in, to understand the lives of the people she would one day represent. Lord Ivar Mountbatten often remarked that seeing Louise pull into the gravel driveway of Wren's Nest, her trunk filled with library books and gardening tools, was the greatest testament to the family's success. They hadn't created a socialite, they had empowered a guardian. As Catherine and Louise sat in the half-finished garden of Wren's Nest, sipping tea and discussing the upcoming transition to working royal status, the message was clear. The future of Windsor would not be found in the grand ballrooms Camilla craved, but in the quiet, hard-working resilience of a young woman who knew the value of a hard-earned wage and a private home. While the red bricks of Wren's Nest were being polished by the soft Berkshire rain, a cold wind of tactical maneuvering was blowing through the corridors of Clarence House. Queen Camilla, emboldened by her new status and a desire to secure a lasting cultural footprint for her own bloodline, had set in motion a plan that would have effectively annexed the most sacred, private corners of the royal estate. But she had underestimated one crucial factor: the silent guard led by Prince William. For months, the Camilla Circle, a sophisticated network of private donors, socialites from Gloucestershire, and advisors tied to Tom Parker Bowles, had been drafting a proposal that was as ambitious as it was invasive. Titled the Crown Literary Circle, a Scottish heritage retreat, the project was presented as a philanthropic gift to the nation. However, the mapped coordinates for this retreat sat precisely atop the west enclosure of Balmoral, the very land Queen Elizabeth II had once called the soul of the estate. Camilla's goal was clear: to establish a permanent, high-profile cultural hub that would be synonymous with the Parker Bowles name. By converting the late Queen's private sanctuary into a public-facing writer's retreat, she sought to rewrite the emotional geography of Scotland. She viewed the territory as underutilized, a relic of a previous reign that needed a modern, vibrant face. To her, the quiet, scholarly Lady Louise was a non-factor. A young woman who drove an old car and worked in a garden center surely lacked the political teeth to defend a Highland glade. What Camilla did not know was that the Prince of Wales had been tracking every zoning application and every private donor inquiry tied to the Parker Bowles network. William, possessing an institutional competence that mirrors the late Prince Philip's tactical mind, had spent weeks in consultation with Princess Anne and the Duchy of Lancaster legal team. On a Tuesday afternoon in early 2026, Camilla's office received a formal, high-level memorandum from the sovereign's private trusteeship. The document was a cease and desist of a different kind. It informed the Queen Consort that the West Enclosure was no longer part of the reorganizable Crown assets. In a move that left Camilla speechless, William and Catherine had legally exercised their right to transfer their own private capital into a heritage trust, specifically for Lady Louise. By linking the purchase of Wren's Nest to the maintenance and preservation rights of the Balmoral West Enclosure, they had created a legal entanglement. Louise was no longer just a tenant of the family. She was the executive steward of the land Camilla coveted. The confrontation that followed at Windsor Castle has already become part of private palace lore. According to witnesses, when Camilla realized that her multi-million-pound literary retreat had been blocked by her own stepson's private wealth, her composure usually ironclad fractured. She reportedly confronted William in the Long Gallery, accusing him of sabotaging the modernization of the monarchy and hoarding assets for a girl who doesn't even want a title. It was then that she hissed the word that would define the fracture: betrayal. William's response was ice-cold and devastatingly simple. "It isn't betrayal to protect what was never yours to sell, Camilla." Louise earned this through the dirt on her hands and the essays on her desk. "You tried to build a stage. We built her a home." The fall of the Parker Bowles pitch. The repercussions were swift. Within 48 hours of the Wren's Nest announcement, the private donors in Gloucestershire, many of whom had social ties to the Parker Bowles family, began to withdraw their funding. They realized that to support Camilla's Scottish project was to go to war with the future king and the increasingly powerful Princess of Wales. The artist renderings, the garden refurbishment plans, and the branded charity partnerships for the literary circle were boxed up and moved to the basement of St. James's Palace. The Parker Bowles expansion had been eclipsed not by a scandal, but by a deed of gift signed with love and fortified by law. As the dust settled, the internal map of Windsor had changed. The blood royals Anne, Edward, and William had formed a wall of protection around Louise. They had proven that in the new reign, moral seriousness and personal character would always outweigh philanthropic branding. Camilla had lost more than a piece of land. She had lost her aura of administrative invincibility. She had been outplayed by a group of people who valued a red brick cottage and a quiet garden over a multimedia exhibition. Lady Louise, meanwhile, remained unaware of the full scale of the battle fought in her name. She was, as usual, burn-roaring, busy, studying for her final exams and planning which Scottish heather she would plant in the soil of her new home. The Tochim man was safe, and the woman who would guard it had finally been given the sanctuary she deserved. While the legal skirmishes over Wren's Nest and Balmoral played out in the high-ceilinged offices of London, a much softer, more enduring story was unfolding on the windswept coast of Fife. At the University of St. Andrews, the same ancient institution where William and Catherine's romance changed the course of the British monarchy, Lady Louise Windsor was quietly writing a chapter of her own, one defined by intellectual partnership and a love that required no flashbulbs to validate its strength. The connection to St. Andrews is more than merely academic for the House of Windsor. It is the cradle of modern royal love. For Louise, walking the cobblestone streets of the medieval town was an exercise in institutional continuity. It was here that she met her fiancé, a man whose profile could not be further from the socialite suitors of previous royal generations. A quiet, deeply intellectual doctoral candidate specializing in the preservation of maritime antiquities, Louise's partner became her intellectual anchor. The couple became a fixture of the local student life, though rarely recognized by the tourists who flocked to the town. They were often seen at the North Point Cafe, huddled over shared lattes and stacks of historical journals. This cafe, famous for being the place where Kate met Wills, became the backdrop for Louise's own transition from a shy teenager into a formidable young woman. Those who observed them noticed a rare symmetry of spirit. They didn't spend their weekends at high society balls in London. They spent them in the university library's floor 4, buried in research. It was during one of Prince William's unannounced visits to the campus, a check-in on his favorite cousin, that the prince famously joked with the couple, "I see the tradition of studying late in the stacks is still alive. Just keep an eye on the clock, or the porters will lock you in like they nearly did to Catherine and me." The fiancé's appeal to the inner circle, specifically to William and Lord Ivar Mountbatten, lay in his moral seriousness. He was a man who shared Louise's passion for service over spectacle. During his first formal introduction at Adelaide Cottage, he spent more time discussing the chemical preservation of 17th-century naval logs with Prince William than he did discussing royal protocol. William saw in him a reflection of the Philip standard, a man content to stand 2 steps behind a strong woman, providing the intellectual and emotional scaffolding she would need for her life at Wren's Nest. He wasn't interested in the Parker Bowles style of celebrity branding or the Camilla Circle's social climbing. He was a man of the earth, and the archives a perfect co-guardian for the sanctuary William was building for Louise. When the engagement was finally shared within the private family circle, it wasn't met with a press release, but with a joint celebration of unity. The entire blood royal alliance, the Wallaces, the Edinburghs, and the Princess Royal, viewed this union as the ultimate victory for their vision of the monarchy. William and Catherine, recalling the immense pressure of their own 2011 wedding, were determined that Louise's nuptials would be different. They envisioned a ceremony that honored tradition, without the performative glare that Camilla had attempted to inject into recent royal events. The announcement, when it finally comes, will specify the St. George's Chapel at Windsor, a venue steeped in history but intimate enough for a family-focused event. It was William and Catherine's expectation that Louise would be the next member of the family, following in the footsteps of Princess Anne's children, to bring pure joy to the Windsor line, a joy unpolluted by media contracts or commercial interests. Wren's Nest was not just a gift for Louise, it was a foundation for 2. The Victorian villa, with its oak-paneled reading rooms and sun-drenched gardens, was designed to be a house of intellectual production. Catherine specifically ensured that the study was large enough for 2 desks, one for Louise's archival work with Princess Anne, and one for her fiancé's research. This was the Kate lesson in full effect. To survive the monarchy, one must have a world of one's own. By providing this couple with a home that was bought with private love rather than public purse, William and Catherine gave them the greatest gift of all, the right to be busy with their own lives. As the couple prepared for their final exams, Louise's fiancé was often seen helping her move her library books into the trunk of her famous old car. There was no motorcade, no security detail in flashy suits, just 2 young scholars preparing for a life together. It was a scene of such profound normalcy that it felt radical. And as Lord Ivar Mountbatten watched them from a distance, he knew the Tochim man was more than a house. It was the starting line of a new, quieter, and far more resilient royal era. As the winter of 2026 bled into a crisp, sharp spring, the tactical skirmish over Lady Louise's future moved from the quiet libraries of St. Andrews to the Mahogany Road offices of the Duchy of Lancaster. While Catherine provided the emotional blueprint and William provided the capital, it was Prince Edward, the Duke of Edinburgh, who stepped forward as the final line of defense. In a series of high-stakes administrative meetings, the youngest son of Queen Elizabeth II proved that the quiet man of the Windsor family possessed a resolve of pure steel. For years, Prince Edward has been perceived by the public as the most diplomatic and understated of his siblings. But when Queen Camilla's office issued a request for reconsideration regarding the private trust established for Wren's Nest, attempting to delay the transfer by 3 months under the guise of strategic coordination, the Duke's patience evaporated. Camilla's team had framed the delay as a way to align the announcement with the Crown's broader philanthropic narrative, a thinly veiled attempt to steal the spotlight for her son's literary circle project. According to palace insiders, Camilla personally called Edward in early January 2026, her tone soft and maternal, suggesting that Louise's inheritance be repackaged as a joint family initiative. Edward's response was a thunderclap that echoed through the halls of Bagshot Park. In a rare moment of public-facing fury within private walls, he reportedly told the Queen Consort, "My daughter will not be a placeholder for your ambitions, Camilla. You have had your time at the center of the stage. Now, let her have what her family gave her without a script, without a branding exercise, and most importantly, without your shadow." The legal fortress, Anne's administrative veto. Working in lockstep with her brother, Princess Anne acted as the executive auditor of the transfer. While Camilla's legal team looked for loopholes in the private trusteeship, Anne ensured that the paperwork for Wren's Nest was bulletproof. She personally oversaw the taxation and title clearance, Jamsat thủ tục chuyển nhượng, đảm bảo thuế và pháp lý kín kẽ 100%, ensuring that every penny used by William and Lord Ivar was documented as private family capital. This move was critical. It meant that the property was legally detached from the institutional monarchy. It was a gift from a brother, a cousin, and a godfather to a girl they loved, not a state asset that could be reallocated by a reigning queen consort. Anne's involvement sent a clear message to the Camilla circle. To challenge this gift was not just to challenge a 22-year-old girl. It was to challenge the institutional competence of the Princess Royal herself. By late February, Camilla's legal challenges were formally withdrawn. The Parker Bowles expansion had hit a wall of Windsor blood that it could not climb. During this period of legal tension, Louise remained remarkably focused on her studies. This busyness was, to her godfather Lord Ivar Mountbatten, the greatest victory of all. Lord Ivar, a man who has always championed the idea that royal children should earn their heir, spent weekends at Wren's Nest helping Louise organize her new life. He observed with a swelling pride as she declined high-profile invitations to London fashion weeks and gala dinners, choosing instead to stay in Berkshire to finish her dissertation on ethical governance in the 20th century. Lord Ivar noted that when Louise only had time for a quick text because she was in the library, it was a sign of a healthy, grounded individual. Ivar and William wanted to give her a real house, Noigna, Thurksur. One family friend noted, not a monument, Ditik, she had to serve. They didn't want her to spend her life dusting the ghosts of the past. They wanted her to have a kitchen where she could cook for her fiancé, and a garden where she could get her hands dirty. This philosophy was the ultimate rebuke to Camilla's vision of royalty as a series of staged exhibitions. By the time the final signatures were dry on the Wren's Nest deed, the Camilla circle was in full retreat. The Queen Consort realized that her Scottish heritage retreat would never see the light of day. The blood royals William, Anne, and Edward had successfully boxed her in. They had used their private wealth and their administrative power to protect the quiet one. The contrast was devastating. Camilla was seen as the woman who tried to seize land for her son's brand, while Catherine and Louise were seen as the women who sought only to preserve the soul of the family. As Louise prepared to drive her old car from St. Andrews back to Berkshire for the final time as a student, she carried with her more than just her degree. She carried the total trust of her family. The Tochim man was waiting, its gardens ready for the first planting of Highland heather. The lesson of 2026 was complete. At Windsor, character is the only currency that never devalues, and duty is a task performed in the silence of a library, not for the applause of a crowd. As the spring blossoms of Berkshire began to unfurl around the red bricks of Wren's Nest, the final chapter of this historic family defense reached its emotional crescendo. The transition of Lady Louise Windsor from a busy student to a guardian of the future was not marked by a state decree, but by a unified, joyous announcement that signaled a new era of internal solidarity for the House of Windsor. In a move that bypassed the usual high-tension media strategies of the Queen Consort's office, the family chose a moment of quiet reflection to share their news. There would be no sprawling, multi-day festival designed for branding, as Camilla had once proposed for her own projects. Instead, the Prince and Princess of Wales joined the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh to announce the upcoming nuptials of Lady Louise Windsor and her fiancé at St. George's Chapel. The choice of venue was a masterstroke of institutional continuity. St. George's is the spiritual home of the Order of the Garter, a place of profound history, yet intimate enough to remain a family affair. William and Catherine expressed their immense pride, noting that Louise is the first member of the family since Princess Anne's children to bring such pure, uncomplicated joy to the Windsor line. To the public, the message was clear. This was a wedding of love and scholarship, not a royal spectacle for the cameras. It was the celebration of two people who had met in a university library, who valued the silence of the archives over the noise of the red carpet. With the wedding plans finalized, Louise officially launched the Grey House Initiative from her study at Wren's Nest. This was the harder path that King Charles III had alluded to in his personal letters to his niece. By choosing to lead a life of ethical governance and historical preservation without a princess title, Louise became the moral sovereign of her generation. She announced that Wren's Nest would serve as the headquarters for a new youth leadership program, focused on teaching the next generation of Commonwealth leaders the value of quiet guardianship. There would be no Camilla-style multimedia exhibitions. Instead, there would be fellowships for young women in archival science and ethical leadership, a legacy rooted in the values Louise learned while working at the Garden Center for a basic wage. As the Blood Royal Alliance gathered for a private dinner at Wren's Nest to toast the couple, the contrast between the two courts was absolute. On one side was the Parker Bowles model, a world of cultural expansion, branding, and visibility. On the other was the Wales-Edinburgh model, a world of private property, scholarly devotion, and the To Chim Man. William and Catherine's gift of Wren's Nest had achieved its goal. It had given Louise the autonomy to say no to the performative side of royalty and yes to the soulful side. She had become the echo of Queen Elizabeth II, a woman who led by example, not by demand. Lord Ivar Mountbatten, standing in the garden where the first Highland heather was beginning to take root, watched as Louise and her fiancé discussed their upcoming research trip. He saw a young woman who was burn-worn, busy, with a purpose. A woman whose hands were still stained by the soil of her own garden, and whose heart was anchored in the history she was sworn to protect. The lesson of 2026 was etched into the stones of Berkshire. Status is a gift from the crown, but character is a gift you give yourself. As the sun set over the red bricks of Wren's Nest, the next great hope of the Windsor family was not found on a balcony waving to the crowds, but inside a quiet house, turning the pages of a ledger and planning a future built on love, silence, and steadfast duty. I've never met anyone in the royal family who behaved as inappropriately as Meghan Markle. I hope this is just a tasteless April Fool's joke, perhaps a sophisticated cyber attack on the national broadcaster or a staged act by a monarchy to demonstrate their sense of self-deprecating humor. For decades, Duchess Sophie had been the exemplar of the Windsor Creed. Never complain, never explain. She was the quiet confidant of the late Queen Elizabeth II and the stabilizing force for King Charles III. However, on this day, the Duchess discarded the veil of restraint. This wasn't a rogue outburst. It was a calibrated, palace-sanctioned family pressure valve release. Sophie addressed the Meghan phenomenon not as a personal grievance, but as a breach of institutional safety. Her voice was calm, her posture precise, but her words were razor wire. Her behavior toward members of this family, especially William, was not merely unfamiliar, Sophie stated, leaning into the camera with a chilling steadiness. It was inappropriate, it was persistent, and it undermined the dignity of the crown. The most explosive revelation of this opening segment concerned Meghan's ultimate objective. According to Sophie, the title Duchess of Sussex was never the goal. It was a consolation prize that Meghan viewed with professional resentment. Sophie's testimony painted a picture of a woman whose true obsession was the title of Princess of Wales and the man who held the keys to the future of the kingdom, Prince William. "I told Edward early on," Sophie admitted, "something is not right here. She is trying too hard not to belong, but to position herself. She wasn't looking at the role she was given, she was looking at the throne next to her. Sophie described a Hollywood-style ambition that didn't just clash with royal protocol, it sought to devour it. Meghan, in Sophie's estimation, viewed the thousand-year-old monarchy not as a duty of service, but as a global stage for a singular, Meghan-centric performance. Sophie moved into a devastatingly clinical breakdown of Meghan's conduct toward Prince William, dating back to late 2018. While the public narrative had long focused on cultural differences or American warmth, Sophie redefined these interactions as a calculated theatrical familiarity. Aides had reportedly spent years documenting a pattern of over-familiar gestures designed to command the future king's focus and disrupt the established hierarchy of the Wales household. Sophie categorized these behaviors into 3 specific violations: repeatedly encroaching on William's personal space in both private settings and high-stakes public engagements, habitually touching William's arm or back during conversations to assert a visual narrative of closeness, leaning in physically to create a photographic illusion of intimacy that William, notoriously private and protective of his boundaries, did not reciprocate and in fact found deeply uncomfortable. It was not a cultural difference alone, Sophie insisted. It was a refusal to observe the codes we live by. These codes aren't written down, but they are known. She chose to bypass them to assert a dominance that didn't belong to her. Sophie used the word wild to describe Meghan's arrival, not wild in the sense of a free spirit, but wild in her refusal to be tamed by the requirements of constitutional service. She described Meghan as a storm that brought a calculated chaos to an institution, wired for structure and continuity. "There is a way we interact," Sophie explained, but Meghan arrived with a sense that she was above the system she had just joined. She wanted us to change for her, rather than learning the grace of the institution. As the first hour of the broadcast concluded, any lingering doubts about the legitimacy of Sophie's words were crushed by a formal statement from a senior palace representative. The views expressed by the Duchess of Edinburgh reflect the long-standing expectations of conduct within the royal family and the standards required to protect the integrity of the institution. This was the smoking gun. The palace wasn't distancing itself from Sophie. It was using her as its most articulate weapon. The world realized that the era of sovereign silence regarding Meghan Markle had officially ended. The April Fool's joke was actually the start of a new era of discipline. Duchess Sophie was not merely sharing anecdotes. She was laying out a forensic map of a systemic collision. This was the ultimate showdown between 2 irreconcilable ideologies: the Hollywood star and the sovereign steward. While the world had once been enchanted by the media-spun Fab Four, Sophie's testimony pulled back the velvet curtain to reveal that behind the palace gates, there was never a quartet. There was a disciplined front line of duty and a woman determined to break it. The contrast was no longer about fashion or charisma. It was about the fundamental survival of a 1,000-year-old institution against the corrosive power of individual branding. Sophie's testimony centered on the profound personality clash between Catherine, Princess of Wales, and Meghan Markle. She described Catherine as the gold standard of royal preparation, someone who understood from day one that the crown is a marathon requiring the total erasure of the self. Catherine is someone who values calm, precision, and preparation, Sophie explained, her voice softening with genuine respect. She understood that you don't set the pace. You follow the rhythm of the people and the history. Meghan, however, arrived like a storm. She didn't want to learn the pace. She wanted to set it. According to Sophie, Meghan viewed the monarchy through a Los Angeles lens. In Hollywood, success is measured by breaking the internet, by being the loudest voice in the room, and by individual visibility. In London, success is measured by continuity and the invisibility of the individual in favor of the institution. Sophie noted, she bristled against the grain because the monarchy requires you to follow. In her mind, she was the star of a show that had been running for 1,000 years before she arrived. The most controversial segment of Part 2 focused on Sophie's belief that Meghan found the Sussex brand to be a professional insult. Being secondary to the future, King and Queen was, in Meghan's eyes, a demotion from her global celebrity status. Sophie corroborated long-standing whispers that Meghan's sights were set on the Wales household. There was a persistence in how she approached William, Sophie noted. It wasn't just about a cultural hug. It was about positioning. If you watch the footage of those early engagements, she was always half a step closer to William than protocol allowed. She was trying to create a visual association with the future king, almost as if she were auditioning for the role of the woman beside him. Sophie termed this theatrical familiarity, By using overfamiliar gestures, the hand on the back, the constant seeking of eye contact, Meghan was attempting to disrupt the established hierarchy. It was a play for equal billing that Prince William reportedly found deeply uncomfortable and inappropriate. Sophie pointed to the January 2019 Royal Foundation Forum as the definitive moment the mask slipped and the internal war became untenable. While the public saw four young royals discussing mental health, the reality backstage was a battle for territory. According to Sophie's detailed account, Meghan reportedly refused to follow the pre-agreed seating arrangements. She insisted on a position that placed her directly next to William, intentionally breaking the traditional couple pairing format. William, Catherine, Harry, Meghan to signal her equal status to the heir. Meghan allegedly bypassed the briefing notes and spoke over Catherine repeatedly, ensuring her voice and her American perspective were the dominant takeaways for the global press. Sophie revealed that the tension following the event was so high that Catherine was left in tears after a difficult conversation with Meghan regarding the breach of protocol. It wasn't just a disagreement about a speech, Sophie said. It was a declaration of war on the hierarchy. Meghan believed that her celebrity status gave her an equal seat at the table with the future king. She refused to accept that in this family, duty is dictated by birth and service, not by Instagram followers. Expanding on her description of Meghan as wild, Sophie detailed Meghan's refusal to follow internal briefings during state visits and formal garden parties. While Sophie and Catherine had spent years observing and learning, Meghan reportedly ignored her handler. She would greet officials her own way, Sophie cited from an aide's report. She would bypass the line of protocol to speak to the person she felt was most important for her brand, rather than the person dictated by the office. For Sophie, this wasn't modernizing the monarchy, it was merchandising it. Meghan was treating the royal family like a high-level networking event at a Soho house. To prove that this Hollywood ambition never faded, Sophie cited the events of late 2025. When Catherine announced her Together at Christmas concert, a moment of national unity, Meghan's team in California reportedly moved heaven and earth to shift their Netflix holiday special to the exact same time slot. It was the same playbook we've seen for years, Sophie remarked. The Oprah interview during Philip's illness, the Netflix trailer during Earthshot, and now trying to compete with a Christmas Carol service. However, the result was a crushing defeat for the Hollywood model. Catherine's concert drew 8.4 million viewers, while Meghan's special failed to break the top 10 inches the UK. The third movement of Duchess Sophie's April 1st testimony moved from the philosophical to the physical. It was here that the Duchess of Edinburgh addressed the most scandalous whispered rumors of the last 7 years. The tactile provocation of Meghan Markle toward the future king, Prince William. As Sophie spoke, the April Fool's hope remained dead. What replaced it was a clinical, devastating breakdown of behavior that the palace had previously categorized only as unspoken discomfort. This was no longer a debate about personality. It was a forensic examination of a woman who, according to Sophie, refused to acknowledge the physical sacrosanctity of the heir to the throne. It wasn't a one-off. It wasn't a mistake. It was a pattern, Sophie stated, her eyes fixed on the interviewer with a gravity that suggested she was reading from a mental ledger. Protocol restricts physical gestures to formal greetings unless involving close private family. But even then, discretion is the soul of the monarchy. Meghan, she ignored the soul and the skin of the institution. Sophie revealed that as early as the Sandringham Christmas of 2017, staff began documenting anomalies in Meghan's physical conduct. While the world saw a charming American actress embracing her new family, the internal security and protocol team saw a woman who refused to respect the boundaries of the future king. Sophie's most startling disclosures concerned Meghan's repeated attempts to establish a physical narrative with Prince William. According to the Duchess, Meghan's behavior was characterized by uninvited physical closeness that bypassed every established royal standard. Sophie cited 3 specific high-profile instances. The May 2018 garden party. Just 72 hours after her wedding to Harry, Meghan reportedly greeted William not with the customary formal nod or curtsy, but with a lingering cheek kiss and a firm, prolonged grip on his forearm. Sources cited by Sophie claimed William visibly stiffened, a reaction that set off immediate alarms among senior staff. The October 2018 mental health event. During a public engagement at Buckingham Palace, cameras captured Meghan placing her hand flat on William's back while speaking a gesture of guidance or ownership typically reserved for a spouse. Sophie noted, William shifted his position instantly. It was a silent rejection of a boundary breach that should never have happened. The 2019 polo match. Behind the scenes, Sophie described Meghan's persistence in leaning into William's personal space, often bypassing Harry to address William directly with theatrical intimacy. It wasn't just about a hug, Sophie clarified. It was about what that hug signaled. It was an attempt to broadcast a level of intimacy that did not exist, and more importantly, a level of intimacy that William did not want. It was disrespectful to Catherine, and it was a direct challenge to the dignity of the future king. Sophie's testimony took a darker turn when she addressed the motivation behind this physicality. She suggested that Meghan's wild nature wasn't accidental, it was a weapon used to disrupt the Wales household. There were moments where it felt like she wasn't looking for Harry's approval, but William's attention, Sophie admitted with a haunting steadiness. She didn't seem to want the Sussex title as much as she wanted to be the other woman in the Wales narrative, the one who could break through William's reserve. It was a Hollywood trope played out in a 1,000-year-old palace, and it made everyone, especially William, deeply uncomfortable. For the first time, a senior royal confirmed the existence of the internal HR review launched in March 2021. While the public knew of bullying allegations, Sophie revealed that the report contained a detailed log of etiquette violations and boundary transgressions. According to Sophie, the documented behavior included sending late-night, informal texts to senior royals and staff, bypassing official channels to exert personal influence, repeatedly ignoring the personal space of the Queen and the then Prince Charles to force a modern, hug-based interaction that felt performative rather than genuine, using private conversations about family discomfort to feed narratives to American media figures, portraying herself as the warm American against the cold British. Sophie's description of Meghan as too hung-done, too wild, resonated through the interview. She explained that while the royal family is wired for duty, Meghan was wild for self-promotion. If a harmless misunderstanding involving the King and Catherine can cause national uproar, Sophie said, referencing a 2019 camera angle mishap, imagine the consequences of repeated, deliberate behavior breaking far clearer boundaries. Meghan knew the rules. She simply felt they didn't apply to her because she was Meghan Markle. In the fourth segment of the April 1st broadcast, Duchess Sophie moved the focus from Meghan's external provocations to the internal collapse of the Sussex dynamic. As the Duchess of Edinburgh articulated, when Meghan realized that Prince William was an immovable object impregnable to her tactile charms and Hollywood informality, the strategy shifted. It was no longer about seducing the institution. It was about burning the bridges Harry had spent a lifetime building. There was a moment in late 2019, Sophie recalled, her voice dropping to a somber register, where the atmosphere changed from difficult to dangerous. Meghan had tried the American approach. She had tried to hug her way into the inner circle of the Wales household. When she met the cold, professional wall of William's duty, she didn't retreat, she retaliated. According to Sophie, the calculated withdrawal was not a sudden decision sparked by press intrusion. It was a multi-phased operation designed to isolate Prince Harry from the only anchors he had ever known, his brother and his grandmother. She knew what Harry had endured, Sophie said quietly. She knew about the loss of his mother, the underlying trauma, the pressure of being the spare. She didn't seek to heal those wounds. She played with them. She gave him joy, yes, but she also closed the door behind them and locked it from the inside. Sophie described how, between 2019 and early 2020, Meghan became the sole filter for Harry's reality. Staff reported that Harry's direct lines of communication with William's office were slowly severed. Requests for informal chats between the brothers were increasingly met with, "Meghan says we're busy," or "Meghan feels we need space." It was a psychological blockade, Sophie explained. She positioned herself as the only person who truly understood him, while casting the rest of us people who had loved him for 30 years as the villains of his story. She wanted him to believe that the world was against them, so that he would have no choice but to follow her lead. To illustrate this control, Sophie pointed to the christening of Archie in July 2019. This was the moment the public saw the first major break in royal transparency. Meghan reportedly turned down several proposed photographers and refused to share the names of Archie's godparents publicly, a move that Sophie identifies as a test of power. It wasn't just about privacy, Sophie insisted. It was about control. She wanted to show the institution that she could take a royal child, a member of the lineage, and make him a private asset. It was a signal to the Queen that the rules of the crown stopped at Meghan's front door. Sophie revealed that during this period, the wild nature of Meghan's behavior became even more erratic. Behind closed doors, Meghan reportedly told staff that being a duchess means equality, not hierarchy. She demanded the same security, the same budget, and the same global platform as the future Queen, Catherine. When these demands were denied based on centuries of constitutional law, the narrative of victimhood was born. The April 1st interview reached a fever pitch when Sophie addressed the March 2021 Oprah Winfrey interview. For the first time, a senior royal labeled the interview for what it truly was: a final break with discretion and a calculated ambush. "I offered to speak to her more than once," Sophie admitted, confirming reports that she had tried to bridge the gap in 2020. "I reached out as a woman who had also joined this family from the outside. I wanted to offer a hand. She declined every time. Her response was chilling. I have Harry. That's all I need." Sophie's interpretation of that remark is devastating. In her view, Meghan didn't want a mentor. She wanted a monopoly on Harry's loyalty. The Oprah interview wasn't a cry for help, it was a commercial launch for a brand built on the wreckage of the House of Windsor. By late 2020, the wild element Sophie had previously described had fully transformed into a weaponized alienation. Meghan had convinced Harry that the overfamiliarity she had shown toward William was merely warmth, and that William's rejection of it was racism or coldness. She took a family disagreement and rebranded it as a human rights violation, Sophie noted with a shake of her head. She treated the crown like an obstacle to her personal growth. And when she realized she couldn't own the crown, she decided to try and break it. As the April 1st broadcast moved into its fifth hour, Duchess Sophie transitioned from the psychological to the constitutional. This was no longer a discussion of hurt feelings. It was a clinical examination of the integrity of the British state versus the leverage of global celebrity. For the first time, a senior member of the royal family addressed the radioactive topics that had fueled years of tabloid speculation: the legitimacy of the Sussex titles, the demands for taxpayer-funded security, and the rumored rebel bloc within the family. Sophie's words were not just an interview. They were a declaration of the boundaries of the crown. The status of Archie and Lilibet's royal titles had remained a point of intense friction since the passing of Queen Elizabeth II in 2022. While the Sussexes adopted the prince and princess styles in early 2023, Sophie revealed that the palace's recognition was far from automatic. "It's not about the children," Sophie stated, her expression hardening. "It's about what those titles represent. They are not birthrights in the American sense of celebrity status. They are markers of lineage, trust, and transparency. You cannot spend 5 years trying to dismantle the crown and then expect the crown to provide you with a branding tool for your children." Sophie confirmed that King Charles's hesitation was rooted in behavior, not heritage. The crown asks for loyalty. That is the social contract. When that loyalty was broken, the automatic nature of those titles became a matter of intense internal debate. In a moment that sent shockwaves through the legal community, Sophie addressed the persistent rumors regarding the documentation of the Sussex children. While she avoided the word fraud, her choice of vocabulary was surgically precise. "The crown never demanded a DNA test," Sophie said, choosing every syllable carefully. "But yes, when the public and the institution ask why the titles weren't immediately proclaimed, the answer is discretion. In this family, we need to be sure not just of biology, but of intention. If a child is to hold a title of the British realm, there must be absolute transparency regarding their entry into the world." Meghan's insistence on total privacy for royal births was a direct challenge to the constitutional requirements of the state. Sophie then pivoted to Harry's ongoing legal battles over armed police protection, $. She described Harry's demand to pay for state security as a fundamental misunderstanding of the British police force. To demand armed state protection while disavowing the duties that justify it is not just tone-deaf, it's dangerous, Sophie remarked. It sets a precedent that the British police are for hire by anyone with a title. Harry wants the shield of the monarchy without the sword of its responsibilities. That is not how duty works. She drew a sharp comparison to Prince Andrew, noting that the king's stance was final. If you are not a working royal, you do not receive the state's protection. Sophie touched upon the rumored alliance between the Sussexes and Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie. She suggested that Meghan's overfamiliarity extended to the York sisters in an attempt to create a rebel bloc against William and Catherine. She tried to recruit them, Sophie revealed. She wanted a narrative of the younger royals versus the establishment. But Beatrice and Eugenie are daughters of the crown. They realized Meghan wasn't looking for friends. She was looking for assets to use against the Wales household. As the clocks across London struck the final hour of the BBC's unprecedented April 1st broadcast, Duchess Sophie delivered what historians already call the final sentence on the Sussex era. The hope for an April Fool's prank had long since withered, replaced by a crystalline realization. The British monarchy had not just survived the Meghan storm, it had used the chaos to refine its very soul. This was the moment the steel magnolia transitioned from prosecutor to philosopher, defining the future of the crown by the wreckage of its most public rebellion. As the broadcast faded to black, the message was clear. The wild element had been purged, and the wired institution remained, more resolute than ever before. "We are not performers, we are stewards," Sophie stated, her voice carrying a weight of conviction that seemed to resonate through the television screens of millions. The crown is not something you wear for applause, it's something you carry in silence, for generations you'll never meet. This is the fundamental truth Meghan Markle could never grasp. This distinction, Sophie argued, was the root of every fracture that had defined the last 7 years. Meghan viewed the royal family as a global platform, a high-end influencer gig that offered the ultimate blue checkmark of legitimacy. But to the House of Windsor, the self must be erased so the institution can live. "She treated us like an obstacle to her personal growth," Sophie remarked with a weary, knowing smile. She saw the protocols not as protections for the state, but as personal slights against her brand. When you enter a 1,000-year-old lineage with the intent to disrupt it for your own visibility, you aren't a modernizer. You're a tourist. The most poignant part of Sophie's conclusion was the surgical elevation of Catherine, Princess of Wales. If Meghan was the storm, Catherine was the stillness. Sophie revealed that while Meghan was busy bottling the royal glow for future merchandise, Catherine was quietly building the foundations of a new, service-oriented monarchy. Catherine never had to outshine anyone, Sophie noted. She understood that the light doesn't come from the person, it reflects off the crown. Her Shaping Us' campaign, her work in mental health, her presence at the Christmas concert, these aren't performances. They are acts of constancy. And that is why the people trust her. They know she will be there tomorrow, and the day after, and 20 years from now. The numbers, cited by Sophie during the broadcast, told the final story of this ideological victory. By December 2025, the data was irrefutable. Catherine's favorability, 73% in the UK and Commonwealth. William's favorability, 69%. Meghan's favorability, a staggering 17%. "The public isn't easily fooled," Sophie said. "They saw through the Hollywood ambition. They chose the woman who wipes her own eyes in private and serves in public over the woman who wipes her eyes for a Netflix camera." Sophie addressed the palace's decision to remain silent through the barrage of Spare, the Netflix docuseries, and the Royal Glow trademark filings. She revealed that this wasn't an act of weakness, but an act of sovereign finality. "We didn't sue. We didn't denounce. We simply closed the door," Sophie explained. The King and William realized that to engage with a performative adversary is to give them the oxygen they crave. By moving on, by focusing on the Together at Christmas concert and the state duties of 2025, the monarchy effectively evaporated the Sussex narrative. They are now exiles with style guides. They have the titles, but they have no role, no budget, and most importantly, no influence. Sophie's description of Harry and Meghan's current status was particularly sharp. She described a couple trapped in their own narrative. By late 2025, with Spotify and Netflix reportedly scaling back their deals and the Archwell Foundation seeing a 40% dip in donations, the Sussex brand had hit a wall. You cannot leave a family, call it toxic, and then try to sell a Royal Glow lifestyle brand, Sophie remarked. The world sees hypocrisy. Harry is a man who has been isolated from his anchors, and Meghan is a woman who realized too late that the stage of the monarchy only works if you actually play the part. Now, they are left with the hollow echoes of their own grievances. As the interview concluded, Sophie looked toward the future of 2026. She spoke of a monarchy that is leaner, stronger, and more focused. With Queen Camilla's scaled-back role and William and Catherine taking the lead, the Sussex-York era of drama has been officially archived. "We've had our era of correction," Sophie said firmly. "We know who we are. We are the stewards of the British people's history. We aren't here to be liked on social media. We are here to be trusted in times of crisis." Meghan wanted the magic of the monarchy without the misery of its discipline. But the magic is discipline. Sophie's final words echoed the King's Christmas message. The winds change, but the crown endures. As the broadcast faded to black, the image of Catherine standing beside King Charles at Sandringham, radiant, silent, and resolute, served as the ultimate rebuttal to everything Meghan Markle had attempted to achieve. "She treated us like a stage," Sophie's voice lingered as the credits rolled. "We treated her like a family member until she proved she wasn't one. The door is closed. The kingdom deserves honesty. And now,